The bustling masses filled the two sides of the road, excitedly cheering and screaming. They waved towards the large golden carriage, trying to peek past the layers of silk to see who the thin silhouette really was. After resting for 7 days, Princess Yunlu from the east has finally arrived in the city. Rumored to be only 16 years old but already the beauty of the nation, the princess sat primly in her carriage. Covered by thin silk and a brocade, the people could only see a silhouette. And yet, they could not look away. The thousands of people cheered and screamed at either side of her, yet she did not move, coldly accepting the cheers from this foreign city as if she could not hear them. But the people became more and more curious. How beautiful must she be to have such a gorgeous procession? The mighty carriage procession went down the royal road, slowly and steadily passing through each city gate and street, all the way to the palace at the top of the city. 5 city gates opened one after another, welcoming the foreign princess into the embrace of Avalon. At the third ring, no one cheered more loudly than Ye Qingxuan, who had rushed over after hearing the news. He leaned on his cane in the corner. Beside him was a confused Bai Xi. She's just a princess. It doesn't have to be this pompous. Dumbfounded and tongue-tied, Ye Qingxuan watched as the armor-clad soldiers walked by, and the mighty procession marched towards the peak of the mountain city. 300 followers and 20 carriages, that's not much. The corners of Bai Xi's lips curled as she looked at the country bumpkin next to her. In the east, tens of thousands would accompany the emperor when he patrolled. The streets were closed 3 days before to be cleaned and covered in yellow brocade. When the emperor passed, there were fires on the side to burn spices. The entire city was filled with this scent, like a wonderland. After learning so many formulas, Ye Qingxuan tried calculating how much everything would cost. He realized that he did not have enough brainpower, and could only say, "Easterners are so rich." The golden carriage finally passed by him. Under the burning sun, the silk in the window danced, and the carriage seemed to melt into the sun. It reflected dazzling colors, so bright one could not even open his eyes. Ye Qingxuan squinted, watching the carriages still in the distance. A breeze blew from the ocean, lifting the silk and brocade embroidered with hundreds of birds. The sight was beautiful, like a fantasy. And the layers of silk finally had an opening. Inside the carriage, one could still only see a backside. The white-haired girl clad in a robe was looking up at the sky. As if sensing the eyes of the crowd, she spared them a glance. It was fleeting, but her eyes were like mist. It was untouchable and indescribably beautiful. The crowd became even more excited, and everyone tried to push to the front. They called for the princess, trying to see her face clearly. But she had already looked away and would not turn back. "Look, look!" Ye Qingxuan pulled at Bai Xi. "She's pretty." Bai Xi could not help but roll her eyes. "Yeah, every generation of her family is pretty. She has a good lineage. If she wasn't pretty, she'll be a disgrace to her ancestors." "Are you sure?" "Obviously. If I'm rich and powerful, of course I'd pick someone pretty to marry. And marry them in batches." Bai Xi gestured with her thumb. "I'd need those that look graceful even when they're picking their noses." "That's disgusting." "Huh?" The girl side-eyed him. I mean you have a good dream, and it should be encouraged." Ye Qingxuan shook his head, but just as he was ready to leave, he took another glance by curious coincidence. Under the ceremonial music, people crowded the carriage, tossing flowers and cheering. But the silent girl sat kneeling behind the silk, probably smiling demurely. Paired with fresh flowers, silk, jewels, gold and silver, everything was so beautiful. "But she looks a little sad," he murmured. "Huh?" Bai Xi glanced at him. "Nothing." Smiling, Ye Qingxuan said, "Let's go." As those words left his mouth, he suddenly halted as the world spun. In the dizziness, he heard a low sound, something like water boiling. It rose over the crowd and the road. The sound flowed like water, and the empty echo carried with it a bursting noise. Once again, he felt the pain that made him want to vomit, as if he returned to the battle between Wolf Flute and the rain artist. The crowd's cheers were snuffed and they stumbled backwards, unable to stand still. Some people gazed around in confusion, but saw nothing. Only the musician in the corner of the street was still lightly playing his bamboo flute. The flute melody hung in the air. No, no. Ye Qingxuan pushed himself up using the wall, and grabbed the dazed Bai Xi into his arms. He finally understood. Bai Xi, run. This was a pre-planned attack. Boom. Before he could finish, there was the sound of a water dam bursting. The bamboo flute was piercing, like metal shooting straight into the sky. The 16 stone gargoyles from the city walls echoed in the vortex. Then they burst into countless shards, flying through the air. Green-black light shot through like a waterfall. The light was like water, collecting in the air. Reflecting the sunlight, it was dazzling. But the pungent smell covered the early fragrances. And it was not water. It was an endless storm of steel sand. 6 turrets of steel sand with piercing tips flew in the air, radiating green-black light. The tide of sand followed the sewers and flooded onto the road. It was such an angry current, but it looked so calm, like a stream in the sky. The green-black light was like a mirror, reflecting the flowers, decorations, and the people's fearful expressions. Quickly, the beating notes hit upon the steel river. And so it shattered, and the countless sand particles flew apart, transforming. The blinding sunlight rolled down its smooth surface, so dazzling that it forced the people to shut their eyes. As countless people fell to the ground, writhing in pain, the musician in the corner finally stood up. His bare feet stepped onto the bustling street, each step following the rhythm of his flute. The flute controlled the changes of the steel sand until they finally formed something. As mournful shouts cut through the air, 1,000 pairs of wings spread under the sun. They were countless steel cranes. The hundreds of green-black cranes born from the steel sand screamed over the music of the flute. Like thousands of trembling blades, they resonated with all the metal objects. And then, the steel cranes fell. They broke apart from the tide, but regrouped into a new tide. The giant mass of cranes rushed toward the earth. As their wings brushed against each other, sparks turned to fire. As they rushed downward, their screams were like the sound of the Grim Reaper. Rather than stopping them, the strong wind only helped push them forward. In the wind, the embroidered flags were lifted and torn. White shreds fluttered to the ground like butterflies. The angry wind swept down the princess's crown. Her mercury-like white hair escaped from its confines, dancing in the air. Her luxurious robe was lifted, like dissipating mist. There was an unbearable beauty in that fleeting moment. But beauty always had to be destroyed. The flaming cranes attacked, swarming onto the girl. In futile resistance, she raised her pale wrist, as if wanting to stop the attack with her arm. It was laughable, like a praying mantis trying to stop a carriage. But at that moment, Ye Qingxuan heard Bai Xi murmur in his arms, "Tai." Bai Xi covered his ears in fear, "Don't listen." But Ye Qingxuan could not hear anymore. Because in that moment, all sound disappeared. He saw Princess Yunlu raise her palm. But rather than opening it, she pressed her thumb and forefinger together, and snapped. Immediately, the world started shaking. Like jade hitting against golden chimes, everything started roaring. The terrifying ripple spread from her fingertips. It joined in the middle and shot up into the sky. The ripple broke the steel crane's wings and shattered their claws. They were so strong and unyielding, but the metal transformed, warped, turned to powder under the weight of the water. There were thousands of steel cranes, thus thousands of cracking noises sounded. When they sounded in unison, it was like countless pieces of glass shattered. The fine sand could no longer stay together, and they melted, evaporated. They rose to the sky, and were blown deep into the ocean by the sudden hurricane. The quakes seemed to enter one's body, twisting their organs, instantly defeating them. Crimson blood spurting from their noses, including the musician. The bamboo flute was reduced to dust in the wind. Following that were his hands. He knelt onto the ground, was pushed down and captured by armor-clad soldiers. Which? You deserve to die. He raised his head, crying tears of blood, trying to tear apart the silent girl sitting inside the carriage. I can't kill you today, but I will not rest. You Yunlu bastard, I'll boil your meat and rip your skin. Karma will find Yunlu Qingxu and you someday. Karma. He howled, screaming over and over about karma until his body went rigid and collapsed, never breathing again. This was the musician using the sound of heart. He destroyed his heart and brain from the inside, refusing to be taken captive by the enemy. With his fall, the sudden attack was finally over. In the chaos, Ye Qingxuan was finally clear-headed again. He gasped for breath, sweat rolling down his cheeks. With Bai Xi covering his ears, he was a bit better than the others. But the girl in his arms was deathly pale. Ye Qingxuan could feel Bai Xi trembling, almost collapsing. She had always been weak. But after all that, even if Ye Qingxuan had protected her, she would no longer be able to stand. Let's go, she whispered with her head lowered. I don't want to be here anymore. Okay. Ye Qingxuan nodded, leaned onto his cane, and led her away. In the chaos, everyone ran, trying to escape in confusion. The originally grand welcome ceremony was reduced to a mess. But still, Princess Yunlu sat primly on her grand carriage. Her seat was still beautiful, still gorgeous, as if it was part of another world and nothing could disturb her. The assassination fell past her like dust. And like dust, there was nothing to care about. Amongst the crowd, she watched, almost subconsciously, the white-haired youth and the girl in his arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Bloodline of the Dragon. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was a quiet dusk, the setting sun lulled the people to sleep. At the Avalon pier, a boat rested at the port, but rarely did passengers come down. At the front of this empty pier there was a monstrous and burly man. He sat on a bench, studiously reading a wrinkled pamphlet. Bang! A giant suitcase, almost half the size of him, fell in front of him. It landed with a heavy thud, causing dust to fly into the air. The newcomer, looking around curiously, did not match his giant suitcase at all. The youth was clad in a pure white robe, but his skin was even paler. He was feminine, yet handsome and tender. His golden hair hung to his waist and was tied behind his back. The silver hair accessories, and his flowing golden locks shone under the sun, radiating beauty and grace. On his arm was a tattoo of sorts. The intertwined twin snakes were strange yet elegant. This old place is still the same. This youthful-looking man sat down on his suitcase and poked the burly man with his cane. Hey, Satan. You're so cold. Won't you greet me? Satan raised his head and gazed coolly. After a long time, he finally forced out, Hey, why aren't you dead yet, Friend, you make me so sad. The blonde shook his head, sighing. I even bought a collar for you so you can be more obedient. How can you treat me like this? Crack. The bench groaned as Satan glared at the blonde kid, his joints cracking and popping. Ah, never mind. You still get angry so easily. Let's change the topic, the youth sighed and then looked side to side impatiently. Where are my two cute new workers? Have they eaten well? Rested well? Became nice and plump? Come on, let me see the boy full of secrets, and the equally mysterious girl. He opened his arms excitedly. I don't care who goes, but someone go tell them. Tell them that their amazing, caring, kind, handsome, and beautiful boss, the respected Sir Hermes, has returned. They were finally done delivering goods at dusk. Ye Qingxuan sat in a corner of the fountain square, sunbathing lazily. His cane was in Bai Xi's curious hands. Under the waning sun, Ye Qingxuan took out the ether ball. Out of habit, he sang some notes, but there was no response as usual. "You're still trying?" Bai Xi understood after seeing the ether ball in his hands. "It's impossible for you. The most common notes are all in the upper or lower range. Your range can't reach those, and you can't even sense the ether, right?" Bai Xi sighed, "But you couldn't get lucky even once during all those tries. How unlucky are you?" "I can't help it. Maybe I'm just unfortunate." Ye Qingxuan shrugged, but his mind went back to the terrifying afternoon, the thousands of steel cranes shining in the sky and the immense power from Princess Yunlu's small movement. Tai Yi. He suddenly remembered this word, and looked up at Bai Xi. "You said Tai Yi at noon. What does it mean?" "Huh?" Bai Xi's face was full of confusion. "What Tai Yi?" "I heard it." Ye Qingxuan's lip curled. "Stop acting dumb. You said it when Princess Yunlu almost got assassinated." Tai Yi. "Oh, that," Bai Xi finally nodded after thinking for a long time. "I meant to say talent. Natural-born talent. Talent is just a wide vocal range, or agile moves at most. If this is talent, then you're saying the princess was this powerful at birth?" "That's why it's talent, true talent," Bai Xi said. "Talent isn't a voice, looks, or a sixth finger on your right hand. It's something predetermined. You get it when you're in the womb, or even earlier. It's already determined when your ancestors made the vow." "I don't get it. Are you sure you're saying something humans can understand?" Bai Xi glanced at him helplessly and sighed. "Are you sure you have Eastern lineage?" Ye Qingxuan pointed at his hair. "I thought this was obvious. Let me just ask you one thing. Did you know that in the East, many people have black hair?" Bai Xi prodded Ye Qingxuan. "Huh?" Ye Qingxuan's entire worldview was flipped and thrown out the window. "Isn't it white? White hair is rare in the East. There's maybe 1 per 1,000 people. You saw during the afternoon, right? Yunlu's procession had many black-haired female officials. In the East, it's a celebratory event to have a white-haired baby. It's a sign of atavism. You're born with characteristics of your ancestors. And you have the potential to become a musician. This type of person is known as Deva. Every white-haired child is accepted by the Imperial Academy to study as a musician. But the success rate is probably around 30%. Ye Qingxuan had a headache. He thought he had heard Bai Xi wrong. "Wait, you said that out of 3 white-haired people, only 1 can become a musician?" "That's right. What's the ratio in Anglo? 1,000 to 1? After thinking for a moment, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "Not even." "Yeah, that's why it's rare." Bai Xi toyed with her own hair, her face full of pride. "In Eastern legends, people come from the sky. The legends say, before the Dark Ages, everyone had the robes, beauty, white hair, and good wine of the Deva. Life was perfect and unbelievable. But later, the Deva became tainted and fell to earth. Some began to forget their past and their hair gradually turned black in the mundane world. Only the elites still have their white hair. To protect their lineage, they can't marry others." "It's that strict?" Ye Qingxuan stuttered. "Does it work?" "Don't know. It's been a few hundred years and many families have disappeared because of war and natural disasters. Other than the rare occasion of atavism, there are only 9 pure-blood families. They're known as the Dragon Bloodline 9. Bai Xi continued, "More than 2/3 of all Eastern musicians are from these 9 families. They have a lot of secrets and techniques. Apparently, they're all protected by artifacts that bless their families. Every descendant must be tested by the artifact in the ancestral hall when they come of age. If they pass, they'll be enlightened. Maybe mysterious knowledge or sheet music appears in their minds. Or maybe it's the even more treasured talent. It's a gift to the lineage and their eternal shackles. So is Taiyi the Princess Yulo's talent? Ye Qingxuan asked. Bai Xi chanted quietly, an auspicious day, the pleased soldier and emperor, stroked the long sword and jade earring, tinkling gems and glittering jewels. Of all the talents, Taiyi is the most powerful one. It means dominance. This type of talent is known as the scepter in the West. Only high-ranking musicians can have this power. You know a lot. Yi looked at Bai Xi strangely. Hey, cousin, are you a dragon bloodline girl who ran away from home? Cousin, you have such a creative imagination. Bai Xi gazed at him with disdain. But there's only one elite family with the surname Bai in the East, okay? It's the regent who stole the country's power 30 years ago, Bai Hang. But the rest of the family died when he caused all that trouble. Saying this, she gestured with her pinky finger like a hooligan. If I'm his daughter, all I have to do is point with my finger, and everyone would rush over to beat up that Princess Yunlu. But I suddenly feel that it's a blessing to the citizens that you aren't a princess. A sharp pain suddenly came from the back of Ye Qingxuan's head. Bai Xi had pulled out a strand of his hair. She also pulled out one of her own and put them together, comparing the two. Hey, what are you doing? Nothing, just making sure. Bai Xi waved him away, focusing on the two strands of white hair, making noises of surprise. If one looked closely, it was clear that their hair was different. While Bai Xi's hair was a pure silver white, Ye Qingxuan's hair had a light shade of gold and yellow flowing through it. It was easy to miss if one did not pay attention. A mixed blood's white hair, it's incredible, no matter what. Is it really weird? Ye Qingxuan asked. I already told you. Only pure bloods can have white hair. I've never heard of a mix with white hair. The first time I saw you, I thought you dyed your hair. Even if they're both Easterners, if a Deva and commoner married, their children would lose the white hair gene. How powerful must your father's lineage be? She paused, her expression twisting into shock. Are you the bastard child of some big elite family? Your imagination is too wild. Ye Qingxuan knocked the side of her head, interrupting her. My father was an average musician. My mother wasn't anyone special either. Let's end this topic here. What a pity, Bai Xi murmured. If you're a pure blood, then you can become a musician, even if you're mute. Ye Qingxuan stayed silent for a long time before suddenly chuckling. What's pitiable about things like this? He paused, then said, Okay, let's go. We should head back. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. Pushing aside the memories of the past, he stood up. Oh, Bai Xi replied quietly. She was not very willing. It was rare to be out, and she had not had enough fun yet. Seeing her unwillingness, Ye Qingxuan laughed. Maybe he could bring her outside more often if they had more delivery or procuring chores. Just as they turned to leave, an ancient voice sounded behind them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Reward. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Sorry, sir and madam, do you know where Hilda Alley is? A lost old woman opened her eyes wide and stared at the two before her, her eyes hopeful. She wore an old head scarf, with messy white hair peeking out from under it. She looked very old, her pallor like tallow. There was a small parcel in her arms. It seemed that she had been lost for a long time. She wandered and paced around the square, but a passerby had thought she was a beggar and shooed her away. Her lips trembled, but she did not know what to say. She stammered out, Please help me. I've been looking for the whole day. I don't know. Go find it yourself. The little girl rolled her eyes and waved the woman away. I'm busy. Bai Xi. Ye Qingxuan raised his voice, his eyes becoming stern. Be polite. Under his stare, Bai Xi's annoyed expression faltered. Finally, it became helplessness, and she grudgingly pointed at a random direction, there. Ye Qingxuan sighed and lowered her finger. Sighing again, he told the old woman, we'll pass by Hilda Alley on our way back. If you do not think we walk too slowly, we can take you along. The old woman's mouth parted, as if dumbfounded. Her roomy eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. No problem. Come with me. Ye Qingxuan smiled and, leaning on the cane, walked to the front to lead. Bai Xi followed him unhappily. Glaring at the woman, she muttered, there are thousands of lost people in Avalon. Are you going to help all of them? Ye Qingxuan lightly knocked her head, but did not reply. Is this your first time in Avalon? Ye Qingxuan started small talk with the old woman on the way back. Call me Emma. The old woman tottered slightly behind him, her eyes sad. I spent my whole life herding sheep in the highlands and never left. But my daughter passed away a few days ago and my son-in-law forced me out. My nephew wrote, saying I can come here, but I can't find him. Ye Qingxuan's face blanched, and he pursed his lips. I'm so sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about, Emma shook her head lightly. My husband told me before that there will always be misfortunes in life. Sometimes you just have to bear it. He stayed by my side during all those hard days. Times are much better now. I can take it. Bai Xi huffed, but did not say anything. The old lady didn't seem to mind. Instead, she smiled and asked, Are you and your sister from here? Sister? Ye Qingxuan glanced at Bai Xi and chuckled. I guess, but she's been here longer. I'm new here too. As the walk dragged on, Ye Qingxuan finally came to a halt. He turned into an alley behind a row of storefronts, and pointed to a corner not too far away. Go from here and you'll be close. I remember that not many people live in Hilda Alley. It'll be easy to find him there. Emma stopped and looked at Ye Qingxuan with gratitude. Thank you so much for leading me. I don't know what I would do without you. It's nothing. We should all help each other. Ye Qingxuan smiled and nodded farewell. People come with me. My nephew is a good kid. He'll repay you. Emma grabbed his hand, hoping for him to stay. You have a good heart. I'll be so sorry if you aren't rewarded. It's okay. Ye Qingxuan smiled, but when he tried to pull his hand back, he could not. He tried again, but the old woman had his hand in a death grasp. The wrinkled palm felt smooth and sticky like a dead snake. He could not escape. He gasped, looking up at the aged woman. Emma was still smiling, happiness was written all over her wrinkled features. But her green eyes were devoid of any lonely fear, instead, they were chillingly sinister. Just as you said, we should all help each other. She grasped Ye Qingxuan's hand, nails digging into his skin. Her hoarse voice was still filled with empty gratitude. Sir, you are a good person. Won't you help me again? Her lips cracked open like she was mouthing something. The air was penetrated with the sound of icicles cracking. Ye Qingxuan's vision went black, as if he were thrown into an avalanche. The instant coldness sapped all his energy, almost forcing him to his knees. Hey, old hag, what are you doing? Bai Xi finally felt that something was wrong. She rushed over, trying to free Ye Qingxuan's hand. But she was caught with a backhand grasp. Be polite, little girl. Impolite kids don't sell well. Emma's voice went from hoarse to sharp. In the sun's dying light, her eyes shimmered with a green glow, like a demon. Ignoring Bai Xi's kicks, Emma grasped her chin, studying her. So similar, she laughed. So similar. In the scuffle, a piece of folded white paper fell from her sleeve and into a puddle. There was a side portrait printed on it. Dirted from the water, the girl in the portrait was still identical with Bai Xi. Ye Qingxuan gaped. He opened his mouth but could not find his voice. There was something wrapped around his neck, almost suffocating him. Bai Xi's lips trembled, unable to fight back. The old ragged woman chanted quietly, her lips moving silently. There seemed to be a black hole inside her body. A disgusting scent accompanied her breaths, as if her body was rotting. It was like a spider web, noiselessly slithering around the two, taking away all ability to move. Come with me. Return to where you should go. They've been waiting for a long time. Emma scratched the girl's face with a sharp fingernail, taking in the fear that radiated from her eyes. Do you still remember what I said? There will always be misfortunes in life. Sometimes, you just have to bear with it. She laughed quietly. In that empty alley, her laughter echoed throughout, spreading through the air. A shadow swayed, wrapping around Ye Qingxuan's limbs and throat, like seaweed in the deep ocean. And so the pain increased, but he could only fight painfully in the asphyxiating misery. Don't, Bai Xi whispered, pupils dilating. Come, don't be afraid. Come with me. Smiling, Emma held onto her hand. Bai Xi moved forward like a puppet, going down the eerie alley. Suffocating, Ye Qingxuan crawled on the ground. He wanted to grab onto her clothes, but he had no control over his limbs. He had never seen Bai Xi so scared, frightened, terrified, as if she was going to fall into hell, or somewhere even worse. Don't, under invisible shackles, the girl opened and closed her mouth, trying to speak. But her voice was weak, like someone trying to say their last words. It trembled, filled with terror. Don't. Her features suddenly twisted, as if under the most extreme pain. Her body started shaking. Emma halted, looking down in shock. Something was vibrating in her sleeve, like water boiling. A sudden wind blew through the large sleeves, revealing Emma's wrinkly skin and a strange symbol carved into the skin. The music note embedded into her skin was shaking and blurring. A huge strength surged within Bai Xi's body. It refused to be controlled. It grew wilder, crazily rushing forward, not even caring that Bai Xi's skin was already cracked open. Her music note was out of control. Emma furrowed her brows, pressing down on her shoulder. A wail like the cry of a ghost sang in the air. Like prey being strangled by a cobra, Bai Xi's bones sounded as if they would crack soon. Bai Xi's shoulders shook. She stared at the palm holding her down and finally said something, her voice sharp and fearful, "Don't touch me." Bang! An immense tidal wave burst from Bai Xi's body, shattering the invisible confines. The burst could almost be seen, tearing a giant hole in her clothes. Emma's deathly wail was finally silenced. She let out a cry and stumbled backwards, doubling over with coughs and hacks. A few broken metal teeth, and strands of sticky blood spurted from her mouth, falling onto the ground. Under the dying light, the 7 crevices of the copper teeth whistled in the breeze. Ye Qingxuan felt his confines disappear with the crying. There was no time to think. He rushed over and lifted the weak Bai Xi, running straight toward the alley in front of him. The burly man at the entrance of the alley wanted to stand up, but before he could stop Ye Qingxuan, something fell into his arms. It was a high-quality cane, polished and radiating with a sweet fragrance. But then a youth grasped it, stabbing into the man's heart like a spear. "Get out of my way." The youth's features twisted. The next moment, the youth's actions were deadly, like a street gangster's. As if something awakened inside him, his eyes were no longer warm, but filled with unspeakable anger. As he stabbed the cane forward, he pressed on with all of his and Bai Xi's weight. The man fell over quickly, clutching his chest. Holding the girl in his arms, Ye Qingxuan had no time to pick up his cane. Stumbling, he fled. Emma, still coughing in the original spot, bent down to pick up a tooth, studying it closely. It was covered with holes that looked like facial features. It could be taken as a disfigured face at a glance. The tooth had fallen because the insides were shattered. The woman's features twisted. Her green eyes were sinister, like a wilted dahlia. The tooth was made with white copper and heavy metal, strong and resistant. When the musician craftsman made the 7 crevices, it had become a high-quality instrument. Paired with the tattoos, even the most average person would be able to channel the power of a music note. It was strange and secretive, difficult to fight against. That D** Ned little B** TCH. She yelled hoarsely. It echoed and harmonized with faraway sounds, and her emerald eyes grew icy. You can't run from me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Your Fault. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Ye Qingxuan stumbled, and ran down the winding streets. He had pretty much recovered, but every step felt like his body was about to fall apart, and it was getting harder to breathe. The invisible confines were back, solidifying with the wind. When he looked down, what he saw made his blood run cold. Reflected in a puddle, he saw a transparent and blurry shadow latched onto him, wrapping around his throat and limbs, stopping his movements. If he had not looked closely, he would not have been able to see it. He wanted to pull it off, but the thing was like air. There's no use, it's invisible. It's the child of the Dark Mother. It's a leech that feeds off of fear and blood. Once it catches its prey, it won't ever let go, Bai Xi said weakly on his back. That person is here to capture me. Ye Qingxuan cried, It's my fault. It's always been your fault. Bai Xi trembled with pain, her voice growing hoarse. People, why should you help each other? You believe them, but they'll hurt you. Ye Qingxuan could feel her pain because blood was flowing from her open wounds, seeping into his clothes, warm and sticky. She tried suppressing the pain, but clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened. It was like an angry dagger was inside her, carving and tearing at her organs. She almost cried out. Bai Xi, what's wrong? Ye Qingxuan froze. Her body temperature was not normal. It hurts. You can't tell? Bai Xi's finger spasmed, her voice shaking as well. It's all your fault. If you didn't save me, none of this would have happened. And don't you know how to make conversation? Put me down. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She paused, her choked-out voice weakening even more. Put me down. I want to go home. Ye Qingxuan did not reply. He kept running, panting. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Bai Xi's eyes from that night, how much terror was hidden inside that mixed with that dazed confusion. Bai Xi. Ye Qingxuan quietly asked, You don't actually have anywhere to go back to, right? The girl didn't reply. Then don't say so many somber things, the boy continued quietly. Didn't you already start a new life? You don't have to go back anymore. Although he was talking to Bai Xi, it seemed that he was also talking to himself. Really? Bai Xi whispered. Yes, really. Ye Qingxuan grit his teeth and finally saw something in the corner up ahead. He already had a plan for getting rid of the footsteps following behind them like a shadow. We just need to. Oof. 2 objects crashed into each other. A short shadow crashed into his body. A person rushed from the corner and stabbed something ice-cold into his chest. Ye Qingxuan froze in shock. Looking down, he met eyes with an eerily smiling dwarf. There was a dagger in the dwarf's hand. And the tip of the dagger was in his chest, drawing fresh blood from the wound. His strength left him along with the blood, and Ye Qingxuan collapsed onto the ground. Quickly, the dwarf picked up Bai Xi's hair. He produced something, pressing it onto Bai Xi's face. It was a piece of cloth filled with the acrid scent of medicine. The girl struggled, but finally she stopped moving. TSK. These two kids are so much work. I almost failed. The dwarf grasped the weak Bai Xi, cradling her like a rowdy kid gazing at a doll, eager to break her. Quozy, be gentle. The old woman walked over from the end of the alley. Seeing Bai Xi's face, her gaze turned toxic. Someone paid good money for this little B*TCH. If you break her, you'll need to pay. The dwarf known as Quozy froze. He pinched Bai Xi's face, his eyes full of hunger. Don't scare me, Emma. This is such good skin. They won't notice anything, right? Those Easterners aren't easy to deal with. You can play your perverted games with her if you're not scared of death. I don't care. Maybe she won't want to leave after getting a taste. Despite what he had said, Quozy stopped. Swallowing his saliva, he gave the girl to Emma. What about the other one? What do we do with the boy? Him? Emma gazed at the boy in the puddle of blood and laughed coldly. He's dying anyway, so let's not waste him. Bring him back for food. I'm not sure. Should I stab him again? It's all right. They like live ones. In the puddle of blood, the boy's mind was in darkness. In his painful unconsciousness, Ye Qingxuan felt himself falling into the abyss. Within a second, he was asleep. Through a long yet short dream, he dreamed of the past. The sudden scene was like a memory, but also a dream, and it was much clearer than before. It was snowing, a dirty kind of snow. He was humiliated, curled up in a trash pile in the corner of an alley. He breathed out a last puff of hot air. It evaporated in the cold wind. Where was the snow? He had forgotten. He could only remember the Christmas fireworks that shot up in the distance. It lit up the stars, and somewhere people cheered, welcoming the new year. Fireworks were great. Seeing their fiery red color, he could pretend to be warm. If he died like that, he would have no regrets. In a daze, he watched as the snowflakes fell from the sky and melted into the mud. If he felt a cold gaze sweep over him, he would use the last of his dignity to glare at them fiercely. Finally, they all left. So pitiful. Those piercing words finally disappeared amongst the endless snow. In this quiet night, he was alone again. Faintly, he heard fragmented footsteps from the distance. The light steps turned snow to dust. As if sensing the small movements in the alley, a dirty dog stepped through the mud and looked at him. There was dirt all over its shaggy fur, covering its original color and appearance. Despite the hardened layers of dirt covering the dog, its hazel eyes were still clear and bright. Reflecting in them was the little beggar's stunned expression. Seeing something that deserved attention, the dog stared at his face. After a long time, it waddled over. It raised its dirty front paw, and pressed it onto the boy's shoulder. The dog smelled really bad, and there was a scar on its face from being torn or chewed at. Drool dripped from its mouth, and its breath was sour. It went up close to see the beggar's face clearly. There was something in its eyes, not pity nor sympathy. But for some reason, the boy felt sad being looked at with those eyes. What are you looking at? Go away! Ye Qingxuan yelled. Stop looking at me! But he could not stop the tears from rolling down his face. The dog opened its mouth as if it was laughing. Don't be scared, it seemed to say with a soft bark. It licked at the melted snow on his face, spreading its warmth to him. As if it had finally found family, it cuddled against the poor beggar. Comfortable, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Ye Qingxuan watched the sleeping dog in silence. After a long time, he wrapped his arms around it. They were the same. As if snapping out of a trance, he woke up from his deep sleep and opened his eyes, coughing his lungs out. The closed room was filled with a vile smell. It was like a basement of some sort. His left arm was shackled to a metal chain. He hung above a deep well that bubbled with the sound of running water. The vile smell was everywhere in this tight space. Luminous fungi and dim lanterns provided a little light, letting him see the moss on the 4 damp walls. He could also see the metal plate embedded into the corner. It was covered in rust, but he could still see the simple serial number. D169C. And so he understood what this place was. This was the only river on Avalon Island. Its body was hidden in the maze under Avalon that had been under constant construction for 300 years, the Avalonian sewage system. The ocean rushed in from one side, arriving under the palace after going through the water pump and various mechanisms. Then the mighty flow spread throughout the city via a complicated spider web of pipes. It came clear water, but left as viscous liquid, full of pollution, trash and rotting corpses. Some people called it the Thames River. Apparently, 100 years ago, the Prince Thames drowned there for mysterious reasons. This dark river seemed to snake through all of Avalon. It was used by mobs and killers because it would leave no trace or evidence. Whether it was a horribly mutilated body, or evidence of a crime, it could be tossed down here and taken away forever. No one would be able to find it again. When the dagger had pierced his chest, Ye Qingxuan thought he was going to die. Maybe it was like he had said, some people's lives are so lowly that even the heavens do not want it. The dark light illuminated the hole in his chest. The purse there, made of strong and sturdy cowhide, had saved Ye Qingxuan. After piercing the cowhide, the blade only left a wound half an inch deep in his chest. Soaked with water and turning white, the wound trembled, but he could not feel the pain anymore. All he could feel was pain in his heart, spreading like icy water, unstoppable. F***ck, Ye Qingxuan muttered, lowering his head. He could not remember when the last time since he had said that word. It had been a while since he cursed. He always felt that cursing was an expression of weakness. The people who insulted him had all been repaid with punches. Those who had wished ill on him had all paid for it. But now he really wanted to curse because he had no power to do anything. The girl he saved was hurt right in front of his eyes. But other than escaping, he could do nothing more. F***ck. Dust fell into his eyes, bringing stinging pain and distress. It's always been your fault. Bai Xi's voice rang in his heart once again, this time with a sigh. People, why should you help each other? You believe them, but they'll hurt you. I'm sorry, Ye Qingxuan whispered to himself. I've always been the naive one, but... He could not help but laugh, laughing at himself. The stillness was shattered by the opening of a metal door. The sound of the rusty door, and metal scraping against each other was sharp and piercing. Someone had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Food. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. 2 heavy steps came down the stairs. An unkempt man held a candle, illuminating the murky space. Got 50,000. The bonus is that big this time? Apparently the buyer is some big name, and he specifically asked for the girl. She's so pretty. Quozi keeps drooling. So sad we can't touch her, and that she's gonna get taken away tomorrow morning. Hariti came personally this time. I heard there was a big loss. Even one of the creatures got killed. Shoo! Don't say those things. What if someone hears? What are you scared of? Other than those creatures, the only things left is the food. Who's even here to eavesdrop? Did you forget what happened to the last guy who talked? Don't tell me you want to fill in that blank space. The other man shivered and did not reply. Ye Qingxuan listened wordlessly. He sighed in relief. She's still here, she hasn't been taken away yet. She's still alive. That's good, he thought. Closing his eyes, he listened quietly as the footsteps approached. It's such bad luck to have to feed those creatures. The dwarf holding the wind lantern cursed. Whose fault is it? You're the one that picked the raffle. I was dragged into this by you. His companion kicked him. The guide who fed the creatures last time couldn't eat for days. It's so disgusting. Hey, don't be angry. The dwarf let out a devilish laugh. He produced a small aluminum foil parcel from his pocket. It was the size of his palm, but it looked heavy. His companion's eyes brightened. Opiates? Where did you get it? Those new Indians brought it as an offering. It's good stuff called Krishna. Apparently it has some extra ingredients to give it more of a kick. The dwarf cackled, they brought so much. This little packet can last us a year. Like an addict going through withdrawal, the companion looked terrified. He swallowed heavily. Give me some. No **T. Why else would I take it out? The dwarf carefully opened the parcel. Looking at the snow-white powder, his hand trembled. Let's get a high first to brace ourselves. When the creatures come out to eat, we'll pretend we didn't see anything. How about we feed the mutt first? The dwarf's companion, Scarface, looked at the youth hanging behind the lattice, his eyes full of regret. What a pity. He's so pretty, he'd have sold for good money. He's almost dead. What's the use of saying all that? Wait, the dwarf glanced at the deep well. When his gaze swept upward to the youth, his eyes brightened. This kid hasn't been searched yet. Hanging by the chains, the youth was silent and unmoving like death. At his chest was a wallet, the whole revealing green paper, the color of money. It was the payment from the buyer after the delivery. The thick stack of money orders released from the church was worth at least 40 or 50,000 pounds. Where did this kid get so much money? The dwarf swallowed, unable to move his eyes away. All of those are money orders? Scarface blanched too. Have I gone crazy? What are you waiting for? The dwarf kicked Scarface. When the creatures come later, even his clothes will be eaten. Go get the money, and we'll talk about how to divide it later. Scarface broke free from his trance, and rushed to get the keys from the wall and open the heavy steel lattice. Picking up the steel hook from the side, he tiptoed around the well, aiming for the chains. Wait! The dwarf suddenly took the hook. You're so clumsy. What if it falls? I'll do it. Scarface glared at him. The dwarf just did not trust him with the money. But the hook was already taken, so he could only curse under his breath and step back, letting the dwarf work on it. Be careful, Scarface muttered coldly. Don't fall in and become food yourself. The dwarf cackled. His hook caught onto the chain, and dragged the hanging youth over. He reached into the kid's chest. We're rich. Look at all this money. Before he could finish, a hand latched onto his wrist. Seeing Scarface still outside the lattice, he froze. Whose hand was this? In that moment, he saw the supposedly dead youth raise his head. Reflected in those black eyes was his shocked expression. The blackness was like a swirling vortex. In the swirling vortex was pure darkness. Before the dwarf could react, he was yanked into the lattice with a sudden force. The youth grabbed the hook and, using the momentum, jumped over the lattice. With a yelp, Scarface spun around. But all he could see was the youth flying toward him with the zooming hook. Boom! The hook slammed onto Scarface's head, causing everything to go black. He collapsed on the ground. In the sudden pain, he felt the chain wrap around his neck and tighten. The gate only started closing slowly. It slammed shut with a push from the youth. Ye Qingxuan was panting, and stepped down firmly on the struggling Scarface under his feet. He gradually tightened the chain. The short chain could only wrap around once before reaching the end. Scarface pushed against the lattice, almost pushing his head through the slit. Help! Help! In the well, the dwarf struggled to hold on to the edge, trying to climb up. But something was pulling down on him, almost succeeding. Shut up! With his hook, Ye Qingxuan pointed at the finger gripping the well's edge. The dwarf instantly paled. Ye Qingxuan yanked Scarface's chain, controlling this burly man. No matter how he struggled, the chain would not loosen. Gritting his teeth, he slowly released some strength and looked at the dwarf. Where are we? The dwarf's lips trembled, but he did not speak. Ye Qingxuan's eyes went cold. He whacked a finger on the hook, eliciting a scream from the dwarf, causing him to almost fall in. Tell me. Where are we? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's the bottom level of the Avalonian sewage system. It's an abandoned manhole. Haridi found this place and turned it into a pasture. The formless ghosts can be kept here without being discovered. The dwarf screamed, "Help me up! Help me up! Time's almost up." Haridi? Ye Qingxuan asked. The woman from Legends that raises demons? Yes, that's her. That's her. She has a rune to control all the creatures and they all listen to her. The dwarf was close to tears. Please, I'm begging you. Help me up. Why do they want Bai Xi? Ye Qingxuan interrogated. I heard that an Easterner paid a lot of money to get her back. The shaman wouldn't help, so Haridi took the job. I told you, really, I told you everything I know. The dwarf cried, "Help me up, they. Rumbling water covered his screams. In the deep well, the stagnant and foul water started bubbling. Like countless man-eating fish that smelled blood, the water raged in an uproar. The bubbling dead water rose. A couple of blurry objects floated up in the murky water. They looked like melted humans, slowly surfacing with the rise of the water. From the depth of the well came the sound of a tsunami. The tide was rising. These were the formless ghosts that Bai Xi had mentioned before. It was one of the millions born from the catastrophic Dark Mother. Many people thought they were the souls of the dead. But they were just living creatures, feasting on blood to survive. Their appearance would change depending on whatever blood they drank. Sometimes they would hide in the cemetery, eating the corpses. After leaving the tomb, they would be mistaken as dead souls and be worshipped, or they would eat the person who discovered them. Some feared their power. It was like being possessed by an evil spirit. But the church's record showed that their greatest power was the ability of atomization. When they became infuriated, their body would dissipate into heavy fog. All creatures shrouded in the fog would be grasped by the terror of death and lose all sanity, thus becoming food. How could these man-eating creatures be kept and raised? Quickly, a blindingly white thing appeared in the boiling water. It was broken white bones, and maybe half a skull. These bones bubbled in the murky water. Ye Qingxuan finally understood what they used to feed these creatures. You feed them with living people? Ye Qingxuan glanced at the dwarf. Dead. They're all dead. I'm dead too. Ye Qingxuan shot back, causing the dwarf to freeze. The dwarf's expression of terror froze too, before twisting. Mutt, help me up. Ye Qingxuan looked at him coldly, not answering. Restrained by Ye Qingxuan, the suffocated Scarface finally stopped struggling. His body went limp, falling unconscious. Ye Qingxuan retreated and picked up the wind lantern, getting ready to leave. The dwarf who had been spouting curses suddenly shifted. The murky water continued rising, the formless creatures squirming. Hurry! He screamed at the entrance. The kid escaped. Ye Qingxuan's expression shifted too. Gripping the hook and staring at the dwarf's skull, his hand tightened then loosened. But he could not decide what to do. The dwarf's screams attracted footsteps. Faintly, someone called, "What are you doing? Why are you so loud? They're coming soon." The dwarf kicked at the formless ghosts trying to drag him down. Almost in tears, he begged, "Save me! Save me!" Ye Qingxuan did not react, as if he had not heard anything. He looked around his surroundings, as if searching for something. Finally, he picked up the aluminum parcel and pinched some of the powder. Opiates were an infamous drug. Its powder was taken from an Indian plant that had started off as a painkiller used in the military. During the Asgard War, they found out that it was highly addictive. After using it, the hallucinations would cause people to become addicted, so the drug became illegal. Based on the texture, he guessed that something else was added to it. Styrax? White-orange leaves? But no matter what, it looked useless. He sighed. The heavy footsteps were getting closer. The dwarf started getting excited. Shooting a death glare at Ye Qingxuan, his calls became louder. Ye Qingxuan stood at the foot of the stairs, quietly listening as the footsteps behind the door got closer and closer, until finally, the door opened. The moment the grating from the door sounded, the youth at the bottom of the stairs bolted. He rushed forward, stepping on those moss-covered steps, charging to the top. Entering the darkness from the light, the man who opened the door had not even adjusted his eyes before a wind lantern came swinging at his face. Boom! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Where is she? Boom! Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The burning wind lantern shattered immediately, shards of glass piercing into the man's eyes, instantly blinding him. Even more fatal was the scalding oil that followed, and the flame. It happened instantaneously. The man made one muffled noise before the flame spread from the oil. Ye Qingxuan could not even see the man's features clearly before the man tumbled down the stairs, screaming. The dwarf froze, staring blankly at the man rolling down in a ball of fire. His lips quivered, his eyes filling with hopelessness. Ye Qingxuan took one last look at him before preparing to leave. What met him was a wooden staff to the face. Boom! In that moment, there was only darkness before Ye Qingxuan's eyes. His mind went blank. It felt like déjà vu. He stumbled back, missed a step, and fell down the stairs. Dazed, he tried to climb back up, but someone kicked him square in the chest. The waterlogged wounds reopened and fresh blood seeped through. He painfully curled into a ball. Something was being angrily slammed onto his body. Was it a sword? The wielder did not want him to die so easily, so he chose the flat side of the blade. Ye Qingxuan's vision went black as the blade slammed against his skull. As the beating dragged on, the black became tinged with red. Finally, he could clearly see the men surrounding him. Within the crowd was an angered dwarf. Long time no see, Ye Qingxuan could not help but think. Quozi, come save me. Come save me. The dwarf in the murky water was still being dragged down by the formless ghosts. Soon he would be underwater. Seeing his companions, his desire to live was sparked once again. But Quozi only gazed coolly at him, stating, "The formless ghosts have already arrived. If we open the gate, we'll all die. Is that what you want?" The dwarf froze before grasping at the lattice, trying to climb up. But more and more worming monsters latched onto his body. As they excitedly sucked his blood, a lifelike face appeared on their bodies. Their faces were twisted in pain, filled with wretchedness and hopelessness. But the eyes were empty, filled with a chilling eeriness. Staring at those eyes, the men felt their bodies grow cold. They knew that the formless ghosts would not be able to break free from the cage, but their fear could not be pushed down. Break that mutt's legs, Quozi forcibly grabbed a rusty steel bar from his underling. After studying Ye Qingxuan, he pointed the bar at his face. "It'll be best to start from here. Don't worry, you won't die. You'll be able to earn more as a disfigured beggar, right? After the painful beatings, Ye Qingxuan struggled and raised a hand, as if he had something to say. Quozi furrowed his brows. There's actually something I still haven't decided on. Before I take this thing out, if you stop, everything's fair talk. Really? Ye Qingxuan raised his head, earnestly saying, I never lie. Bang! The steel bar that slammed down on his stomach knocked the wind out of him. With a kick from Quozi, he flew against the wall. You want to take something out? Quozi laughed as if watching a clown. What thing? King Arthur's sword? Or a treasure given to you by a magical fairy? Sorry, I don't have King Arthur's sword. As for a treasure from a magical fairy, on the ground and close to suffocation, Ye Qingxuan raised his head with difficulty. He lifted a hand and rasped, Does this count? He perched the heavy aluminum parcel on his fingertips, reflecting the fire on the ground. The man on fire was still rolling around in pain. The fire's glow illuminated the men's eyes. Before anyone could react, Ye Qingxuan flicked the parcel. It rolled, landing and sizzling in the burning oil. In the parcel, the white powder melted into the flames. A light and beautiful cloud arose immediately. Like a chain reaction, all the powder ignited and a thick cloud billowed. It was the opiates, enough to last 2 drug addicts for a year. It was a drug created purposely for drug addicts who needed something more, something even more intense than opiates. In that moment, everyone looked back in shock and heard a crisp sound. Boom! In the stillness, the aluminum foil expanded and exploded. The sharp scent rose with the thick smoke. Spreading quickly, it engulfed everyone within an instant. Everything disappeared, and yet it continued to spread. The sharp scent also carried a heavy fragrance. The smell made one feel as if you were floating. When it entered one's nostrils, they could not bear it. Over the sound of intense coughing, someone screamed, F***, what are you doing? Quozi had finally came to senses and kicked Ye Qingxuan furiously. The boy did not defend himself, letting the punches fall on him. He watched Quozi wordlessly. His eyes were full of sadness and scorn, causing Quozi to roar. Quozi took out his knife, wanting to stab that mutt to death. But he froze, feeling a fleeting instability as the smoke traveled into his nostrils. The immense amount of hallucinogens hung in the air, its power enough to reduce one's sanity to dust in no time. Quozi's hold relaxed and he stumbled backward, gazing suspiciously around him. The place was covered in smoke, so how could he see a beautiful rainbow? Soft laughter rang from the rainbow and he could no longer remember where he was. The world spun. Wrapped in empty satisfaction and happiness, he hugged the steel bar and devoured the non-existent food in front of him, gnashing at the steel. Snot and tears rolled down his face, but he laughed gleefully. I already said I have a secret weapon. Why did you force me to do this? Ye Qingxuan murmured. In the smoke, the youth dropped to the floor and covered his mouth with his bloody jacket, taking careful breaths. He took a wine bottle from someone else and poured the remaining alcohol on his jacket. But then, he heard a sharp sound from within the steel cage. He froze, and looked behind him. This time, he might have failed. The cage was also shrouded in opium smoke. The formless ghosts were excitedly feasting on blood and meat, but were bathing in the smoke too. As if they had been dropped into lava, these sensitive monsters screamed immediately. Their screams were so sharp, almost piercing one's eardrums. The uproar only ignited them. They crashed wildly against the steel cage. Above them, the runes controlling them flashed continuously, but the color dimmed. Finally, the empty eyes of a formless ghost went from black to bloody red. Then his body expanded until the cage could no longer control him. And it burst. An invisible lock seemed to explode under the weight of the heavy smoke. And then a second, and a third until all the formless ghosts had atomized under the high of the hallucinogen. The steel cage protested, wailing, before it shattered. Amid the shattering noise, a tidal wave of smoke was swept by the wind, filling the tight space in an instant. It spread in all directions through the sewage system, going off into the darkness. Ye Qingxuan's pupils dilated. He had not forgotten what was scariest about the formless ghosts. It was not their power to rip their prey to shreds, nor their need to drink blood. It was the sound of fear after their atomization. In an instant, hundreds of murmurs and whispers sounded from within the smoke. These murmurs seemed to be right next to one's ear. Like a hand caressing one's brain, they searched for the nerve of fear, pulling him into the abyss. Ye Qingxuan's vision blackened, but the murmurs found a better prey and cast him aside. Only a cold, sticky feeling engulfed him, as if the monster had found something new while still feasting. On the ground, those hallucinating finally started waking up from their fantasies only to enter a nightmare. Screams and roars traveled continuously from the smoke. Some tried to escape, but still trapped by their hallucinations, they could not push themselves up. Some tried crawling, but they followed the broken cage and fell into the bubbling well. After struggling, they drowned. On the ground, Quozi was still in a beautiful fantasy, flying in the sky. But then everything changed. Darkness fell from the sky as hundreds of ghosts and demons crawled over. They were indescribably ugly with saliva dripping down, corroding the ground. My God, Quozi froze. In the blink of an eye, they were onto him, devouring his blood and body. He struggled wildly, screaming, "Don't touch me! Help! Help!" His features twisted, each part squirming on their own, transforming into the face of pure terror. The slightest agitation brought on extreme fear, the slightest touch brought on endless pain. Ye Qingxuan gazed down on him and sighed softly. A malevolent shadow lurked in the smoke. His body emanated a bloody aura, his eyes were blood-red and he had 2 goat-like horns, but his body was rotten, with poisonous snakes and scorpions leeching on it. The shadow seized one neck after another, bellowing something. It rained blood. As the droplets splattered onto Quozi, he screamed out, shaking. Annoyed, the monster swooped in and pinned him to the wall. The wall writhed like bloody meat. Countless poisonous snakes slithered about, wrapping onto Quozi's waist, pushing him to his limit. "Look at my eyes!" the evil spirit roared. Quozi reflexively stared at his red eyes. The red eyes were like flowing lava, causing palpitations. "Where's the girl?" the evil spirit asked. His voice was raspy, but it echoed like rolling thunder. "What girl?" "I don't know," Quozi snibbled. "Gods, please save me. I repent. This isn't heaven." "There's no time for repenting." The evil spirit continued interrogating, "Where's the white-haired girl? The girl that Quozi and Hariti brought back. Where is she?" "Upstairs. The bedroom on the 2nd floor." Quozi screamed. "Emma said she'll personally look over her. I swear, this is all I know. Let me go, please let me go, oh God." The evil spirit loosened his grip, throwing him onto the ground, watching as countless monsters devoured him. Bang! Ye Qingxuan hit the back of Quozi's head with the steel hook. He blacked out instantly, but his body still writhed, stuck in an endless nightmare. Perhaps those fantasies would forever remain within his nerves. If he did not die from visceral spasms, he would probably have to spend the rest of his happy life in the Arkham Asylum. At least Ye Qingxuan would not go insane and commit suicide. At least he was still alive. He could only comfort himself like that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Nightmare. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Faint cries and screams emanated from within the heavy smoke. Ye Qingxuan resisted the hallucinations, and forced himself to ignore the voices that were becoming clearer. He searched through the smoke, crawling along the abandoned sewage system. Sometimes, he would open a door and find it empty. Sometimes, he would see the twisted faces of those in pain. He opened door after door, but he still could not find Bai Xi. He pulled himself up the last step, and used the last of his strength to push open the door. He saw her sleeping face. "You're here," he murmured. She was still in a deep sleep, unable to sense all that had happened. "It would be so nice if you're always this quiet." Ye Qingxuan pinched her cheeks. Only now did he see that she was actually a very cute girl. With delicate features, she was quiet, cute, and pretty, like a little doll. He bent down to pick her up, but suddenly his expression changed, and he collapsed. You mutt," said a hoarse voice. A blade was held against his back. Ye Qingxuan froze. Behind him, the old woman with red eyes gripped the dagger. Her face was still twisted. "Do you know what you did?" Kneeling on the ground, Ye Qingxuan reached behind him. His hand came away covered in blood. But looking into her red eyes, he was not scared anymore. He wanted to laugh. "Didn't you say that in life, there are always sudden misfortunes?" He repeated the old woman's fake words, staring deep into her. His eyes were decisive yet condescending. "Sometimes, you just have to bear it." "You'd asterisk Ned Mutt," Emma muttered angrily. But she bit her tongue, forcing herself to stay level-headed. Thinking of her now insane underlings, her heart dripped blood. It had taken years to get a following of that size, and get a foothold downtown. But in one night, everything had been destroyed. For the first time, she felt regret. She had gotten herself into this, but now she could not get out. She wanted to turn around and flee, but greed was still burning in her heart. There was so much money to be made. Enough to make someone go crazy. She only needed to get the girl, and then she would never have to live in Avalon anymore. She could go to Burgundy, to the Corsica Islands, or sneak into the East and live a life of wealth. Those Easterners had even promised to restore her youth, and heal the body ruined by illegal surgeries. Youth, returning to youth, it was an impossible dream. Impossible despite however much blood she injected into herself from young girls. "Go die!" she screamed and tackled him. Ye Qingxuan rolled on the ground. He felt his energy slowly leaving him. The old woman who had seemed so pitiful and lonely finally revealed her true nature as a ferocious and ruthless woman who used others to feed and grow her monsters. Ye Qingxuan never imagined her to be so fast. He used all his strength to roll on the floor, as the woman stabbed the position which she had barely managed to escape. In her hand, the light reflected off of the sharp blade. It was terrifying. As the undeniable boss of downtown, she had not got there just by raising monsters. After all this time, people had forgotten that she had elevated her status from a prostitute by using her dagger to get her way. Her technique had been perfected at the cost of many lives. Even if she was being attacked by hallucinations, she could still take care of Ye Qingxuan. Her eyes were bloodshot as the fantasies have crept into her brain. She ceased the small talk and charged straight at Yi. She stabbed twice in a second, so fast one could not even react. Ye Qingxuan dodged, but he still bled from a new wound. "Come on, mutt. Come." Haridi's steps were clumsy, but her eyes never left Ye Qingxuan. She charged again, and in an instant, 2 wounds appeared on Ye Qingxuan's arm. But the fatal blow aimed at his heart missed. Behind her ear, her stringy hair blew crazily, revealing a hidden gill. A gill? Ye Qingxuan gaped at the inhuman body part. "What are you looking at?" Wildly, Haridi smoothed down her hair. She seemed to be furious, but her hallucinations were so joyous. She caressed the inhuman body part behind her ear. She cackled, the cold sound like singing wind. "It's the siren transformation," she murmured, trying to remember. "I exchanged 30 years of my life for this power. I have power, and you all have to die." They all died, killed by that white-haired creature. The white-haired creature died too. She continued muttering. When her gaze focused on the retreating Ye Qingxuan, she suddenly turned savage. "You must die too. Everyone like that creature must die." The crazed women stepped onto him and plunged the dagger downwards. Ye Qingxuan used the last of his strength to roll over and heard the muffled sound of the dagger stabbing the floor. "Go die, go die, go die, die, die." Emma screamed. She wrenched her arm back. The dagger that had been in the floor suddenly flew toward Ye Qingxuan. The floorboard creaked, with splinters flying in the air. The dagger cut a gaping hole in the floor, going straight towards Ye Qingxuan's throat. She had really gone crazy. She was willing to do anything to kill him. But the dagger that would have undoubtedly split his throat, and the floor in half suddenly stopped. It was gripped in Ye Qingxuan's outstretched hand. In a daze, Ye Qingxuan was still conscious enough to try to grasp her arm. He grabbed the blade instead. But even if it was the blade, he still had to hold on tight. So he held on for dear life. The blade cut deeply into his palm, hitting the bone. The debilitating pain spread. His burning hand shook, but Ye Qingxuan stared at Haridi's twisted face. He suddenly asked, "Are you scared?" "You mutt." Haridi's breathing fastened. Saliva dripped from her twisted lips and she howled, "I'm going to rip you to shreds." She scratched at Ye Qingxuan's face crazily, leaving behind bloody marks, but Ye Qingxuan's body suddenly went stiff, as if he were frozen. The trembling pupils gradually dilated. Haridi stopped, suddenly laughing as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha! You're dragged into it too." She cackled, overjoyed. "Your nightmare has started too." On the ground, Ye Qingxuan was still stiff. His body was curled into a ball, trembling as if dropped in icy water. The formless ghosts had dragged him into a nightmare. "Then you can suffocate in your nightmare." Haridi reached out and tightened her hands around his neck. "There's no place for your naivety in this world." In the countless cries of the hallucination, Ye Qingxuan could no longer feel the pain from his palm. He was separated from all the pain. He sensed that he had been stuffed into a black box, surrounded by cries. There was a sharp stab of pain in his brain. His repressed memories had resurfaced. Countless faces swam in the mist. Those faces that had been pushed to the back of his memories reappeared. They stared at Ye Qingxuan, some with grief and others with ferocity. All of them cried and yelled endlessly. "He's the traitor's kid. Kill him. Get the F***ck out with that mutt. He's not part of the Lancelot family. Don't be afraid, little Yezi, don't be afraid. Dad is just leaving the family temporarily. Get out. There's no place here for beggars. Hey, Eastern mutt. Is your mom a prostitute? I heard that bastards are like that." The faces surrounded him, appearing in an endless stream. He finally said, "Long time no see." Looking around, he said softly, "I've almost forgotten about you all." The cries and roars dug into his heart, sending him into a daze. He had almost forgotten that Emma was still strangling him. Suffocation pushed him closer to the death bit by bit. But at the same time, there was an anger growing in his heart. Ignited by the drug, it expanded to 100 times its size. The fury that had also been repressed came forth from the shadows. It was a spark that would never die out. Once it was ignited, it would rage until all reason was gone. It was as if a voice in the deepest corner of his heart had awoken. It screamed and howled. The hidden beast slammed against its cage, trying to rip apart the heavy lock. Once. Twice. Thrice. In the end, it was covered in injuries. It howled in despair, close to giving up, but the lock finally showed a hairline crack. And so the memories locked in his unconscious mind, the pain covered by all the other pain finally reappeared. In an instant, he traveled through time and returned to the past. He lay there, but he could not feel his own body. The scalpel and metal bed clacked against each other coldly. Something beeped to the rhythm of his heart. He watched the light on the ceiling blankly. The light was dazzling but cold, beaming down on the blurry bodies that did not have shadows. What are they doing? He watched them as they swarmed about, holding knives, cutting him open. They were wearing pure white clothing, and their faces were covered, revealing only cold eyes. Why were their faces covered? Why did everyone choose to cover their faces in this world? What are you doing, Dot? What are you doing to me? Stop it. Stop. Don't keep going. He felt fear, but blood dripped down from his open forehead, blinding him. There was something being nailed into his bones, inch by inch. After this, it's complete, the covered faces looked down on him and laughed softly. Overlooking him, their eyes cold and far away, they sent down the last bit of pity from their high status. Are you sure it's foolproof? A man with a cane asked from the side. The surgery is successful. There are no other possibilities. Then get ready for the memory wipe. The man cast down a look, his eyes cold and full of disdain. When it's done, give it to that woman and tell them to get the F*** out of Avalon. I don't want to ever think of this humiliating mutt. Ye Qingxuan stared at him, but he could not remember his face. The covered man lowered his head once again, laughing under the mask, and reached over to cover his eyes. Ye Qingxuan roared with difficulty, struggling with all his might. But no matter what he did, everything sank into darkness once again. The nameless fire and coldness exploded in his heart, but in this endless abyss of terror, he howled, reaching for the sliver of light up above. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, I'm back. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hariti stepped firmly on his body, squeezing his throat. She watched as the youth struggled and slowly suffocated. But for a moment, the dizziness disappeared. He finally woke up from the nightmare, and looked up. He stared Hariti, but his eyes went through her, landing on the emptiness behind her, as if looking at the faces in Uptown. Do you all still remember me? His bloodshot eyes seemed to be swirling with lava. I'm not dead yet. His fists clenched. Reaching out, he gripped her wrist. Fresh blood flowed out of his wounds, bringing with it a burning pain. I'm back. Hariti stared into his eyes in shock. She felt that the boy's body had withered, and had been replaced with something strong. It was no longer soft and weak under her touch. His grip on her wrist was like a clamp. Within his delicate strength was an unwavering conviction. In the terrifying hallucination, the boy's features twisted. As if he had transformed into an evil spirit, he gripped Hariti's wrist, making her feel cornered, although he was the one still being strangled. The D*Amnid mutt was still conscious. His eyes shone like the entrance to hell. You're still afraid? Ye Qingxuan's voice was like two pieces of scrap metal scraping against each other. He forced Hariti's hand away and punched her face. I'm already used to it. F***, what are you doing? Hariti roared and struggled, but the boy did not care. He just raised a fist and kept punched. First after fist, punch after punch. Skin broke, but he could not feel it. The pain of his fingers was small enough to ignore. Hariti screamed, trying to say something, but he could not hear. Wordlessly, he continued to drown in the whispers from the hallucination, punching mechanically. The world fell silent once again. Lost, Ye Qingxuan listened for the cries that echoed in his ears, watching the floating faces. After a long, long time, Hariti finally stopped her crazed struggles and went still. Ye Qingxuan relaxed his hold and tossed her to the side. He did not take another look, even if she still seemed to be breathing. The hallucinations grew in intensity. Non-existent ghosts and monsters paced by him, tugging on him, as if wanting to drag him to hell. But he stumbled forward. There was something more important there. Bai Xi. Ye Qingxuan gazed at the girl's pale face, her long hair stuck to her cheeks, faint and messy. She struggled in her nightmare, as if still submerged in horror. She was awake, but her dark eyes showed that her mind was still in pain. "It hurts," she stared at Ye Qingxuan. With quavering lips, she whispered, "Am I dead?" Ye Qingxuan did not reply. Something like disappointment flashed past her eyes. "Sorry," he murmured as he picked Bai Xi up. At that moment, Ye Qingxuan realized how fake he was. He did not save Bai Xi because she was pitiful, but because she was like him. When old Phil brought her back that night, Ye Qingxuan chose to pull her through the door. Later, Bai Xi had asked him why he saved her. Ye Qingxuan told her it was because of her eyes. But it was not like that. Not at all. Those sad eyes had actually said, "Don't care about me. Don't approach me, and don't save me." Maybe she had already known that anyone who had anything to do with her would be dragged into this mess. She was scared of being with anyone because she knew that this day would come, and those people would find her. Because at that day, everyone who loved her would start to hate themselves for knowing her. She had always been scared. "Don't be scared." Ye Qingxuan hugged her. "I won't leave you." In the terrifying cloud of smoke, he stumbled towards out the door and tried to find the exit. The layers of hallucinations were suppressed by his pain, allowing him to stay lucid. But for a moment, he felt something wrap around his neck, familiar like a noose. It was the formless ghosts. They had started regrouping slowly in the smoke. In shock, he craned his neck. Hariti lay in a puddle of blood, whimpering, her features twisted. With a speed the human eye could barely see, her facial muscles began to age and wither, her entire body began shriveling quickly. But the formless ghost seemed to have been put under a new collar, regrouping under her silent command. On that aged face, the runes writhed like worms. The runes that had been carved into her skin illegally by alchemists had awoken. They fed on fresh blood and exchanged it for strength. The face-like teeth in Hariti's mouth sang a call for evil spirits, and more formless ghosts emerged from the ether. This was an illegal technique that exchanged a person's life for power. Alchemy transformed the human body into a tool. Additional vocal organs were implanted. By transforming the body to communicate with the ether, even an ordinary person who could not become a musician could awaken the music score on their body. With all the fresh blood available as sacrifice, the music from the fallen Holy Spirit, Tiriyajayani prologue, had awoke. And so the crazed formless ghosts crawled out of the blood. Covered in sticky strands of blood, they floated into the air and began pacing. Finally, they stared at Hariti with their pitch-black eyes, staring thirstily at the blood that represented life. Hariti coughed heavily and ingested a tube of dark green medicine. She sang again and more blurry monsters crawled from the puddle of blood, one after another. "Don't worry. There's still a lot of blood." Hariti's eyes were stormy. "After I give out the girl, there will be even more." From her pocket, she scooped out snow-white ash. It was the ash from burning bodies. With the ashes scattered into the blood, the formless ghosts became more solid. The entire mud pit seemed to surge. Faintly, one could see the faces of children, as if they were drowning in the blood. The formless ghosts became calmer, listening for her orders. She smiled at Ye Qingxuan's stumbling silhouette and chanted the words to control the formless ghosts. "You can't run. None of you will be able to escape. You'll all die here." The abandoned sewage system was entirely surrounded by blood. Blood seeped through the walls, painting it mournful colors. It lay on the stone, moving forward like black water. The moss in its path instantly withered, and the spider webs and bugs disappeared without a trace. Sharp yet hoarse noises sounded. The wails was like iron wire scraping against the walls, echoing in every corner. With every echo, Ye Qingxuan felt a bit closer to suffocation. His neck seemed to crack under the weight of chains as well. As his energy sapped, he fell to the ground. The wails started up again, and countless blurry hands reached out from the blood. They probed, as if searching for Bai Xi's trail. Ye Qingxuan hid Bai Xi behind his back, silently trying to find a way to escape. But this, he realized, it did not exist. In his arms, Bai Xi gazed at his eyes and asked, "Is there no hope?" Ye Qingxuan hugged her and did not reply. "Oh, that's how it is." She seemed to understand and closed her eyes. Amid Heridi's wails, numerous formless ghosts crawled out of the blood. They grouped together. It was as if a tidal wave of blood suddenly appeared in the tight space, shooting straight toward Ye Qingxuan. Along the way, their claws reached out, frantically scratching at everything they could touch. The walls, wooden boards, metal plates, and everything touched by the blood was left scarred. Ye Qingxuan watched it charge towards him. Using the last of his strength, he pushed away the girl in his arms. This way, at least she could stay alive. But Bai Xi gripped onto his hand, catching him by surprise. She had not let go as he had planned. Instead, she stood in front of Ye Qingxuan, allowing the angry wind to come toward her and pull her into the crushing vortex. She took a deep breath. Her white hair glowed like fire. She faced the wave of blood, the skin on her healed face cracked open once again, as if the power of thunder was brewing in her delicate body. As if remembering something, she raised a palm in front of her, hooking her finger. Suddenly, a white-hot glow lit from her finger. Surging power toward the skin on her arm, blood spreading. But the scary power filled her body, as if it wanted to evaporate her from the inside and turn her into dust. Quickly, she snapped her finger at the bloody vortex. Music sounded once again, and a terrifying noise followed. As the roar muddled all thoughts, lightning spread from her fingertip. The flash of light entered the bloody flow of formless ghosts. The mysterious power seemed to have lasted for only a second, as long as the snap of her finger. But during that snap, the wave of blood was swallowed entirely. The electricity burned away the blood, tearing apart and evaporating the ghosts. They roared in pain and turned to dust. The bloody vortex expanded and exploded. A thick mist of blood sprayed in all directions. But in the end, a sliver of blood pierced through the electric light and rushed toward Bai Xi. The crazed formless ghosts had saved their last attack to utterly destroy this now truly defenseless girl. In the last moment, Bai Xi looked at it and a smile appeared on her pale face. Maybe it would be okay to die like this. At least, it would mean something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Please Save Me. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Faced with the metallic wind, Bai Xi closed her eyes, waiting for the blood to tear her apart. This would be okay. This was okay. Maybe if she died, he'd be able to escape. I'm sorry. I don't want to live anymore, she thought. Out loud, she whispered, I'm sorry. But then, an angry roar sounded. A hand suddenly reached over, interrupting the almost frozen moment. It clutched her hand in a death grasp, pulling her into his embrace. And Ye Qingxuan flew up. An invisible force crashed against him, as if wanting to reduce him to dust. He could even hear the sound of his bones cracking. He tumbled through the air, and fell onto the ground. He coughed in immense pain. Strings of thick blood flowed freely from the gaping wounds on his back. The white of his bones was visible. Thankfully he blocked the attack at the last moment with his left hand. It was numb. The broken bones pierced through the skin. It looked comical and laughable. He saw countless shadows attracted to blood flow, blocking the entire room. They buzzed with energy, tracking them down like wild dogs. They seemed to sense the resonance from the formless ghosts and slowly gathered towards him. He tried crawling, but his body no longer moved. If it had not been for the hallucination that had blocked out all physical pain, he would have had passed out long ago. But if he had died in that state, it would have been better than seeing death come for him with open eyes. He sighed, feeling the girl tremble in his embrace. "Didn't you want to go home?" He used the last of his strength to hug her close, for the last time. Sighing, he breathed out, "Be good and listen, Bai Xi." Sorry, he said. Sticky blood flowed down from his neck, falling into his lap. The girl made a strangled noise. Was she scared? She must have been scared this time. Would she be more obedient? Please be a bit more obedient. Look at you. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Bai Xi's tears splattered onto his neck. This is my first time hearing you apologize. I can't believe it's under this situation. Ye Qingxuan wanted to laugh, but he did not know how to. He truly wanted to comfort her and say, "Don't be scared. No matter what happens, this will end and we'll live happily ever after." There will always be a turn at the most hopeless moment, but things did not just end in this world, and there was not always a turnaround at every hopeless moment. This world was so cruel and scary. If only he could say those heartwarming and pretty words, and help more people like Bai Xi and him from the past. But with some things, he was powerless. Yes, this was how it truly was. No matter how many times the story would repeat, the ending was still the same. From the bottom of his heart came a mocking voice, full of contempt and disdain. Ye Qingxuan, haven't you already experienced this feeling before? Have you ever believed your lies, even for just a second? Avalon was big. It was full of people drunk on money and wealth, but it had no room for someone without a home. It was no place for the weak. If only time stopped in the past. If only it stopped during that snowy night, the only night he was able to sleep peacefully. Just like now, hugging someone like him, feeling warmth within his arms. This was good 100 times better than fire, 1,000 times better than eyes filled with pity. No matter how cruel and cold the world was, there was nothing to fear, not even death, as long as he was with his own people. As long as he was no longer lonely. But everyone was lonely in the world. You hug the girl in your arms, wanting to protect her until the end. But do you hear how she cries? Her heart is buried in the abyss, she can't find you with her eyes. And you are still powerless. Haridi's wails shattered the stillness once again. Her high-pitched wails echoed through the sewer. Multiple limbs squirmed within the blood mist, as if something was crawling out of hell. Their shapes kept changing. Sometimes they were a headless prisoner, other times they were a three-headed dog, or a pile of scales like a deep-sea monster. The twisted formless ghosts transformed and crawled out of the blood. It was the resentment called forth by reading the ether here. The piles of white bones buried in the deep well from over the years was their source of energy. The music score manipulated the resentment, transforming them into monsters and demons for Haridi. Tyriagiani Prologue Way of the Animal. Its power had not been fully unleashed until now. It danced crazily in the darkness. But looking at them, Ye Qingxuan no longer felt fear. Instead, he felt loss and relief. His heart felt light, as if something painful was soon about to be over. The hallucination finally started to lift. Misery was leaving him too. Even the cries in his ears were getting distant. Maybe this was the last pity the gods had taken upon him. The world before his eyes faded, but he still did not want to sleep. He wanted to talk to someone, to the girl beside him. Bai Xi, do people in the East really put out food for free? He asked quietly. It must be so nice to be a beggar in the East. I lied, Bai Xi replied. Something like that isn't possible. Ye Qingxuan forced a smile. So no one revolted because they didn't want the emperor's meat pies? Nope. Ye Qingxuan sighed. Bai Xi, you really love lying. I can't help it. That's just who I am. Her shoulder trembled as she choked out, annoying, right? Yeah, so annoying. Ye Qingxuan nodded. He could no longer see clearly, but he could feel the girl looking at him, and he squeezed out a smile. Bai Xi froze. With her eyes on him, she asked, "You'll save me even if I'm annoying?" "Yeah, I will." His head dropped. Using his last strength, he whispered, "I'll save you no matter what, but..." Right before the darkness came, he heard Bai Xi's murmur in his ear, "Thank you." The girl hugged him lightly, tears falling down. "You can save me now." It was as if it were a hallucination, but the cries had disappeared. The world was quiet for once. But in the quietness, Bai Xi's heartbeat echoed, and she was still praying in a choked voice, "Please save me." In that instant, Ye Qingxuan heard thunder, screaming wind, and the soft sound of tears rolling down his cheeks. In an instant, he was embraced by the sun. Limitless heat and pain entered him once again. It was like lava had been poured into his veins, and the terrifying pain spread from his heart. The days in darkness were swept away. Only the fire filled every crevice of his body, pulsing with his blood. He forced his eyes open, but was blinded by this thing in the air, a brilliant light. It was as if the sun was enveloping the world. Countless ether collided, unleashing piercing electric light. Like sharp blades, they cut through the darkness, setting off something thunderous in Ye Qingxuan's ears. It was in this thunder that he finally heard clearly the sound of Bai Xi's breaths. No one imagined that such a little girl harbored such immense strength, so immense that she was about to tear herself apart. This awesome strength rushed into Ye Qingxuan's body, following the embrace, igniting his soul, and raising it above the sun. Ping! Ye Qingxuan shuddered. The skin on the back of his neck split open, revealing bone. But then a long nail embedded in that bone shot out with invisible force and dug into the wall. The force did not stop there. It reverberated in his body, breaking through every obstacle in his joints. Ping! 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 He did not know when those nails had been hammered into his bones, but they were being forced out now, flying into the wall and disappearing. Ye Qingxuan's body was dyed red, but he felt calmer than ever despite the pain. It was as if he had finally shaken off his shackles and returned to the world, returned to freedom. All light was extinguished. But the boy's black eyes were ignited. Under his thin eyelids, they shone like the moon. He woke up from a memory-like hallucination, but he felt that he was not himself anymore. A different sense of awareness came over him from somewhere far away, and entered his body. It was foreign, but was manipulated by his vessels. It blended in with his own awareness. It guided his thoughts, leading him to look at the world from another angle, to see things as they truly were. For the first time in his life, he was able to clearly feel the presence of ether. It existed everywhere in the world, hidden in the wind, sleeping underground, burning in flames, flowing in water. Is this ether? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, All Stray Paths Start Here. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the clock shop late at night. I see. That kid practiced more than 100,000 times over these past days. His determination is impressive. In the clock shop, blonde Hermes had his foot propped on Ye's work table, playing with Ye Qingxuan's ether ball. He whistled at the ball, and the quiet ether ball lit up. The clear crystal reflected the candlelight, displaying the shadows of complicated runes and images on the wall. If measuring ether was its most common usage, then this was the ether ball's most valuable ability. The music score crystallized when it recorded every note, and melody interacted with the ball. It could display it as data and help the user compare notes, remove white noise, increase resonance with aether to help one reach the standard. But Ye Qingxuan had never once activated it, so he had never experienced the most helpful tool for other students. But Hermes woke it up, overrode its protective measures. He unlocked the music scores, and clucked in awe as he skimmed the data. Amazing! 143,311 times over 8 days. He'd had to spend at least 9 hours on this every day, right? It's amazing how he could continue this intense level. Too bad, Hermes shook his head, pondering. He didn't succeed, not even once. What kind of bad luck does he have? Isn't everyone like this? Saturn asked. Some people will never be able to sing the right note in their entire life, right? That's because they didn't try 140,000 times. Even an ape that keeps dancing on a piano would be able to transcribe Ode to Joy. But this kid hasn't even gotten the chance to touch a piano key yet. With his luck, he'd probably get kidnapped and sold just walking down the street. Anyway, I haven't heard something like this in my years of being an artist. So, he either has the worst luck in history, or there's another reason, Hermes said. Another reason? Saturn asked. Hearing his question, Hermes laughed. Rather than replying, he asked, Saturn, do you know what's most important for a musician? Tell me. I'm in a good mood, so I won't tease you. Hey, you, isn't the most important thing to have resonance with the ether? Yes, but not entirely. Hermes squinted. It's important for a musician to resonate with the ether. The higher the resonance, the better. But for a musician, the most important part within that resonance is merely the breakthrough between 0 and 1. To go from nothing to something, from 0 to 1, is to create something from emptiness. A person will only have one chance. In other words, it is the door for musicians. No matter how hard you work, if you can't push open the door, you can only pace outside forever. He spun the ether ball on his fingertip, whistling and playing with the light. The silver light illuminated the mocking smile on his lips. Some people say that pushing open the door is 1% luck, 9% talent, and 90% hard work. But luck and talent are the most important. Some people can open the door only with their snores. They're known as geniuses. But then there are those who are stuck outside the door, never allowed in. It's cruel, but sometimes, hard work is useless. Are you saying that the kid doesn't have talent? No, Hermes swore, his eyes full of disdain. The 9 families of the dragon bloodline have the blood of the Deva. He was born more powerful than others, those born with a golden spoon have no right to complain. And he still has white hair even as a mixed blood. If he was born in the East and had some powerful talent, he might have a spot in the Lingyan Pavilion someday. Saturn's head hurt trying to process all the words. What are you trying to say? I just want to say that he's very hard-working, and he definitely has talent from his Deva bloodline. So if he's not unlucky, then there's only one possibility. Hermes laughed, but there was something sinister in his smile. The ether seal. Saturn went pale. He knew what Hermes was talking about now. The ether seal was a byproduct from early experiments and research on musicians. Word of it slowly disappeared afterward. But from what Hermes said, copies of it were still kept and could be used. When the Dark Ages had ended, many countries experimented on captive musicians to explore the originator. During this time, thousands of strange techniques were created, including the ether seal. Embedding more than 19 silencer nails into the vertebrae of an ordinary person would shut his door to music forever. This type of surgery seemed to be useful, but it had 3 disadvantages that caused it to be discarded. It was too expensive, had a high death rate, and the ether's incompatibility with foreign substances made it impossible to use on musicians. So in the end, it could only be discarded. But what Seton did not understand was why anyone would put something so expensive into a boy's body to make sure he could not become a musician. Who knows? Hermes tossed the ether ball around, his eyes mocking. The ether seal really is a good idea. The person would feel pain in the proximity of ether. In the end, he'd die under the pain of beautiful dreams. Logically, that's how it is. But no matter who did it, this was a waste. They didn't understand the Deva's blood, and didn't know what a laughable thing they had done. The lock could make sure he couldn't open the door, but it can't stop someone behind the door from bursting through. For some things, the more it is restricted, the harder it bounces back. Especially for this abnormal hereditary Deva bloodline, it's useless. Seton asked, "Is the Deva bloodline really that powerful?" "Of course, you idiot. It was built using countless bodies and lives. For hundreds of years, the Easterners have tried to get closer to the ether. They explored their bodies, even experimenting on themselves. 9 emperors in a row sent out their armies, just so they could have people to experiment on. Who knows how many died in the process. The most aggressive was Emperor Qin. He even labeled the musicians who couldn't complete tasks as failures and burned the books of their schools. Until finally, one experiment succeeded. After letting the resonance of ether blend into blood, it transformed into talent. Like a wild beast, they turned this experiment into a hereditary ability. Seton was stunned. "You're saying that the boy..." "Yes," Hermes nodded. "You can forget memories and change your personality. But as long as you're alive, your instincts will remain." That boy pounded on the door 140 times. He only needs someone to give him a little push before he completely shatters that door. He paused, lamenting. When the synchronization rate goes from 0 to 1, the musician's door will open. Easterners sacrificed so much just for that moment. When the ether first melds with one's body, it transforms the soul and becomes part of that person's life. Hermes murmured, as if regretful, at that time, the ether would be the leader, guiding the lost rebel back to the originator. Even if it was just for a moment, the human's conceited soul would try to escape from the originator and return to its body, but only in that moment would they be able to see their true selves with the ether. He traced a ring in the air, his eyes full of pity. "All stray paths start here." For a moment, Ye Qingxuan fell into a heavy daze. The pale blue moon rose from the edge of the sky, illuminating his eyes. The painful dreamland was back. Time flew and all living things wilted. Everything disappeared, and was replaced by indescribable ruins and graveyards. The pale blue moon hung in the sky. Cobwebs and dust lingered between the tombstones. The sharp and heavy stones were like palms reaching up to the sky, trying to capture the moonlight. Ye Qingxuan saw it again, that white-haired man. He paced among the tombstones in deep thought. Moss and fallen leaves clung to his long robe. Seeing Ye Qingxuan, he raised his head. His face was so familiar. It was like seeing himself, or his father, or an old man. But he had retained the features of a youth, pretty like a girl, yet handsome and masculine at the same time. The longer he looked, the less sure Ye Qingxuan was of his appearance. He did not know if this man was truly human, or was some ancient being. He was like some symbol from long ago, the source of all bloodlines. He stood in the flow of time, taking in the past and future. But as he gazed at Ye Qingxuan, he came from the past to the present. He dropped from the future to stand before him. His eyes were cold and sad. "Do you regret it?" This time, Ye Qingxuan could finally hear his voice clearly. His voice was deep, yet bright, like the sound of shattering jade. It pierced through his fate and past. His eyes went through Ye Qingxuan's body, as if landing on his heart. They saw those long years of pain and persistence, looking at the times he fell into mud and struggled to crawl out. His eyes were full of pity. "Do you regret it?" Ye Qingxuan froze. An ineffable sadness and misery surged in his chest. Those forgotten things appeared once again, bringing with them a burning bitterness, pushing him to face this question. The question transformed into a hook. It dug through his bones, looking for even the smallest shred of doubt. No, a quiet voice replied in Ye Qingxuan's heart. He stared at the man in front of him, bursting into laughter. Softly, he said, and I won't in the future either. And so the man in the dream began to laugh too, as if finding reprieve in this vast land. That's great, he murmured, gazing up into the sky. Moonlight fell into his eyes, igniting the light of a spirit in his irises. The fallen leaves and moss sparked, flames gathered in his palm and turned silver white. He reached out, pushing a palm into the boy's chest. The flames burned in Ye Qingxuan's heart, flowing with his blood. But something under Ye Qingxuan's feet suddenly shattered. It was the birth of some type of power from underneath him. After brewing for so long, it finally broke through the ground. This was an invitation to step onto the road to death. It was a guiding light to the world of death and mystery. He finally signed the contract with the originator in this fantasy dream. All stray paths start from here, the white-haired man murmured behind his back. He pressed down on Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. His voice had suddenly changed, becoming so familiar. Little Yezi, this is the only thing I can give you, but. His soul seemed to latch onto the youth's body, guiding him to raise his hand, reaching into the emptiness, and plucking at non-existent strings. Your symphony of predestination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Jiuxiao Wanpei 1. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. Hariti was like a ghost in the sewer. Blood mixed in with the poison boiling in her chest, the pain fueling her excitement. The formless ghosts fed on all the blood available, becoming more powerful and violent. But in her eyes, they were as obedient as dogs. As a deposit for her mission, the Easterners had given her medicine for the side effects, helping her to recover. It had been a long time since she felt so invincible. Even if it wasn't real, it was still intoxicating. The more she walked, the more she could sense Bai Xi's breath. It was a sweet coppery scent, and she moved in haste. Blessed gift? Intoxicated by the blood, Hariti suddenly uttered the Easterner's descriptions and licked her lips. Something like a will-o'-the-wisp shone in her eyes. It was such high-quality blood. Even if it was sacrificed to Hyakum, it would be a high-class offering. Tiriagiani's music score gave her strength, but also a demon-like thirst. The thick scent of blood invaded her senses. For the creatures, the high of blood was stronger than any drug. Drunk in the blood, she laughed maniacally as she conducted the formless ghosts, dragging her underlings from the corners and splitting them open. The blood was so fragrant. She reached out, skimming blood away from the cracked skull. It tasted so sweet on her tongue, but her movements suddenly froze. The ground was shaking. Dust flew in the air, unsettled by the sudden quaking. They danced on the corpses, as if trying to escape. The entire tunnel quivered, but the trembling seemed to come from the 9th level under the earth, shaking her senses. Everything trembled, unsettling like furious wind. Lightning and thunder sounded. It was as if electric light danced in the thundering clouds, split open by the wind. The formless ghosts stopped listening. Frantically, they tried to shake off their shackles. Blood rose to Hariti's face, almost spilling out. She wailed, forcing the formless ghosts down, forcing them to follow her. Then, she finally saw the source of the shaking. In the darkness, the youth knelt, hugging the unconscious girl. As if something scary had latched onto his body, there was a low buzz from his lungs, like the howl of thunder and wind. Mighty strength gathered in his body, turning his face pale. One could see the sparks of ether in his bulging veins. The formless ghosts that had been wrapped around him were torn away by this strength, dissipating into the wind like smoke. There seemed to be cold moonlight in his lowered eyes. The blood around him retreated with his breaths, forming a perfect circle. And there was nothing else in the circle. The shine of holy spirits? Hariti froze, terror flashing through her eyes. Quickly, she discovered that it was not the music to call forth the Holy Spirit. It was not the magnificent music, praised by millions, like the legends said either. It was hard to understand, but everyone knew what this pure and basic phenomenon was: an abnormality created by too much ether at once. F***ck. Hariti stepped back. In the stillness, the youth seemed to wake from a long dream. He raised his eyes and looked Hariti. His eyes seemed to reflect moonlight, cold, quiet, and empty. Like a demon's eyes, that gaze was full of nameless power. Just seeing it was enough to make one terrified, awestruck, and insane, but it was silent, but under the gaze of those eyes, the wailing sounds muted. The writhing runes started drinking Hariti's blood wildly, playing Tiriyajayani prologue in full force. And so countless painful wails sounded once again. The formless ghosts began sucking on Hariti's blood, growing even fiercer. It was obvious to the naked eye that Hariti's body had withered. The immense pain was driving her crazy. Clutching her head, she screamed, "Kill him! Kill him!" Her teeth played a strange melody and the formless ghosts in the blood followed her command. They started shaking wildly, then expanding. In the pungent metallic wind, the blood began to boil, and rushed toward the youth. Within the rumbling blood, Hariti saw the youth raise an arm, spreading his left hand open. In that moment, she saw Ye Qingxuan's lips curl into a smile. The strange feeling flashed past, stunning her. A bad premonition overcame her. Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth and, over the thundering wind, she heard him murmur something. As if a chorale had been added, a miracle occurred. Ether's light joined, resting on his broken left hand, pushing it back into place with a pop. Blood flowed back into the wound and the torn skin began to regenerate. All that was left was a bloodstain. In an instant, the shattered arm had been healed perfectly. There was a mysterious consciousness guiding him from the bottom of his heart, making him raise his palm reflexively, and pressing down on the emptiness. At his fingertip, Ether's light glowed like fire, igniting the ring surrounded by keys. They shone and then vanished. Following it, a succession of sounds shattered Hariti's thoughts. Ping! 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 The sonorous scraping of metal sounded. Like marbles dropping onto a metal plate, the sound was crisp. Music notes burst from the air, practically sparking fire. The crisp sound was like a heavy storm, reverberating through the air. Every reverberation created a tiny hole in the wall. Other than that, it seemed useless. But the formless ghosts halted instantly. In the same position, they stopped on the ground, in the blood, in the air, frozen. Hariti watched all of this happen in a daze. A chill spread through her body. The demons were still on the ground, unmoving as if set in concrete. But they could not be because there was nothing solid in the air, and time could not freeze either. They were not actually frozen. They were still struggling, but they stayed in the same place because they had been nailed there. The burning fire illuminated the scene. The ether had solidified into strings of thin yet strong silver thread. They shot out from the pores in the walls, ceilings, and floor, stretched forward, and came out from another wall. This tight threadwork wound through the sewer tunnel like a web. It was as it should be, like an instrument's strings stretched over the frets. No, they really were strings made from solidified ether, but the moment the evil spirits and creatures rushed in, the strings spread out on all sides, creating a complicated barrier to protect the youth in the center. The force of spreading out was too powerful. The thin strings turned into arrows, piercing through everything. They shot through the stone and evil spirits in their way. The closest string was only one step away from Hariti. Within the crisscrossed strings, the crazed formless ghosts began to struggle, trying to pull themselves out. But the strings were like knives, slicing through their veins and nerves, humming with vibration. The sound was as clear as a bird's call, cold and distant. They came from nothing, disappeared into nothing, only leaving behind a delicate echo. A trap? Hariti was stunned. Quickly, she was overtaken by a feeling of absurdity. This was not a trap. Those crisscrossed strings were not a trap at all. It was the base shape of something. It was forged by the aether's fire, formed by a melody, and originated from the runes. This was a sharp blade created by an alchemist's soul. It was the instrument that could control aether and the universe. In the quietness, music plays. It is beautiful, but is the weapon responsible for life and death. 2. At the bottom of Ye Qingxuan's heart, the voice whispered, "Yezi, this is the Jiu Shao Huan Pei." The sleeping soul opened its eyes. Using Ye Qingxuan's eyes, it looked down at the world. Using his hands, it gathered the ether and guided his body to sit, as if seated at the front of a grave hall. For some reason, Ye Qingxian thought of his lost notes. The messy notes that Wolf Flute had scribbled in, those blurry words, and music notes in his memory suddenly started changing. No, they had always been like that. But for an unknown reason, no one realized that it was the seal's effect on the paper and in his mind. Now, the seal was broken, and he finally realized that there was something he had missed. The scrawled words started changing in his mind, turning into ethereal runes at last. The runes changed too, transforming into entirely new notes and melodies. The melody played in his heart, making him raise his hand unconsciously, pressing down on the strings. And so the ancient instrument that had slept for so many years was finally being played. For a moment, the musician known as Moon Chant was brought back to life by the youth, his consciousness flowing through his veins, guiding him to pluck at the strings and perform his symphony of predestination. 1. Jiu Shao Huan Pei, an ancient Qin zither, passed down from the Tang dynasty, around 700 AD. It is a real instrument, made up of multiple parts. 5 have survived to present day. 2 are kept by collectors while 3 are in museums. 2. These phrases, among others, are carved into Jiu Shao Huan Pei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, The Moon Above the Ocean. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The moment the string was plucked, all sound muted. The silver haze suddenly joined together and swept into a frenzy. But the ether's glow disappeared, only leaving behind the sparse notes from the instrument. Hidden behind the beautiful music was a sharp and sonorous breath. Like an unsheathed blade, it scraped and hummed, gradually revealing its murderous intent. Within the sparse notes, weak ripples spread from Ye Qingxuan's fingertips, extending in all directions. Everything in its path dimmed. Flames snuffed, fresh blood lost its color, and darkness turned into a muted gray. Everything looked unchanged, but something seemed to be dragging them further and further away. Mist was born from the sky, then scattered. It wasn't thick, it was thin and unnoticeable until it fully enveloped the space. Like a breath in winter air, it dissipated. A vague chill rose, seeping into every open crevice. Her body could still feel the heat left behind by the fire, but all her senses began to feel icy. Hariti turned pale. Reflexively, she tried to step back, but her foot stopped mid-step. The non-existent coldness had already seeped into her brain, freezing her thoughts and consciousness. Finally, she stood stunned in the white mist, her mind frozen in shock and terror. In this cold mist, everything came to a standstill. In the dancing white mist, there was only the sound of the zither. Soon, the spattering of notes changed, turning into a continuous melody. The true overture had finally begun. In the silence, the zither suddenly produced a harmonized crispness and heaviness. Burning decisive thoughts appeared, and were hammered into everyone's hearts. The notes reverberated through the air, shapeless and intangible, but powerful and awe-inspiring. In its path, all ghosts and demons were crushed by the majestic yet cold air. This was not physical interaction. It was purely resonance between souls. The music was sparse, but destroyed every evil spirit. The resentment harbored in the ether was easily crushed too. Resentment, dissatisfaction, and poisonous thoughts were nothing in the face of the music. Like a sandcastle before a tsunami, it collapsed like a joke. Ping! The strong and persistent will solidified into a blade. Blended into the music, it swept in all directions, slicing apart the formless ghosts, trembling and frozen in the white mist. All that was left were white bones scattered on the ground. The remaining resentment spilled out, crashing toward Haridi's fragile mind like a tidal wave. Her rheumy eyes bugged open. On her ancient body, Tiriagoni's music notes were pushed to their brink, like a rag frozen on an iceberg. Quickly, the crazed resentment pulled on her, swallowing her last bit of consciousness. It was as if she was thrown into a bottomless pit. She could not see, could not hear, could not smell, could not feel. The cruel zither tore her perception away bit by bit, until all that was left was a stooped soul, falling hopelessly down into the abyss. Falling, endlessly falling, falling for eternity. An unprecedented loneliness engulfed her thoughts. She wailed, but she was not even sure if she could make a sound. Then she saw moonlight jump from the abyss. Cemented in the seemingly eternal loneliness, everything lost its meaning. Even living became a long nightmare. With time at a standstill in the abyss, the nightmares seemed to last forever. It would trap her for thousands upon thousands of years. But this feeling only lasted a moment, and ended before she could react. After that, Haridi was still standing in her original position, unmoving. Boom! The noise of a firecracker thrown into a ditch sounded. It came from inside her skull, as if some delicate and soft membrane had cracked open. Black blood ran from the corners of her eyes, nose, and ears. She was finally freed from that nightmare. In her last moments, she stared at the shadow behind the youth. Caught between tears and laughter, she cried, You're still here, that white-haired creature is you." Her voice was dumbfounded. "Why are you here?" Those eyes were vaguely mocking, but were also tinted with genuine terror. It was the reflection of her last moment alive. Her eyes dimmed and she collapsed. Blood trickled from her body, collecting into a puddle and seeping through the cracks in the ground. The clang of music still reverberated between the tight walls. It spread through the alley until the scattered notes melded into rock, water, and wind. In that moment, everyone in downtown of Avalon heard a noise in their dreams. Clanging music from the zither entered their dreams, changing their dreamscape. They saw a mysterious ocean wave in the pitch-black night. In the endless tide, a silver-white moon rose up from the end of the sky. The moonlight illuminated everything, shining kindly and fairly upon the entire world. The moon above the ocean. At this moment, the moonlight was everything in the skies and on earth. After a long time, the strings began to scatter. The solidified ether lost its shape again, returning to a silvery mist. The mist dissipated quickly. Its vague shadow barely discernible in the cloud. Like a mirage from far away, his body was blurry, his face empty white. But when he looked at the youth before him, his eyes were gentle and soft. He caressed the youth's white hair, as if wanting to touch him with the help of the mist, but he couldn't. When Ye Qingxuan awoke from that all-consuming dream, he could only see the man's shadow. He faded into the distance, dissolving with the mist. Sensing the youth's gaze, he stopped and turned back slightly. His blurry lips seemed to smile, but it was impossible to see clearly. Yezi, solve this mystery. His lips moved soundlessly. Go to the end of that dream. Something rippled through the mist, then disappeared. Ye Qingxuan gaped at where he had been. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. It seemed to have been a hallucination, but it had felt so real. The man had come back, summoned because of the music. Yet he had to leave again after his short stay. Ye Qingxuan pounded the wall, venting out the sadness and frustration in his heart. If only he had woken up earlier, he might have had time to talk to the man. He did not know what to say. Maybe he would yell or accuse him. But why do you have to leave so quickly? He thought. Frustrated, Ye Qingxuan hung his head. He wiped at the corner of his eyes, as if wanting to get rid of the bitterness there. He finally saw the girl slowly open her eyes, as if waking up from a long dream. She opened her eyes with fatigue, and looked at the youth before her, trying to decide if he was real or a hallucination. "You're awake?" Ye Qingxuan wanted to pull her up, but his body hurt like it had been smashed by a rock. But he did not realize until then that his shattered bones had been put back together. His fingers were still swollen and black, though. But maybe they had not completely rotted, and could still be brought back to life with medicine. Ye Qingxuan tried moving his joints and smiled when a finger twitched. "Let's go," Ye Qingxuan said. "We should go back." Bai Xi gazed at him in a dazed confusion. After a while, she pulled on his sleeve and climbed up. She seemed exhausted, with no energy to speak. But now she was a good child. She no longer played around, ran, or disobeyed. She obediently held onto Ye Qingxuan's shirt sleeve, quietly, like all girls. Sometimes, she'd look up at Ye Qingxuan's profile, her eyes confused and complicated. Sometimes, she would say in her weak and tired voice, "I just had a nightmare." "The nightmare is over," Ye Qingxuan said. "There's always a limit to bad things. Once they're over, they won't happen anymore." "Really? Really?" Ye Qingxuan patted her hair. "I won't lie to you." Bai Xi looked into his eyes. "Will you get angry when I lie?" "No." "It's okay, even if you lie to me." Ye Qingxuan grasped her hand, saying softly, "Thank you, Bai Xi." She froze, looking as if she wanted to speak. But she did not say anything. After a long time, she lowered her head and uttered, "Oh," and said nothing else. Seeing how she wanted to say something, but was too embarrassed to speak, Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh. He was very cold and hungry. He was tired too, and his body felt as if it had been torn apart and put back together. But none of that mattered anymore. He had to take Bai Xi away, somewhere other than hell. From now on, there'll be a new life waiting for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, A Pity. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. 15 minutes later in the sewer, a burly man covered in tattoos stepped through the dirty water, done cleaning the trash. An old man climbed down the ladder. He stood atop the stone steps, gazing around. Dirty water flowed over his leather boots, leaving a yellow stain. He furrowed his brows. A cigar dangling from his mouth, he looked around. Which direction did they go in? 10 lean, vicious dogs sniffed the air. Their bloodshot eyes glared somewhere into the darkness. They began barking wildly. Muscular men tugged at their chains, but the dogs struggled until the chains pulled taut. Ghost Hand nodded and asked, "Is it all sealed?" "Yes, and there are men at every exit." The leader had a shaven head and a swarm of monsters tattooed behind his ear. His face fierce, he said, "Those kids won't be able to escape." "Then go. Don't let them get away." The bald man nodded. He pulled on the dogs to begin tracking, but realized that the dogs were rooted to their spot. Suddenly, they stopped barking. As if they had seen a ghost, the fearless hunting dogs dropped down into the dirty water. No matter how hard the humans hit them, they did not dare step forward. Achoo! Someone sneezed in the darkness. The sound of someone blowing their nose into a handkerchief followed. The person then threw the handkerchief into the ditch and pulled out a new one, tearing it in two. The handkerchief tore crisply. It seemed to be high-grade silk from the east, embroidered with complex flower patterns. Held in the hand, it felt as light as air, as if it would dissolve like fog. It should have been hanging in a store, shrouded in incense, put up for show, but someone was tearing it apart, stuffing it up their nose. The man let out a nasally growl. It smells so bad here. Why do you rats like to go into the sewer? The group of men was angered. They hit their metal sticks and swords against the walls, clanging sharply. Some wanted to go over and see what was wrong with the man. But Ghost Hand stopped them. Expressionless, he took a lantern from his underling and held it up. A blond youth was illuminated. His black formal wear was completely inappropriate in the sewer. He had a tie and even jewels on his sleeves, as if he was going to an elite dinner party. He sat on a high chair, taken from somewhere. Under his feet was a thick and soft fleece rug. After he was discovered, he glanced over and waited. His eyes were full of arrogance and irritating provocation. It was Hermes. The traitor? Ghost Hand asked coldly. Oh, Ghost Hand, you're still alive, Hermes laughed and raised a hand. I'm back. Do you want a letter? I can give you an iron pomegranate. With that, he opened his palm. In it was a circular iron lump. There was a crisscross design on it. At the tip was a thin tube with a small ring. The ring was like a weird decoration that tempted people to pull it out. Hermes toyed with the little thing. He looked as if he could not wait to give it to Ghost Hand. I don't need it, Ghost Hand refused coldly, his eyes dark. Shaman already said that you are forbidden to be in this city. Ha ha. Let the past pass. I accidentally fell into his hands and was a bit humiliated. It's good to forget those things though, so please don't mind it too much. He laughed carelessly, and then paused. As if puzzled, he revealed a little-known secret mockingly. And anyway, hasn't he been gone for a long time now? Everyone gaped. The burly underlings paused, as if they had heard something incredible. Some shot doubtful glances at Ghost Hand. Some were confused, while others had a dangerous look in their eyes. But Ghost Hand remained cold and expressionless. This isn't something for you to worry about. Even if he's not here, Avalon is still shaman's. Oh, really? But I couldn't seem to find a bit of loyalty in the mafia. Seated on his tall chair, Hermes looked down on Ghost Hand. Shaking his head, he'd sked as if seeing a rare toy. None of the Corsicans, Caucasians, and Indians doing their business in downtown will obey his orders. That old lady who sells kids in the sewer is trying to find a new path too, isn't she? The shaman is already out of power, Ghost Hand. The newcomers don't even know who he is. Only you're still as loyal as a dog, hugging his leg like it's gold. I don't want to talk so much. Ghost Hand walked through the dirty water to look at the road behind Hermes. You should move. You want to fight me? Hermes looked at the black leather glove on Ghost Hand's left hand. Slowly bending down, Hermes whispered in his ear, don't forget where you bought that hand from. Ghost Hand said, the shaman is looking for two people, but the person who's looking for them isn't the shaman, but someone with his keepsake, right? Hermes laughed and hit his head jokingly, as if suddenly thinking of something. Oh, I almost forgot. Someone bought a keepsake from me too. I think his name was Chang. Traitor. Ghost Hand raised his black-gloved hand and took out the cigar in his mouth. You should know the rules here. Don't get in the way of things. Call me Hermes. I like that name. When the blond youth said the name, his eyebrow arched, and his expression became lively. As for rules, I'm sorry. I've been away for so long that I've forgotten everything. Ghost Hand's expression became even colder. Hermes reached into his sleeves and pulled out a thick packet and tossed it down. Don't be so impatient. Let's talk after you take a look. He caressed the twin snakes on his cane, saying softly, with me, everything is priced fairly. I never make people lose everything when trading with me." Without replying, Ghost Hand opened the packet. Illuminated by candlelight, he could see ancient papers. They seemed to have been burned in a fire. More than half were damaged, but one could faintly see blurry words and pictures. These words and pictures caused Ghost Hand's irises to contract. Avalon's map? Which Avalon? The real one. For all these years, the royalty has been looking for it. You can also sell it for a good price. Without the shaman, no one's protecting you. Divide it between everyone for a retirement fund. The money should be enough for you all to spend the rest of your life in a brothel or a casino. But my condition is, forget about this case. Ghost Hand looked up at him. After a long pause, he shook his head and returned the packet. I can forget about the girl, but not the boy. There was silence. Suffocating silence. In the silence, Hermes' smile disappeared bit by bit. His expression became cold and dark, his sharp eyes piercing Ghost Hand like daggers. He stared at the old man in front of him. His voice gentle, he uttered each word clearly, "Ghost Hand, don't take my kindness for granted. This was an order given personally by the shaman." Ghost Hand said softly, "He came back a few days ago." Hermes' expression changed. His face overcome with shock. But Ghost Hand's expression did not change. "Seeing you today, I can let the matter go. I won't even care if he's in your shop. But you must know that as long as the shaman's order stands, that boy will be our enemy." "So that's how it is?" Hermes pondered it. As if finally and suddenly understanding something, the iciness in his eyes melted. He laughed again, bright like the sun. "I suddenly know what the old man's thinking now." Saying this, he threw the packet back into Ghost Hand's arms. "Take this back and give it to the shaman as a gift. Tell him I hope he gets poison and dies in his toilet." "I will tell him." With one last look, Ghost Hand turned to leave, the underlings following suit. When Hermes went back above ground, it was already dawn. The endless night was finally over. The sky was dark, but one could still sense weak sunlight filtering in through the mist. Hermes stood by his carriage and accepted the jacket from Seton. Without a care, he threw his sparkling formal wear, now tainted with the smell of sewage, into the sewer. Seton sat in the driver's seat, his large body almost squashing the seat. After Hermes was done changing, he pulled out a bottle of perfume and used up almost half of it. Finally, he let out a breath. Ugh, it smelled disgusting. Was there any trouble? Some people noticed and came over, but I took care of it. Seton pointed at the corner of a wall. There were 2 bags that looked like they were filled with soft mud. Faint red showed through, catching the attention of 2 stray cats. Hermes nodded and asked, "Where are they?" Seton pulled open the carriage door. "Sleeping." Hermes stood outside, looking at the children in silence. The wretched boy and girl leaned back in the seat of the ornate carriage, fast asleep. In their sleep, they had almost fully slid down the seat. Bai Xi leant against Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. Their white hair was almost entangled. It was spacious inside the carriage, but they only took up a small corner, supporting each other. Weak sunlight washed over their peaceful features, as if shining into a dream. Their lips seemed to be smiling. Hermes had saved up so many weird complaints and things to say, but seeing them like this, he could not bear to disrupt them. After a long time, his gaze drifted to Bai Xi and his eyes softened. "What a pity. You'd be such a beautiful girl when you grow up." Taking one last look at Bai Xi, he closed the door inside. "What a pity. Not only do you have a saddening talent like Zhao Dang, 1, you also met someone you'd willingly give yourself up for." 1. Zhao Dang, wandering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Chapter 52, examined, 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. 2 days after the events in the sewer. Having held a grand banquet a few days ago, the auditorium had been redone. Lit by brilliant lights, even in the deep night, it had been filled with sweet wine and laughter. It was here that future musicians had met each other. Complex patterns had decorated the walls and pillars. The crystal chandeliers had shone and dazzled. Even the future had seemed brilliant. There had been 93 fine Persian rugs. The designs had formed an epic poem, depicting the tale of King Arthur and his 12 phantom beasts. Even the candlesticks had delicate and ornate details. But now, these intoxicating luxuries had all been removed. The rugs were rolled up, revealing the smooth marble floor. The candles on the silver candlesticks were snuffed out too. The 15 windows were closed shut, heavy curtains blocking any light from the outside world. The wine, laughter, and dazzling lights had all vanished. Only the fierce sun shone through the glass ceiling, bringing a ray of light into the pitch-black auditorium. Scattered about, it vaguely illuminated the portraits of the masters. Their eyes were sharp and cold, thunder and lightning brewing in their eyes. The final test was about to begin. Behind a row of long tables sat 6 examiners. They wore blood-red robes, and their expressions were serious, strict, and heavy. They flipped through the students' paperwork like browsing in a store. If they found the tiniest flaw in a piece of porcelain, they would not hesitate to shatter it with a hammer. Among them was a bored young lady. Her face was covered with a veil and a red flower dotted her forehead. She exuded an exotic aura and did not fit in at all. She seemed distracted too. The lady was there just as a stand-in so the exam would seem a little fairer. No one paid her any attention because everyone knew that the principal had already made concessions for the mischief. Today's examination hall was for the elites. The side door opened and footsteps approached. The steps were sure and confident. All examiners rose, bowing to head examiner Sydney. "Good day, sir." "Good day, sirs." Sydney nodded and took his seat at the center of the long table. Gazing around, his strict eyes revealed a bit of satisfaction. "It looks like we have a bountiful harvest this year. Sirs, do not relax at this most important time." "Sir, we are always alert," Ben said, his head lowered respectfully. "Very good." Sydney chuckled. "You are responsible for the honor of the Royal Academy of Music and Anglo musicians, did you know? A successful teacher must fulfill his duties and guide the right people down this path. Do not put rotten apples in your baskets." "Everything has been arranged," Ben said in a low voice. "Starting this year, the spirit of noble blood has been revived." As it should. Before the last exam began, Sydney inspected the examiners once more. Representatives from the School of Modifications, School of Summoning, School of Revelation, and School of Royalty are all present. Very good, his brows furrowed slightly. Why is there an empty seat? Who's late? The professor from the School of Music History and Research. His name is, Ben thought hard, but he could not seem to remember the old man with no presence. I think his name is Abraham. Maybe his iron hand broke, so he went to the blacksmith, someone muttered, resulting in a wave of tacit giggles. Few people in the academy knew that the eccentric musician with an iron arm was actually a professor. He taught in the School of History, which barely anyone knew existed, unless they checked the catalog. If not for the fact that there was an empty spot, no one would notice this old man, who barely announced his presence. Amid the laughter, a white-haired man slipped in from the side door. Seeing that he was late, a bit of awkwardness made its way onto his stiff face. Sensing others' eyes, he reflexively hid his iron arm behind his back to avoid the mockery. Sydney glanced at him and waved his hand, telling him to sit. And so, everyone was present. Soon after, the auditorium's door cracked open to the sound of the crisp mallet. Every examiner transformed into the face of seriousness. The final test to determine the fate of 71 students had finally begun. Who is the first one? Edmund Rossi. Ben looked at the name and racked his brain. He's the second son of the Rossi family. His talent is quite good, he became a student 3 years ago. The School of Revelation speaks highly of him. Sydney nodded. It seems that he's skilled in seeing patterns, but he's talented in spirituality too, the examiner from the School of Revelation praised. It seems that the family had put thought into raising their descendants. We'll see, Sydney murmured. As they discussed under their breath, a red-haired youth entered the examination hall. In this vast and dark auditorium, under the gaze of the examiners in the distance, the youth was a bit nervous. But it was obvious that he had had a good upbringing. He kept his elite air and bowed to the examiners, waiting for instruction. Don't be nervous, Edmund. Ben pointed to the center of the hall. Stand there and relax. Edmund turned until he finally saw the tall stone tablet he had missed. The stone tablet was at least as tall as him. Standing in the center of the still auditorium, it was a sharp and intimidating presence. After modification and polishing, it was as smooth as a mirror, glossy enough to reflect one's image. The sun shone down onto it, but it did not leave any shadow on the ground, as if the light had been swallowed by the black stone. Reflected by the darkness, one's face became pale and foreign. The mirrored reflections seemed to be missing a human characteristic, it was rather chilling. Before the tablet was a steel chair. It was bulky, like a machine used to contain patients at an asylum. Silver wires rose from the back of the chair, connecting under the tablet. They were parts of a whole. This was the tool used for this test. Though it was a stone tablet, it was actually man-made. If one overlooked the appearance and only looked at the science behind it, it was more like a complex ether ball. It was originally professional measuring equipment for the Royal Association of Geographical Exploration. It should have been in a laboratory 400 feet under the ground, measuring the changes of the Earth's crust. But it was here to accurately and precisely display the data of each student. It was scarier than any interrogation or judge. No one could lie in front of it. When Edmund sat down, a bit unsettled, the stone tablet brightened. At first, it was still a blur, but then the silver light became a changing pattern. It looked like random graffiti, but the examiners studied it closely. It is sufficient in construction, but average. A bit lacking in modification. The School of Revelation doesn't care about creators, but rather those who can correctly react. Someone nodded. He's skilled in inspiration. It's rare that the first one is this good. After discussing softly, the examiner from the School of Revelation nodded. Edmund Rossi, you have been admitted by the School of Revelation. Please exit and turn left down the hall. Find the one in charge of our school, and he will help you complete the paperwork. The examiner paused and humorously said, I hope you've prepared your tuition. The School of Revelation probably spends the most of the royal treasury. The red-haired youth froze in shock and joy. Then he raised his fist in excitement and ran out without a farewell. Halfway out, he came back to bow, causing laughter to spread through the examiners. He's still a kid after all, Ben sighed. Next. Ron Furnia. When the next youth entered the examination hall, the relaxed atmosphere disappeared. The youth wore faded and threadbare clothes and looked at the examiners anxiously. But the examiners only glanced at the youth's chest. Seeing no elite heredity, they looked away and did not look back. It seemed to be the youth's first time facing something like this. He opened his mouth to speak, but was too nervous to say anything. Sydney furrowed his brows. He did not even know the basic formalities. Sit there and we will test your qualifications. Ben smiled and pointed at the stone tablet. When the youth sat down fearfully, the stone remained dark. No patterns were displayed at all. The examiners nodded, looked amongst each other and crossed out his name on their lists. This test was specially designed to get rid of any commoners who did not have resonance with the aether, and had never received any training. Ben nodded with a smile. "Ron Furnia, you can go now." The youth gaped, not sure what happened. He did not even know what was supposed to be tested. He naively thought it had not started yet. "I'm sorry to tell you, but you have no talent to become a musician." "You can go now," Ben announced softly, though his face still had a hint of mockery. But sir," Ron could barely speak. "I didn't even. I said, get out." Ben's smile faded and his cold expression stopped Ron's words, leaving them in his throat. Ben moved on from him and hit the mallet. "Next." Ron stared at the examiners, his lips trembling as if wanting to say something. After a while, he lowered his head and finally left. Outside the door, one could faintly hear him crying. This was Avalon, where the elites lived above the clouds, enjoying the sunlight. The commoners lived in the fog of downtown and could not even see the stars. If the principal were still here, he might have gone easy on the commoner. But this time, the exam was controlled by the elites. There would be no possibility for vulgar and rancid bloodlines to enter the academy. This was the place to foster the descendants of glory, not a farmer's market. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Examined, 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The exam continued. The students that followed were all as the examiners had expected, and nothing was out of sorts. After a long time, it was finally evening. Of the 100 or so students, more than half passed. With 54 students accepted, the exam was coming to an end. But the name that Sydney was looking forward to had not been called until now. Banner Adrian. The door opened. The thin blonde looked like he had not had a good night's sleep. His face was pale and his eyes were sunk in, his expression neutral. Faced with the examiners, he nodded slightly and sat in front of the stone tablet. Sydney jerked, wanting to say something, but Banner closed his eyes. With his eyes closed, he murmured something. The stone tablet shone with an unprecedented brightness. Radiated by the silver light, the reflection in the tablet was no longer a blurry spot of light. Instead, it was an abstract design that looked like a beast. In the image, the fierce beast had a leering smile and a general side profile. Seeing the blurry opening above its eye sockets, the examiners breathed heavily. Sydney froze in shock. This is the symbol of Call of the Wild. Is he already an official level 2 musician? Ben stared at the tablet. After a while, he breathed out, probably not. The symbol is still too unclear. He should only be level 1. Then what about the scratch mark? Someone asked in a low voice. He's only 17 years old. Has he started raising his own beast already? Maybe an Adrian musician passed down their own beast to him. Don't forget that the Adrian family has always been a representative of the school of summoning. That's possible, an examiner sighed. Even if the manticore is gentle, it's impressive to be able to control it at this young age. In the end, they all turned toward Sydney, who smiled in satisfaction. Very good, you did not disappoint us, Banner. Your brother will be proud of you too. In a serious tone, Sydney proclaimed, Congratulations. You have been accepted by the School of Summoning. This is the most elite school in the academy. It passes down the academy's core knowledge in music. I hope you will continue to work hard. Banner stood and bowed, hand to his chest. His manners were impeccable. Sydney and Ben glanced at each other and chuckled. Mission accomplished. There is only one more student. Which family does he come from? The examiners studied the last name. Is he even more important than the Adrian kid? It's just some kid from the east, someone sighed. No need to worry. The principal was just doing what was required. That commoner? One examiner remembered. The one brought here by Mr. Bach? Who knows? Another shrugged. We haven't heard from Mr. Bach in years. The principal probably kept him to give us trouble. Sirs, be honorable, please. Sidney side-eyed them. You are all professors of the academy, shouldering the responsibility of enrolling the new generation. The examiners stared blankly, before laughing. They nodded carelessly. Yes, they had to enroll the new generation. But that was all they had to do. Next, Ye Qingxuan. The door opened. Everyone gaped. When the youth entered the examination hall, everyone's eyes bulged, and their mouths dropped to the floor. These men were originally full of coldness, cold expressions, cold eyes, cold aura, as if they were ready to take all of that coldness and throw it at an unsuspecting kid to teach him a lesson. But when they saw this guy, they could not even believe their own eyes. What the heck, dot. In the past hundreds of years, there had been low-class and humble students who had entered the academy. There had also been arrogant ones, prodigies without a care for anyone else, and geniuses who took the test wearing prison garb and handcuffs. But today, it was the first time someone came looking as if he had just been taken off of a surgery table. In the center of the examination hall, the youth stood with a pale face and a body covered with bandages. The pungent smell of medicine radiated from him. Leaning on a cane, his right leg and arm were held in a cast. Someone had drawn 2 turtles on the cast. His 10 fingers were wrapped in gauze. Other than his bare face, the rest of his body was pretty much a mummy. He looked as if he had been run over by a few carriages, patched up on the spot, and sent here because he was still breathing. Was he going to die during the exam? Student, are you okay? Ben feared he would spit out blood and collapse then and there. I'm fine. Ye Qingxuan squeezed out a smile and the muscles in his face quivered. Sorry, a carriage ran into me yesterday, and I almost couldn't make it. I arrived late too, but thankfully I didn't miss the exam. He worked hard in gesturing as he talked, but his movements were too large and pulled on his wounds. Face twisting in pain, he managed, Please don't worry. I've prepared enough. But the examiners looked uncomfortable. They had all prepared their sharp tongues and eyes, ready to pick out any of his flaws and put him in his place. At least he had to understand what this place was. If he thought he had the principal's support and dared to complain, then even better, he could be forced out for offending the examiner. Or at the very least, they had to make him unnerved. No one was going to tell this guy that he had to be calm and focused when sitting before the stone tablet. Otherwise, the results would be negatively affected. The elite children all took depressants before arriving to calm themselves down and not be distracted by the outside world. But now that Ye Qingxuan was there, their poisonous tongues did not know where to start. All they could say was that sometimes, being full of flaws was like being flawless. They could not do anything. His status was too sensitive. If something happened and he keeled over, he would hold something over the examiners. That could not happen. That slimy asterisk starred in this dirty boy. Ben ground his teeth in frustration and sighed. Can we start? Ye Qingxuan raised his hand, asking curiously. What will the test be on? Do I need to play an instrument or sing? He coughed, getting ready to start warming up his vocal cords. Seeing that, Ben quickly cut him off. Just sit there. That's it? Ye Qingxuan moved around on the chair, finding a comfortable position. Is this okay? I feel like I'm being impolite. I can stand. It's okay. Just sit there and don't move. This talkative guy was driving Ben crazy. Just sit there. Oh. Ye Qingxuan obeyed and sat down properly. A small circle of light lit up on the stone tablet. Holding their breaths, the examiners waited and stared at the tablet. The dim light gradually brightened. Ben thought happily that as soon as the result came out, the principal's joke would be over. But under everyone's careful eyes, the light unexpectedly dimmed. What the heck? Ben rubbed his eyes in a daze and saw the light gradually brighten again. He quickly focused on the slowly moving light. And then it dimmed again. Ben felt like he was going to spit out blood. Before he could utter a word, it lit up again and then dimmed again, just as expected. The tablet's design went between activating and resting for a whole 10 minutes. Light, no light, strong, weak. As if playing with everyone's eyes, this random light would sometimes flash quickly and then disappear just as quickly. At times, it seemed that it would be complete soon. Then it would quickly change to another type of light. The examiners all felt that there was something in their throats that they could not spit out. In the silence, Sydney heard a faint sound come from the stone tablet. The sound grew in volume until it finally turned into loud snores. The youth with his eyes closed had literally passed out on the chair. His limbs were relaxed and his mouth was open, a string of drool slipping out. His snores were loud and clear as his chest moved. This mutt had dared to fall asleep. Asleep! He fell asleep in this holy examination hall. Sydney's face grew red as a tomato. He shot to his feet, but heard someone beside him shout, "It lit up! It lit up!" The shouts woke the youth up. In a daze, he turned around and saw the design on the tablet. Under that dim light, the tablet had finally completed reading Ye Qingxuan's data and displayed the analyzation image. But it was obvious that the design was missing something and no one knew what to make of it. Something seemed to rotate in the fog, but it was too blurry and no one could see clearly. Crisscrossing, countless thin rays of light overlapped endlessly, interlocking into each other and finally creating a confusing picture. It was a strange and squiggly line. In the fog, the line changed every now and then. Vibrating randomly, it refused to stop. Sometimes, it shook like it had leprosy, other times, it was like a lazy bug, unmoving except for random spasms. In the long silence, the only sound was that of jaws dropping. What is this result? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Examined, 3. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. What is this result? Someone said quietly, "It looks like it didn't display completely. It didn't finish analyzing." There are too many possibilities, the one beside him muttered after pondering. It must be the bandages and casts all over him that interfered with the tablet. But there definitely is an image. The examiner from the School of Revelation smoothed his beard. It doesn't look strong enough, but he seems to be very in tune with the ether. Consistency is good too, but it's not strong enough. The explosive force is too low. So he's not fit for the School of Modifications? Maybe he can practice hymns? Don't joke. Do we have a school of chorale? And anyway, the hymnists of the School of Chorale must be trained since childhood. His voice won't do. His mind's tenacity is very high. He has high tenacity, but nothing matters if he's not strong enough. The examiners discussed amongst each other in hushed voices. Through all this, the white-haired man, Abraham, stayed quiet, wordlessly studying the image on the tablet. At times, his gaze would fall on the youth. Watching the youth's confused eyes, his gaze would turn complicated and pitiful, as if he already saw the result. In the end, the examiners seemed to come to a decision. Ye Qingxuan had straightened by now, holding his breath as he waited. This would decide if he could become a musician. He had almost given up on becoming a musician, but after that night, his hope had sparked again. This would also decide whether or not he could enter the academy. He did not know what had happened with his father, but Ye Qingxuan knew that he was innocent and could not have betrayed humanity, so he had to investigate and see what had really happened. The Royal Academy of Music was a good starting place. After all, it was where his father had worked. Ye Qingxuan raised his head, looking up at the auditorium's domed ceiling. The stained glass created a complicated puzzle. Perhaps his father had looked up at it too? "Father, I'm coming," he murmured softly. In the silence, he heard Ben's voice. "Ye Qingxuan, you've passed." But when he looked over, he was met with their cold and distant expressions. Ben coughed, clearing his throat. He said, "But the Royal Academy of Music might not suit you." Ye Qingxuan froze. He did not understand what was happening, but the unsettling feeling in him expanded. Didn't I pass the test?" Hearing this, the examiners exchanged glances. Some chuckled, shaking their heads. Trying hard not to laugh, Ben coughed and put on a serious face. "Indeed, you passed both the written portion and the tablets test. But I fear that none of the schools here are suitable for you." The examiners gazed at each other. The one from the School of Summoning shook his head and said, "Your tenacity is too weak and probably won't be able to summon beasts. We don't need students to drag us down. You have high homology, but it isn't stable enough. The School of Revelation isn't suitable for you." A stern and expressionless examiner gazed at Ye Qingxuan and stated, "Your resonance isn't enough to meet the School of Modification's basic standards. The School of Royalty requires at least 10 years of training. You don't qualify." When the old man finished, he turned toward the veiled woman. "Perhaps you can consider the School of Theory?" The woman furrowed her brows behind her veil. She did not want to be part of this, but the men had clearly kicked the can to her. She did not care about the arguments between the elite schools and musician schools. She was just there to watch. If it had been like before, she would just take this kid to show some attitude. Thinking of this, she glared at Ben, a little upset. "Kid, you're too late." She shook her head. "The School of Theory is already full this year. Otherwise." "I understand." The youth's voice cut her off, stunning everyone present. They had said so much, but Ye Qingxuan's eyes never left Sydney's face. This familiar face was serious, but could not hide the gloating and scorn. Maybe they've never planned on letting him pass. Disappointment replaced the fury in his heart. The uselessness was exhausting. He did not want to keep fighting. Maybe he really should follow the priest's arrangements and study at the Trinity Theological College. At least there, no one would care whether this white-haired kid was a commoner or a descendant of a noble bloodline. Thinking of noble bloodlines, he laughed lightly. Maybe he never should have returned to the city that had abandoned him. "So be it," he said softly, pushing himself up from the chair. So be it. He did not want to say anything more and did not care what else Ben had to say. Hobbling on his cane, he rose to leave. Ben could no longer control his expression and glared at the youth's backside. Rednecks are rednecks. They don't even have basic manners. As if hearing the muttering behind his back, the youth suddenly halted outside the door. Turning back, he stared at those faces. Under his eyes, the stern examiners furrowed their brows. It was uncomfortable to be stared at by those annoying and piercing eyes. "I will become a musician." Quietly, he said, "I will become the best. I will." He shut the door. The auditorium was silent as the examiners exchanged shocked glances, wondering if they had heard correctly. What did he just say? He's out of his mind. Someone scoffed, he didn't even know who he was talking to. It's good that he's gone. We can stop wasting our time, At. Whatever, why get hung up on a kid like him? Sydney stood up with an unchanging expression, ready to leave. He seemed to not mind Ye Qingxuan's violation at all. It only proved that the principal was out of luck now. They had won long ago, and now it was time to collect the fruits. No one noticed that the old and stiff man had walked from the corner to the stone tablet. Reaching over, he brought out Ye Qingxuan's data and studied the strange line. After a long time, he seemed to understand something and snapped his fingers at the stone tablet. The line on the stone tablet began wavering. Did you fail? Did you fail? Cousin, did you not pass? Outside the academy, under the waning sun, the youth sat forlornly by the fountain. Beside him, Bai Xi asked without restraint. But Ye Qingxuan did not know how to answer. Don't be sad, Bai Xi murmured, poking his face. It's okay. You can follow me and I'll protect you. Let's be in the mafia too. It's easy to make money. Our successful future is already waving at us. Don't be sad. How does it sound? She counted on her fingers. Look, I've already found a really good territory. We can start from the bottom. You'll be in charge of ideas, I'll be in charge of the punching, and old Phil will be in charge of biting. We can steal from thieves. Once we get rid of the shaman, we'll be the boss. The kind that earns however much they want. As she talked, she ran out of things to say. In the end, she hung her head. Tugging at Ye Qingxuan, she said, Hey, can't you laugh, or just smile? What happened to you? There are so many jobs in this world. Why do you have to be a musician? I don't know. Ye Qingxuan managed to smile and scratched his head, sad like a defeated dog. I guess I really don't suit it. Bai Xi fell silent. Watching him, she suddenly went on her tiptoes and hugged him. It's okay. They're blind. Don't listen to them. Excuse me, behind her, a white-haired old man asked quietly, Is this Ye Qingxuan? Who is it? Bai Xi craned her neck. She looked from the stiff and awkward face to the steel hand connected to his right arm. Impatiently, she huffed and said, What do you want? My cousin is in a bad mood. If you piss him off, he might beat you up. He's really powerful. Have you heard of the word undefeatable before? That's him. I apologize for disturbing you. I am Abraham, a professor from the academy. He seemed to not speak regularly, choosing his words carefully. Would you like to come to the School of History? Ha! Ye Qingxuan gaped. The old man rubbed his white hair in distress, trying to make himself seem more at ease. I can teach you. Even though I only have one hand, but I can still teach, and I have a lot of experience I can tell you about. Seeing the doubt in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, he panicked a little. Even though I'm not dressed well, I'm a musician too. I've taught for more than 10 years and have researched a lot and, You're willing to accept me? The youth's unsure voice interrupted him. Seeing his eyes, the old man awkwardly took back his hand. Of course if you don't want. I do. Ye Qingxuan grasped his hand. His eyes shone, as if he was grasping his last straw. I don't care about anything else, as long as you can teach me. Abraham froze in shock. Suddenly he broke into a smile, letting out a breath of relief. Pleased, he said, that's just great. I mean, that's great. Please wait a bit, I'll be right back. The old man seemed to remember something suddenly and ran off somewhere. Hey, cousin, are you sure? He doesn't seem too reliable, but she watched as Abraham walked away. What if he's lying? And anyway, why did you choose an old man? Couldn't you choose someone young and attractive? Because he never laughed at me. Ye Qingxuan watched the old man and remembered everything that had happened. Not even once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Long-Awaited Reunion. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Bai Xi rolled her eyes. But I still think he's unreliable. Musicians are all rich, but his clothes are so old, and he only has one hand. It seems weird. What if he can't even play a complete piece? A musician like that is basically trash. You're going to live a hard life with him. Bai Xi, didn't you promise to respect other people? Grudgingly, Bai Xi said, okay, fine, I won't say anything else. After a long time, Abraham finally came back, trying to catch his breath. There was something in his hand. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. This is for you. He handed them 3 ice cream cones. This is the Academy's specialty. It's very famous. Try it. He seemed to have run for a long time. Panting, there was sweat on his forehead too. But when he gave them the cones, his eyes were smiling. Ye Qingxuan looked at the cones decorated with fruits, honey and cream and felt a little bad. Sorry, it must have been expensive. It's okay, don't worry about it. The stiff man smiled, full of happiness. Congratulations on joining the School of History. It's been a long time since anyone was willing to come. Did you poison this? Despite her words, Bai Xi began eating without shame. Ye Qingxuan knocked the side of her head, reminding her about manners before she remembered to say, thank you. Ye Qingxuan felt speechless. Bai Xi, when will you become a good girl? He thought. In the long afternoon, Ye Qingxuan and the old man sat by the square, quietly watching those passing by. Sometimes there would be an awkward silence, but he felt comfortable. Silences when they ran out of things to say could be joyful too, he realized. But if they did think of something, they could easily strike up a conversation. Teacher, they don't seem to want me to enter the academy. Would you get in trouble for accepting me? Abraham's expression became unreadable at the youth's question. After pausing, he shook his head. I actually have a lot of trouble. They'll give me trouble even without you. Can I really enter if I didn't go through the usual process? No problem. Abraham chuckled. No one signed up for the School of History, so the principal gave me the power to accept students based on my own discretion this year. I can accept whoever I want, as long as I don't go past the establishment. Oh. Ye Qingxuan nodded, but beside him, Bai Xi's eyes brightened with a mischievous idea. Teacher, do you still need students? The girl scooted over to Abraham's side. Fluttering her lashes, she said in an overly sweet voice, I'm smart and talented. Why don't you take me as the senior brother, and he can be the junior under me? You need to pass the test. No problem, I can still do it now. Bai Xi took the ether ball from Ye Qingxuan's pocket. I just need to make this light up, right? Well yes, but, before Abraham could even finish, the crystal in Bai Xi's hand lit up with a piercing light. She did not even need to make a sound, move, or create music. The clear ether ball suddenly shone silver just by being in her hand. The rays of light were like soldiers under command, flashing and changing in the ether ball. They joined, creating Ye Qingxuan's angry face, or old Phil's head, or at times, even a middle finger. Bai Xi looked as if she was playing with a toy. Beside her, Ye Qingxuan's eyes almost fell out of his sockets. He had always thought that having a man run naked at night in Avalon was already illogical. But he never thought that there would be someone even weirder next to him. And so well hidden too. Bai Xi, what did you eat when you grew up? Ye Qingxuan asked dumbly. On the other side, Abraham's mouth was open wide enough to stuff 2 ice cream cones in. Strength, execution, spirituality, and sense all meet the qualifications. No, it's above average, he mumbled, not sure what to say. Then I guess there's no problem. Proudly, Bai Xi glanced at Ye Qingxuan and then fluttered her lashes at Abraham. Teacher, can I be the senior? After a long silence, Abraham finally collected himself. My apologies. I'd love for you to join the School of History, but any school would want talent like you. There's no reason for you to come here. I don't care. I want to be at the School of History. I want to be this guy's senior. But I already have a student before you. Abraham scratched his head. He's not very reliable and always gets into trouble, but he's still a good person. It's okay, you can be the second senior. Ye Qingxuan tried to comfort Bai Xi. That's good too. Get out. I don't want to be the second. Bai Xi's face changed, turning a bit angry. Okay, I've decided that you'll be the second and I'll still be the senior. Where's the original guy? Get him here and I'll beat him up. Let's not fight. That's not good. Distressed, Abraham urged quietly, he's suffering from insomnia these days and likes running around after getting drunk. But when you get to know him, you'll see that he really is a good person. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan got a bad feeling. Teacher, this senior, pushing down bad memories, he asked with twitching facial muscles, what does he look like? I look like this today. Attractive, right? A bright voice sounded behind him, causing the hair on the back of Ye Qingxuan's neck to stand up. In Ye Qingxuan's strange silence, a blond youth popped up out of nowhere and sat down by Abraham. This young man was probably 2 years older than Ye Qingxuan. When he saw them together, he smiled, bright like the sun. It was hard to deny that he truly was attractive, with distinct features and bright eyes. Unlike Hermes's weird coldness, he seemed innocent and harmless. Ah, teacher, why didn't you call me for the cones? Seeing the ice cream cones, his eyes flashed and drool almost dripped from his mouth. I haven't eaten in so many days. Teacher, this isn't fair. Charles, calm down. Abraham sighed and gave him the untouched cone. Where did you go? I can never find you. So many debtors are looking for me, so I had to hide. Teacher, don't tell them you saw me. He had probably been starving for a long time. He stuffed his face with the ice cream. I'm starving. This is delicious. Abraham did not know what to say. Since you're here, just stay and eat dinner with everyone. Let me introduce you all. These are your juniors. You have to act like a senior. Okay, hello juniors. He scooted over and shook Ye Qingxuan's hand like a dumb chicken. Please take care of me. Brother, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Is there something dirty on my face? Charles rubbed at his face, a little embarrassed. Don't just stare at me. I'm shy. Hey cousin, what's wrong? Bai Xi looked at how he was in a daze and nudged him. You don't have to be so hurt just because he's more attractive than you. Ye Qingxuan could no longer hear anything. He was still wrapped in the pain of almost going crazy again. He looked at this familiar man and finally remembered where they had met before. In just a moment, that night came back. The strange feeling of his perspective on the entire world changing flooded his mind once again. The night, singing, running, vomiting, naked man, those keywords flashed through in his mind. Finally, his thoughts turned into the naked backside of the drunkard running under the moon. He ran and ran, running under the moon. Hobo hobo. The chime-like laughter came back, along with the smell of vomit in the wind. You're that midnight psycho, the naked guy with bird nest hair. How dare you appear before me? Ye Qingxuan grabbed Charles's collar and yelled, Give me back my notebook. 1. In China, students of the same teacher call each other senior/junior brother/sister. The senior brother has the highest status. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Logic of Success. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hey! Are you still not finished shining my shoes? In the room, an impatient voice yelled, "Housekeeper! Housekeeper! Is that lazy Bai started slacking off again? I told you before that these beggars are like donkeys. They don't work unless you whip them. Young master, please do not worry. There's still a while before we reach land. I don't care. Just prepare everything and make sure I have the best formal wear when we get there." The annoyed kid burped loudly. "Housekeeper, get me some more desserts. I want the lemon and honey kind. This stupid boat doesn't have any food. All we get is fish every meal." "Yes, sir." The housekeeper walked out and gently closed the door. His face changed dramatically and kicked the boy beside him, glaring at him. "Hurry up, kid. If you ruin things for the young master, you're in for it." "Yes, yes. Sir, don't worry. It'll be done in a minute." "Just a minute." Victor squeezed out a smile as his hands scrubbed at the leather shoes. "Look, it's almost done. Be careful. That's high-grade calfskin." The housekeeper kicked him again. "You can't pay for these boots even if you work your entire life." "Yes, yes." After scolding him some more, the housekeeper stalked away. Victor's smile faded as the housekeeper walked further away. Touching the bruise on his face, his eyes turned cold. He had already been on this boat to the Burgundy Empire for 10 days. In the beginning, he had been squeezed in the storage cabin with bankrupted businessmen and jobless commoners. He was ready to put everything in to dig for gold in Burgundy Empire's new colony. He would gamble his life to get rich. But a few days ago, he used his fists to win the opportunity to be a temporary servant for the young master in the ship's first class. The little fatty was irritable and the housekeeper was cruel, but at least he would not have to eat an *tea in the pigsty under the ship. He would get 2 more cups of fresh water every day too. Eating leftovers was better than drinking that swill. And this could be the chance. "Hey, you said there will be a chance to true success? Did you mean being a slave for this pig?" The rain artist in a small bottle in Victor's pocket was getting impatient. "Are you a man? You willingly let that pig ride you like a horse yesterday. So what?" Victor retorted. "What should I do? Kill him? On this boat with no escape? And then get hung on the mast? All you've been giving me these days are horrible ideas." He continued, "Old guy, you're not a scary and important person anymore. You're a slave now, just like me. Except I'm on a boat and you're in a bottle. What are you thinking now?" The rain artist asked. "You're being dramatic. All I want is my wages." Victor glanced at the door and murmured, "But my wages are a little high." "The old man has more than enough money though, so I think he can afford it." Hearing Victor's resentment, rain artist could not help but sigh. That's how the world is. You can work your entire life, but still be nothing to a *start an elite conceived while drunk. Too bad you don't have the talent to be a musician. Otherwise, with your personality, you'd be better off than me. Anyone with a brain would be better off than you." Victor said mockingly, "Is what you think? That being a musician would put you above everyone? That being a musician would make you equal with the elites? That's just because elites need a dog to bite people. You're the type of easy guy who falls for any girl who looks at you." Rain artist fell silent. He did not defend himself because Victor really had hit his insecurities. Before becoming a dark musician, he had always been played by an elite woman like a clown. But he had realized too late, and pleased that woman by becoming a musician, and even made sacrifices to Satan. After that first wrong step, every step afterward was wrong too. He had been reduced to this state, but that woman had married a rich man and became a true elite. It's never wrong to be fierce. What do you plan to do? Reminded of the past, his voice turned poisonous. Just wait until we get to the port. Victor wiggled his fingers, reminiscing on when he used to work at the pier. I saw that the housekeeper has a few 100,000 franc money orders, and many jewels. We can do something big. You want to take out the kid and housekeeper? Rain Artist asked excitedly. Dumb *SS, losing money and losing a life isn't the same. It'll cause too much trouble if we take them out, Victor scolded in a low voice. Don't forget that he has an entire family behind him. Do you want them to all come after me? I think it's pretty much the same. Rain Artist scoffed. You're just scared of killing, right? For a rare moment, Victor fell silent. Rain Artist had the upper hand in the argument and chuckled, but stopped talking. Victor! Victor! Where the F*** are you? Get over here! In the room, the impatient duck voice sounded again. I want to ride the horse. Yes, young master, I'm coming, Victor replied with a smile. Pushing the door open, he entered the room and was met with a slap. In the luxurious room, so different from the storage cabin, the fat kid gave him 2 loud slaps without a word. What are you doing? Why are you so slow? I told you not to slack off. I'm sorry, young master. I'm very clumsy and angered you. Victor gave a simpering smile while observing the room. In a gentle voice he suggested, You've been on this boat for 10 days without going outside. It's so stuffy in here. Why don't we go take a walk? I heard that there are many elite ladies here. Maybe you can meet your destiny. Really? Hearing elite ladies, his eyes brightened. But very quickly, the boy threw the cup in his hands at the wall. No, I won't go. Oh, why? Victor froze a little, worried that he would miss this great chance. Why are you asking so much? I'm not going out. Do you want me to reward you for kissing up to me? The young master rolled his eyes. You scum always have a reason for wanting to get close to us. Let me tell you, I know what you're thinking. Don't think that I'm a charity. Oh, of course not, Victor simpered. Hearing the door open behind him, he sighed inside. This chance was going to slip away. Young master, I checked and we're going to land at the pier soon. The housekeeper said with a smile. The Marquis has received news of your arrival and is preparing a feast to welcome you back. You must take care to not lose the elite style. This quickly? Victor thought. Victor's chest clenched and felt a few bronze coins fall at his feet. The housekeeper waved. This is your pay. You can get out now. Victor did not bend over to pick up the coins. Instead, he touched the blade hidden in his sleeves and let out a sigh. Did he really have to use it? He studied the housekeeper and the fatty. But before he could decide which one to kill first, there was wild shaking. In the sudden thundering, the entire steel boat shook as if it had crashed into a reef. The guests on the ship were flipped over and rolled on the ground. No, this wasn't a reef. As Victor pondered, someone outside the door screamed, "Help! Fire!" The boiler room exploded. There's a giant hole in the sideboard. Seal the cabin. While rolling, Victor ended up under the bed. Hearing this, his face paled. The boiler room was right over the storage cabin. If it exploded, then it was bad news for those there. If they sealed the cabin, then the people in the storage area would have nowhere to go. But before he could get up, the housekeeper's expression changed. Suddenly understanding something, he pushed the fatty toward a cabinet. Young master, please hide well. I'll go outside to check. Before he could finish, the room's wall collapsed. The alloy cabin doors twisted and bent. A shadow flew into the room and pulled out a sword. The blade sliced through the air, singing. Like lightning, it flew toward the dazed fatty's heart. The housekeeper pushed the young master down and used his heart to stop the blade. Under his shirt, a complex design flashed. Its glow solidified the air, turning it into a shield. The sword crashed into the solidified air and pierced into the wall. The shadow pulled out the blade and ran toward the shield like a storm. The blade created a ripple in the shield. The housekeeper paled, but the shield still stood. "What's going on?" Under the bed, Victor was shaken. "Oomph, it's just basic alchemy." He branded the rune on his armor. "But regular people need to pay for this. The iron wall uses up blood." Rain Artist saw everything clearly and chuckled coldly. "This is an assassination, kid. It's clear someone doesn't want this fatty to get back to Burgundy. If I'm not wrong, the assassin will sacrifice blood too. As soon as he finished, the shadowy assassination jerked, and the blurry sword finally showed its true appearance. The sword was extremely sharp with a thin and narrow blade. On it, 3 lines of runes were engraved on the blade. The blade seemed ready to break. But the assassin fiercely gripped the sword's blade. Without reserving any strength, it seemed he wanted to cut through his palm. Blood flowed from his hand, covering the entire sword. The runes on the sword shimmered and a metallic roar sounded. The clash of high and low notes seemed to pierce one's eardrums. Even the air around the assassin rippled. "Ha, the assassin has some good stuff. It even has forging, dragon's attack and deadly ivy." Rain Artist raised his voice. "Cover your ears, Victor did so reflexively, but before he could ask why, it felt like he was thrown into a bulwark. An endless tide crashed onto him. He felt the stinging pain, as if his skin was getting ripped to shreds. But it was not a tide, it was the wave created by the wailing in the air. Victor's mind went blank. The assassin easily pierced the shield. It was so easily destroyed. The shield shattered instantly, shards hitting into the wall, creating holes. The housekeeper's armor crumbled to dust too, turning his chest into slush. The blade passed through him, piercing into the terrified fatty on the ground. With a pierced heart, the great shaking broke his vessels, and the fatty died instantly. Confirming the death, the assassin went through the broken wall and dropped into the ocean, riding the waves away. In the chaos, no one noticed what had really happened. Victor was the only one left in the room. He pulled himself up in a daze, but he reacted quickly. Rushing to the housekeeper, he pulled open the pockets and stuffed all the jewels and the still intact money notes into his own pocket. Then, he found 2 rings embedded with jewels on the dead fatty. He also found a letter close to the corpse's body. He hesitated before quickly scanning it, reading 10 lines at once. It was a good thing that the priest had educated him, so that he could somewhat understand French. "Dear Don Juan, fate's cruel arrangement made you leave me when you were born. How are you in Anglo? My health has had some problems these days and I think of you more and more. It's been 17 years. You must have grown up now, right? The one with this letter is my close housekeeper. He will take you back to reunite with me. But please remember to keep a low profile on the road. I'm worried people will cause you trouble because of me. I'm waiting to reunite with you." Seeing the letter, Victor sunk into a long silence. He was frozen, as if he had been fossilized. "Hey, kid, what happened? Stop spacing out." Rain Artist called from his arms. "There must be a secret compartment in the drawer by the bed. Elites love that trick. Hurry up and get it before other people discover." Rain Artist froze before he could finish. "Hey, what are you doing, Dot?" He watched as Victor quickly took the jewels out and stuffed them back onto the housekeeper. Those that would not fit, he threw them into the sea. Rain Artist screamed every time Victor threw something away. "Are you crazy? Don't you want to succeed? That's the capital for your future." "No, I'm not crazy." Victor shook his head, looking at the dead young master under the housekeeper's corpse. He had died without his eyes closed, the white showing, but this was the first time Victor found him cute. Seeing him, he could not help but laugh. This is what's crazy. What do you mean? Victor studied the youth and his similar body and asked, Old guy, don't you think that Don Juan is a nice name? Rain Artist suddenly understood. He yelled, You've gone crazy wanting to succeed, . Ha, you're funny. Who doesn't want to succeed? He quickly exchanged their clothes and dumped Don Juan's corpse into the ocean. Very quickly, the corpse was taken away by the rolling waves. The burning oil from the boiler room would disfigure it too. As for Victor, he had already changed into the luxurious clothes, and shoved Rain Artist's bottle into a pocket. Lastly, he looked at the hole before on his left breast pocket. He was still missing something. Outside, the distant noise of people sounded. Someone had found the source of the boom and had come to investigate. It seems that the opportunity to succeed is everywhere. Victor took out the knife he had prepared and aimed it toward his heart. Pressing against his cheek, he took a deep breath. Sadly, it always takes some investment. Hiss. The small knife was pushed through to its handle. Victor threw the knife into the ocean and collapsed onto the floor. Blood was flowing too quickly, almost spurting onto the ceiling. He was a little dazed. Did he gamble too much this time? Using the last of his strength, he crawled to the housekeeper and pulled the corpse over him. He felt his life slipping away in the growing puddle of blood, and lost consciousness. The moment before he passed out, the door was forced open. My God, what happened here? The sailor yelped. The panicked footsteps that entered the room destroyed every last bit of evidence. The men checked the corpses. Pushing past the dead housekeeper, someone found the barely breathing youth. Reaching out to feel the pulse, he called, Someone come. He's still alive. Doctor! Doctor! Hearing this, Victor, no, young Master Don Juan, smiled sweetly. He calmly closed his eyes. Father, I'm coming, he thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Battle of the Abyss. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Darkness. Black clouds covered the sky like complex layers of lead overlapping, solidified in the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a mighty city rose above the barren land. Dim starlight came from somewhere, illuminating the city's sharp turrets. But even in the darkness, it was easy to discern the high luxury and indignity of the city. Perched on a copper and black iron foundation, its body was made of white silver, with gold decorating its tip. Created by iron, it was a legendary miracle. When sunlight passed through the sky, the entire city would bathe in the radiance of the sun, sacred but grave. But now there was no sunlight, and everything was shrouded by the darkness of the night. Ye Qingxuan observed the city. In the darkness, he saw the earth shake and rumble. Blood-red light flowed through a crack, like blood seeping out from the earth under the city. It seemed to want to flow up and submerge it all. The rumbling grew. The mighty city shook as if something hidden under was about to be unearthed. The sound of thunder arose, continuous like an avalanche. But the sound was unclear, like thousands of people wailing together. Hell collapsed and Ambition-Re called. At that moment, the thundering seemed to explode. The rippling across the earth could be seen by the naked eye. Even the sacred city shook with it. Quickly, a crack appeared on the iron wall. It was the first crack. The top of the city's highest point, the place closest to the clouds, was also the darkest place. Someone looked down at the city from that point. Angry winds blew from the distance. The eye of the tornado enveloped this city. The storm wind blew at his robe, it fluttered loudly. His cigar stayed lit, despite the wind. He stood at the edge of the tall tower, looking down at the sacred city and the redness seeping from the ground, watching the earth shake. The third layer of the Wailing Wall has been breached. Someone reported behind the smoking man when a third sound rang across the skies and earth. The pale secretary clung onto a pillar, his eyes full of fright. 15 minutes ago, it had already entered the sunrise path, but the hell and purgatory left by Grandmaster Ding have already been destroyed. All that remains is heaven. Heaven cannot stop it. The smoking man shook his head. The Temple Knights and Anthem Battalion are ready. They're arming at the Armageddon now. What of the Holy Spirits? The man asked. The secretary listened with his eyes closed. Voice trembling, he replied, Fire god Agni was hurt in battle and has fallen into a coma. Jupiter is waking up. The wind god and thunder god have entered the abyss. Hopefully, they can stop it. It's pointless. That is the doomsday dragon with 7 crowns. The man shook his head again. When it was sealed and confined by the 3 kings of the past, 1/3 of stars fell into the abyss with it. A double-bodied Holy Spirit is nothing to it. Send out the command, under the name of Nibelungenlied, to awaken all Holy Spirits. The secretary was stunned. Thinking of the consequences, he grew even more pale. But if the Emperor Chang is angered again, the sacred city might. In the darkness, the man turned around and gazed at him like as if looking at a cowering idiot. Then use a blood sacrifice and let him see the battlefield clearly. The secretary's lips trembled, but he could not speak. Even if he's scared, he should be scared after the sacred city is destroyed, the smoking man said lightly. If the abyss under the sacred city is set off, the city won't be the only thing destroyed. Yes, my crown. The secretary lowered his head. Mumbling to himself, it was as if the wind had carried his voice, sending it to the city below him. Also, the smoking man suddenly said in the darkness, Notify all priests to get ready in the bronze hall. It's time to start fate. The secretary looked up in shock. But he only saw the man put out his cigar and push open the door behind him. At his waist, the sword, gate of heaven, shone with a cold light. In the wind, his voice was like the ringing of a blade. Tell them, the Pope will personally join the battlefield. The world shook, and the overlapping melodies could not subdue the thundering. The calling from Avicii, 9 levels under the ground, cut across the skies and earth. It pushed the black clouds, lightning brewed. The wild flashes of light were like an evil spirit's whip, falling on the sacred city again and again. The entire city bathed in the glow of the lightning. A huge crack spread from the ground under the city, like an open mouth wanting to swallow it. Ye Qingxuan stood above the crack, looked down, and saw the swirling flashes of metal within it. It was the reflection of the Temple Knights' formation. Tons of heavy armor covered the bodies of these warriors. It was impossible to imagine that armor this heavy could be moved by humans. When they moved, it was unstoppable, like the Gaia giant in the Bible. Now they numbered thousands upon thousands. All held their chains and spears over their heads as they charged into the darkness. Along with the thundering footsteps, as the steel shoes hit stone, the music notes carved on the armor shone, and began singing sacred hymns. This was the sound of heaven. The chorale's power spread with a burning light. The light illuminated a huge eye. Under the cracks of layers of seals was a beastly eye at least 10 meters wide. It looked past the darkness and light into the sky. For a second, Ye Qingxuan's eyes met with it, and he felt as if he were spying at a beast from afar. An indescribable coldness poured into his eyes like a tide. He yelped. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded, shaking the earth. The sacred city seemed to scream in distress. Layers of metal were torn. Under its eyes, an indescribably heavy pressure spread out. The knights charging toward it were flattened by the pressure, their heavy armor clanging. Very quickly, it was flattened by the pressure as well. Blood spurted out from between millions of metal shards. Before the seal, the hymn battalion was almost completely wiped out. In that moment, the singing from the chorale was cut off. Their ether was out of control. The holy strength had been taken by the monsters in the seal and turned into a group of bloody crows. The endless tide of crows flew from the darkness. Beating their wings and shrieking, they devoured the musicians. Woe! 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 Countless wails suddenly emerged from the emptiness, like countless sinners singing together in hell. Under the ether's influence, the blood glowed and swallowed everything it touched. This was the power of catastrophe. 400 years ago, the strongest catastrophe that the three kings sealed, Doomsday's dragon, woke from within the deep abyss. It tore away the layers of seal, and was about to fly into the sky and pour bloody fire from its wings. But just at that moment, white-hot light began to flow from the sacred city. The sleeping dead in the holy temple, turned into holy spirits by musicians, were finally awake. Like millions of stars, they soared to the sky. In the Pope's hand was the sword named Gate of Heaven. He pointed it at the abyss, and those spots of light fell, falling into the dark abyss. Within the light, the awakened holy spirits. They raised their staffs, radiating light. In the endless darkness, these spots of light were like weak candlelight in the wind. They lit up one after another, creating a halo that stopped the progression of the darkness. In the abyss, the overlapping notes became a symphony, and an unimaginable strength rose from the dark abyss. The legendary music scores that could only be found in ancient literature appeared once again. For a moment, Ye Qingxuan thought that the Doomsday's dragon was under control, but Avicii's call sounded once again from the abyss. In the darkness, the angry red dragon opened its eyes. The 7 crowns radiated with a terrifying blood-red glow. The earth shook. To Ye Qingxuan, time was no longer continuous. The world kept changing, and it was hard to see clearly. Endless light blinded him. In the light, dragons danced crazily. For a moment, everything was silent. The world froze. Ye Qingxuan turned around in confusion and saw a silhouette at the peak of the sacred city. Endless ether light guarded him, illuminating his stern expression. He reached out and pressed down on the empty air. The entire city lit up as if finally awoken. The black clouds shrouding the city were ripped apart. Starlight fell from the sky, shining upon the deadly battlefield. In the abyss, the Doomsday's dragon kept growling, roaring wildly, as if sensing that something terrifying would arrive soon. In this frozen world, everything was locked in the cage. No one could stop what was about to happen. Fate? Ye Qingxuan murmured, watching the silhouette. Then the Pope lowered his hands, and it sounded as if the world had shattered. The sky shook. The chilling crack started from the east and fell toward the west, cutting across the night sky. Starlight and moonlight disappeared, turning into a dark vortex. The starry sky disappeared, as if it were being rolled up like a rug. God radiated fatal light from above the twisted sky. Ye Qingxuan could not see anything. He could only feel the continuous resonance beside him, but a human's eardrum could no longer stand that terrifying sound. When the first sound of stars crashed, his senses had already been shattered. Everything had turned into a hopeless nightmare. The world was at the brink of collapse. The ground had turned to coal, tar, and fire burned into the sky. Everything was on the path to destruction. In the end, all that was left was a shattering sound, as if the monster was chewing on the remains of the earth. Ye Qingxuan woke up from his terrifying nightmare in shock. He opened his eyes wide, panting. Screams continued by his ear. Ah! Help! Someone help! Catastrophe! Catastrophe! Continuous screams sounded in the classroom. Hundreds of students woke up from nightmares. Their faces were chalk white as they tried to remember where they were. As the hallucination dissipated, the professor drinking black tea at the podium looked up. He gazed down at the frightened students. "What you all saw was the Battle of the Abyss from 300 years ago," he said. "This is what I will teach you in the first class, the endless war between humanity and catastrophe. One Avici Niraja means hell in the Sanskrit language. Two Nibelungenlied is an epic poem from Middle High Germany. It tells the story of the Burgundian dragon slayer Siegfried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, So-Called Catastrophe. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. 1 hour before, at 8 in the morning, Ye Qingxuan arrived on time to the classroom he had been tested in. Today was the first day of school. According to the tradition of the Royal Academy of Music, the first class was there, no matter what school one was a part of. In the past, the principal would speak and encourage everyone to study hard. But this year, no one was anticipating such a terrifying experience, especially because the principal was not even present. But when the principal entered, everyone was dragged into the hallucination. Now the hallucination was finally gone. At the podium, the teacher carefully lifted the vinyl record from the stereo and placed it back into the box. Wow, it's the rarely seen record alchemy equipment. Can't believe I could get cool stuff by listening to first-year classes. Beside Ye Qingxuan, someone said while hitting his thigh, the visual and audio effects are impressive. It was worth it to get up early this morning. Ye Qingxuan slowly looked over to see Charles happily munching on an apple. There was a pile of fruit skins by his feet. Beside him, the fruit basket had been taken over by Bai Xi, guarded in her arms. He glanced at Bai Xi, but was glared at instead. Sighing, he said, "Brother, it's fine to come listen to lower classes. But is it good to eat like this? Can't I eat while watching a record?" Charles glanced over in confusion. "You tell me after I already finish a bucket of popcorn? Do you want some, Dot?" "I'm okay." Ye Qingxuan's lips twitched, and he smartly decided not to say anything else. He and Bai Xi had been living inside the academy ever since the entrance exam 2 days ago. Because they were both in the School of History, their dorms were together. It was not just their dorm, but all of the classrooms, offices, student dorms, and teacher dorms of the School of History were all in the same 2-story building. They were in the corner of the campus. It was a building that was easily missed unless one was actually looking for it. When Ye Qingxuan first saw the little building, he felt a chill. This house had to be over 200 years old, right? He had thought. The speckled walls were covered in ivy, and there was a pile of fallen leaves before the door. A stray cat glared at him from the roof. Countless details recreated an atmosphere that only existed in horror stories. Could normal people live here? All of the buildings in the Royal Academy of Music were arranged strangely, strange to the point that those who lived there for 5 years could still get lost. The entire place was like a giant maze. When Ye Qingxuan found out that he had to memorize a map just to buy breakfast, he felt hopeless. Usually, a warm-hearted senior would come to the rescue in this situation. But the problem was that this warm-hearted senior was not reliable at all. In only 2 days, Ye Qingxuan became well acquainted with Charles's ability to get lost. They could be walking down a straight and open path, then in the blink of an eye, Charles would be gone. And then he would reappear somewhere weird. Not only did he get himself lost, but he also dragged other people with him. Once, Ye Qingxuan followed him to the cafeteria and then somehow ended up in downtown Avalon. Then he realized why the professor had told him again and again never to let Charles lead. They had only known each other for 2 days, but it had been a busy time for that senior. In 2 days, he had been found by debtors 4 times, and chased 6 times. The night before, and earlier this morning, he had been slapped by 2 random girls in public. Those 2 pretty girls did not even say anything before he started crying and ran away covering his face. What did he even do? "Yezi, you suddenly look like you're in pain." Beside him, Charles moved closer in concern. "Do you have hemorrhoids?" "Ah, that's bad. You have to discover it and get it treated early. Should we go to the doctors after class?" "It's okay, I'm really familiar with them. If I take you there, the doctors can give you a discount. No, it's okay. With twitching muscles, Ye Qingxuan forced a smile. Oh, that's good. Charles produced a durian out of nowhere. You want some? Ye Qingxuan looked away. The durian smell made him want to sob. Oh, right, some people from your row keep looking over here. Are they that hungry? Charles sighed. If they want fruit, then they can just come over. It's bad to skip breakfast. Ye Qingxuan glanced at his row and saw some elite boys looking at him with disdain. The leader was a red-haired youth. He had been the first one to be accepted. Edmund something? Beside him, Banner seemed to not be awake yet. He lowered his head and stared at his fingers, his feline eyes interested. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sensing Ye Qingxuan's gaze, their expressions turned to disgust. They threw him a glance and looked away. What's wrong? Bai Xi followed his eyes. Spacing out? Nothing. Ye Qingxuan looked away. Some psychos want to eat bananas. All right, you all seem to have recovered. At the podium, the professor looked down as he finished organizing things. Here, I have some smelling salt. The girls who are pretending to be dizzy can take some. That student over there, you don't have to get so excited about CPR. She's pretending, can't you tell? And that student eating, where did you get all that? The professor looked in Charles's direction, his expression turning stern. I'm talking about you, the student in the second row. I noticed you a while ago. Do you know the rules about eating during my class? Charles froze. Awkwardly, he clutched the banana he had just peeled. Thinking for a bit, he carefully took it to the podium. Would you like some? Brother, you have no hope. Ye Qingxuan covered his face, not wanting to admit that he knew that guy. You do know the rules. In the silence, the professor gazed at Charles and smiled, a very bright student. As everyone's jaw dropped, he took the banana and nodded in satisfaction. This tastes quite good. Of course. I stole this from the School of Modification this morning. They've been waiting for this for half a year. Charles felt around for what's left in his pockets. Would you like to try an orange too? The professor hesitated. Seeing the gaping students, he finally jolted back to reality and coughed dramatically. We're in class now. Sitting in the front, Ye Qingxuan could clearly hear what the professor whispered. Remember to bring 1 kilogram to the office. Was there still hope for the school? That was just a joke. Now, we'll officially start the class. After finishing the banana, the professor's aura suddenly changed. Even his expression turned stern. If anyone relaxed just then, please get nervous again. Break time is over. What I'll be teaching next is all in discussion of natural catastrophe history and research. There is also an entire textbook of exam material, so please don't ask me what will be tested. Ye Qingxuan sat up straighter. The good stuff was finally here. As the name implied, natural catastrophes were catastrophes unable to be prevented by humans. Generally, those that could not coexist with humans would move away from humanity, but most natural catastrophes would wander at the borders of humanity. Ever since the Dark Ages, there had been legends of catastrophes. Every catastrophe would result in a massive loss of property and life. Even before the Dark Ages, there were signs of natural catastrophes from cave paintings. There was a wide variety, each with unique characteristics. Some were animals, some plants, while others did not even seem to be living. The complex classifications were thick enough for a book, the one in Ye Qingxuan's hands now. But no matter what, they all followed the same basic law. Or maybe they were shrouded by the same mystery. Where did they come from? What did they want? And why did they hate humanity? Ever since the beginning of humankind, the fear of natural catastrophes followed their history. Even after humanity had control over ether, horrible events still occurred in the 500 years after the Dark Ages had ended. Till this day, humanity had only discovered and explored less than a quarter of the world. And of this quarter, less than half were arable, mild ether zones. Every inch of earth was with blood from humans fighting against the natural catastrophes. Every victory was built upon thousands of lives. But what made people hopeless was that those creatures did not die. They were made from ether and would not experience conventional death. Even if their body was destroyed, only their memories would be wiped clean, and they would return to the dark world and sleep. When they reappeared, they would have new life. And they were becoming stronger. To keep the natural catastrophes from coming, humanity put boundary markers in all directions. In the east, four emperors of the Aurora Empire constructed the Great Wall with millions of slaves. There was a beacon tower every 100 steps, with musicians guarding it every second of the day for their entire lives. 100,000 beacon towers meant 100,000 torches. If the torches were not extinguished, the natural catastrophes would not be able to easily enter humanity's territory. In the northern tundra, the Asgard people built their entire empire on glaciers. Those who saw death as reprieve used broken battle axes and corpses for the Valhalla defense line. In the deserts of the west, the original defense line created by the Samnites had already been breached. Now it was under joint reconstruction by several empires. Apparently, at the end of the desert, fire still burned in the remains of the old defense line. The endless ocean of the west was the most peaceful. Sea monster Leviathan had not appeared for a few hundred years, but the city guarding it was where Ye Qingxuan was now, Avalon. Anglo's own king had inherited the 100-year-old mission from King Arthur to stand in the western front and fight against the sea monster. Even if it had not appeared for hundreds of years, they were still alert. Around 40 satellite islands surrounded Avalon. More than 20 were completely locked. If anyone tried to get within 10 nautical miles, they would be stopped and told that it was a forbidden zone. It would not be too late to turn back, but if they decided to go forward, they would die there. Other than that, there was a wide range of defensive measures and millions of fortresses. Humanity's art of war was not only to kill each other, but to prevent disasters. Here, the professor paused, and his smile became secretive. You might have heard the name of the most dangerous natural catastrophe to mankind, the Dark Mother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, The Dark Mother. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The evil maternal, the source of beasts, the vortex of evolution. For centuries, humanity had given the Dark Mother many names, but to the entire world the most dangerous was none other than the Dark Mother. When the Dark Ages ended hundreds of years ago, the three kings chased it to the northern tundra. It wandered in the dark world, reappearing every now and then, leaving behind mutated organisms in its path. It did not even have a shape that people could fully describe. It was difficult for mankind to specify what it really was, so it had never been completely destroyed, but had regenerated instead. It was like a virus in nature. One could sense its presence by seeing the ruined environment, but could never truly touch it. In many descriptions it was depicted as a writhing ring. Some philosophers believed that its true state was an indescribable ring, but everyone knew that philosophers were useless. In current descriptions, it consisted of many natural catastrophes, made up of countless beasts, animals, and mutated monsters. But this description was not accurate either because the Dark Mother did not even have a substantial state. People could feel where it was. Like a boundary drawn by an invisible force. It was difficult for any organism in the boundary to leave. There was a biological longing and fear of the outside world. But in the circle, all organisms would feel free and experience wild growth and evolution. Then they would swallow each other or mutate into a mixture of both. All animals would evolve at a speed 1,000 times faster than normal, turning into something different depending on the food chain or natural environment. Ultimately, even a regular forest would become a den of monsters. If there were humans there, it would be even more problematic because compared to those bloodthirsty beasts, monsters who were human were much scarier. When the priest and Wolf Flute opened the stone coffins, they saw the corpses of many strange animals. Despite dying long ago, they still had signs of struggling and fighting. The centuries of this bloody history proved only one point: blind evolution was disastrous. And yet, the evolution ring would collapse sooner or later. Using up all the energy in this round of birth, the Dark Mother would then die, but at that time, the deformed beasts would massacre each other to become the most powerful, and would win the title Child of the Mother. When the constraints lost its effect, the beasts would escape from the cage and spread in all directions. The dead mother would then reappear from the darkness after brewing for years. This deformed evolutionary ring had existed for hundreds of years. It did not have any meaning by itself. It only wandered in the dark world, planting its seeds along the way. But the children of the mother inherited the Dark Mother's hatred toward mankind, and thirsted for human blood and bone. They were like the most deadly cyst in the world, full of endless poison. Not even the deformed beasts that the Dark Mother left in this world centuries ago had been killed completely. If one tracked the bloodlines of all the monsters in the world, it would become clear that they all had the same mother. Because of this, it was known as the most dangerous of all natural catastrophes in existence. Any musician that discovered its presence must report to the church. A scepter-ranked musician would then lead a 100-man group to attack it. Of all of the living natural catastrophes, the Dark Mother was undeniably the representative. But not all natural catastrophes are as annoying as the Dark Mother. In actuality, some don't even know what they're doing, maybe they don't know why they exist either. After all this, the professor's tone became more relaxed. An example with the most harmless natural catastrophe. When we look up at night, we'll see it shining in the sky like a laurel. The star ring? Ye Qingxuan could not help but ask. That's a natural catastrophe too? Correct. The professor nodded and drew a map of stars on the blackboard. Using chalk, he drew a horizontal line from west to east. This was the celestial phenomenon known as star ring. Whenever there was a clear night sky, without clouds, people would be able to see the countless shining stars in the sky. There would also be something that looked like a glowing river formed by stars that ran from west to east across the sky. Some called it the sky track. In line with the Earth's axis, it became an important coordinate. All astronomy and geology in the world had been based on this coordinate. It had hung in the night sky for thousands of years. Everyone thought that it was the reflection of a star cluster. But according to research, this phenomenon was due to an impossibly high concentration of ether. Throughout all of the years, few people realized that there was a river of ether flowing in the sky. It was a natural catastrophe, but barely anyone could sense its presence. Throughout history, it never did anything to mankind and never killed anyone. Of course, there were two musicians who grew up gazing at the star ring and invented a plane to fly into the air, but it exploded in mid-flight, but they did not count. What were their names? The Wright brothers. For a time, many musicians passed on this joke. The strange professor at the podium told the joke and laughed by himself, pounding the table for a long time. But no student found it funny at all, and there was only awkward silence. That was to lighten the atmosphere. Don't mind it. He finally finished laughing and dragged a chair over to sit. He propped his elbows on his knees. He was smiling, but his eyes seemed icy, as if there was a sword in his hands. I hope you all will listen carefully to what I am going to tell you next. If an idiot thinks that it doesn't matter, that's okay too. It won't be a big deal to me if they fail the class because of this. If the Dark Mother is the source of all fear and disaster of mankind, then the next will be a natural enemy that all musicians must be wary of. Ever since the Dark Ages, it appeared with the fall of the first musician, and became the church's mortal enemy. For hundreds of years, it has bewitched countless musicians to fall into the darkness and become its talons. He paused and quietly said its name. It is Satan Hyakum. As soon as he finished, a commotion sounded outside the door. Ben had appeared and knocked on the door. "Sir, if it's okay, may we talk outside?" The professor huffed and rose. Waving at the students, he said, "Read your books and I'll be back later. And that guy, leave some durians for me. Mr. Administrator, long time no see. At the staircase beside the classroom, Ben put a hand to his chest in greeting. "I didn't think that the representative of the musician union would come personally. My apologies for not coming to welcome you. I remember you're Mr. Ben, right?" The administrator glanced down at Ben. "Hurry up and say whatever you need to say. I'm a bit upset at being called out during class." Ben flinched and his expression changed, but he could not say anything. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, "The Academy has just learned that the person from the musician union would replace the professor of the first lecture. The union has some control over all musicians, but isn't doing so a disrespect to the Royal Academy of Music? Maxwell asked me to teach this class. If you didn't know, then that's your problem. You can talk to Maxwell about it," the administrator said coolly. "If you disrespect your principal, that is. If it's arranged by the principal, then that's a different matter." Despite his words, Ben looked like he had just swallowed a fly. His expression made his thoughts very clear. Anyone would be pissed if they met an opponent that always gave them a hard time. Especially those that had the principal on their side. Arguing with them in public was the worst choice. So he chose another method. Glancing in the direction of the classroom, he said, "But Mr. Administrator, isn't it better to teach them about Satan later in their studies?" "Mr. Ben, have you been staying in the greenhouse for too long?" The administrator glanced at Ben strangely. When did musician become a fancy title to catch the attention of others at elite parties? If you decide to become a musician, then isn't it natural to step onto the battlefield? Isn't it natural to learn about your enemies? Ben's face was almost green from the direct taunt. Working hard to control his anger, he said, "To them, it's still too early. And anyway, the secrecy level of Satan is not something they can understand. The material that I arrange clearly has reason behind it. If you have any problems, you can go talk to your principal." The administrator was annoyed. "Did you call me out just to talk about this stuff? I'm going back. You can go do whatever you need to." When did musicians turn into this, plotting against each other all day? Face changing between green and white, Ben suddenly reached out to stop the administrator. "What do you want?" The administrator glanced at him. "Actually, I'm not the one who called you out." Ben unwillingly let go and looked upward. Today is the first day of class. An esteemed guest came to observe the new musicians for the Queen. He saw your class and wanted to catch up with you. "Oh?" The administrator thought for a moment and suddenly glanced at him, chuckling. "So that's how it is, no wonder you sound so jealous. I stole the chance to shine from you." Ben turned around wordlessly and guided him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Good Student, Bad Student. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the room above the amphitheater classroom's glass dome, one could see the entire classroom by glancing down. The administrator pushed the door open and gazed around. Seeing the man sitting in the center, he finally understood. "I was wondering who it could be to make them all so anxious that even I was scared." Accompanied by many teachers, the middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair sat on the sofa. Holding onto a cane, he studied the classroom. Sensing the administrator, he raised his head and chuckled. "That's a bit of an exaggeration, Mr. Administrator." He shook his head. "I am just Her Majesty's messenger. If there is anything to bow before, it should be her prestige." "Ha, you saying this makes me feel ashamed." The administrator pulled over a chair and sat down carelessly, ignoring the furrowed brows of the elite musicians nearby. "If Anglo's guardian and modern Lancelot don't count as high class, then won't those who pride themselves off of their bloodline be just like the rednecks from downtown?" Lancelot grew pale. In a helpless tone, he said, "Long time no see." Mr. Administrator is still so ruthless with his words. "I can't help my mouth." He shrugged. Lancelot shook his head. Without replying, he gazed down at the classroom. "What do you think about these kids? Look at you. They are Anglo's future. They're no longer kids the moment they step into this school. But since they're not kids, and also not adults, they still have the special right to be naive. Sometimes, these special rights can be annoying." "Wasn't everyone like that?" Lancelot laughed. "Oh, right." The administrator nodded. "As for specifics, they're okay. There's one that I'm confident in." "Oh? Let me guess who it is." Lancelot lowered his head and looked around. His gaze fell on Charles. "Is it the brave one who was eating fruit in the classroom?" "There's nothing brave about him. He just doesn't have shame." The administrator sighed. "It's the one next to him with the very obvious white hair." "The little girl?" Lancelot looked at Bai Xi. Seeing her eyes, he froze. After a long time, he sighed in awe. "The girl with eyes like a lion. But she was making paper balls the entire time and didn't listen to what you were talking about." "Bah, are you playing with me?" The administrator rolled his eyes. "You know who I'm talking about." Lancelot stayed quiet and shook his head slowly. "Of all the students, there is the naturally qualified Adrian, the uncontrollable and proud girl, and a shameless foodie who no one can deal with. There are many excellent elite students and ambitious commoners," he said. "The one you have your eyes on doesn't stand out at all." "That's why you're not a good teacher," the administrator sighed. "Oh? Please explain." "For a so-called teacher, once you start class, you shouldn't care who's sitting before the podium. They're just idiots who don't understand anything. You don't have to care about them because even a smart idiot is still an idiot. But unfortunately, your job is to make these idiots less idiotic. So that's what you have to work toward. Bias should not even exist in a teacher's dictionary. If you like a student more, it's because they cause less trouble." With that, he looked over at Lancelot. "You say that teaching is so troublesome. If there is a student that doesn't give me trouble and makes me happy, why shouldn't I like him?" Lancelot did not answer. He watched the classroom as conversations started. His gaze landed on the boy next to the window in the second to last row. After a long time, he shook his head. "To be honest, I don't see it. That's because you haven't stood in front of him, but it's like that during class. We all need to face each other and look at each other's eyes, like the etiquette before a fight. But the world changes too quickly. They're all used to private lessons and they can ask the teacher whenever they have questions. In the end, they forget the basic rules of a class." The administrator pointed at the classroom below them. "Look at those kids. They're making paper balls, sleeping, whispering, spacing out while staring at the board, and that Adrian kid is playing with his fingers. Those that are a little better will nod, but won't remember anything you say, like the Scotland Yard taking notes. And that guy is just eating. He doesn't even care about the professor's feelings or stomach. In the entire classroom, there's only one person who watches you and listens to you lecture. Only one person whose eyes say, God, I'm so happy to be in class. How could I not like him? Lancelot studied him. Is that the truth or an excuse? Guess. The administrator shrugged and chuckled jokingly. In the awkward silence, a huge boom came from the classroom below. Everyone looked down, all stunned by the sudden chaos. No way. Do they have to be so dramatic on the first day? 5 minutes ago the classroom was silent. Ye Qingxuan flipped through the thick textbook, reading quietly. What are you looking at? You're so studious. In the silence, he felt someone stand beside him and knock on his table. Your attitude is pretty good, but can you even read all the words? Do you need me to teach you? Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows and closed the book. Without him realizing, that red-haired youth and his friends had kicked out the people in the row and stood before his table. Edmund looked down at the white-haired youth, his eyes taunting. But Ye Qingxuan did not reply and simply looked back at him. Taken aback, Edmund could not help but glance over at his original seat. Banner was expressionless, so his own features twisted, suddenly becoming menacing. I heard you entered the examination center after someone broke your leg. He bent over to look at Ye Qingxuan and asked quietly, let me guess, you stole someone's dog food, right? Crash. Bai Xi threw the fruit in her hand at the chair and stood up, glaring at him. Hey, watch your mouth. Did you eat breakfast in the bathroom? The little girl cracked her knuckles. Say one more word and watch out for your teeth. What, you wanna fight? Edmund glanced at her, shaking his head and laughing coldly. The Royal Academy of Music isn't for people like you. There are rules here, you know? Saying that, he squeezed the fat on his cheeks, face full of disdain. If you touch me, the school board will take you back to the sewer downtown. Bai Xi did not reply. She chewed on her lips and stayed silent. The little girl was already angry, and her eyes turned dangerous. Usually in situations like this, she would not say anything else, and would take out her small knife. But this time she was disappointed because Ye Qingxuan still did not have any reaction. He was silent the entire time, looking down at the pamphlet he took out from his backpack. His eyes were focused and serious as if he could not hear anything. Beside him Charles chewed on his last 2 oranges with curiosity, looking back and forth in confusion. In the end, his eyes landed on Edmund. The strange gaze pissed Edmund off. And you, what are you looking at? Get out before I make you regret it. Charles froze and seemed to hesitate. But he threw away the orange peel and escaped with his head down. Seeing how he caved in without a word, Edmund and his friends laughed loudly. Bai Xi's expression became even more disappointed. She shot at his backside, I thought wrongly of you. Yeah, why are you with these 2 failures? It's such a waste for your pretty face. Edmund squinted as he studied her face and reached out. Bai Xi glared at his hand, and her cold eyes made him freeze before retracting his hand. I heard that she and the sissy haven't even paid the tuition yet. I really don't know how they got in. Someone beside Edmund laughed. If I was the academy, I'd definitely kick these rednecks out. Hearing these words, Edmund became even braver. You can't even pay the tuition? Do you want me to lend you money? He took out a bulging money pouch and swung it in front of Bai Xi. Looking at her face, he could not help but swallow his drool. His eyes burning, he whispered, come find me tonight and I'll help you have fun, then you can have as much money as you want. Ye Qingxuan remained silent. He flipped through the pamphlet furiously, but his eyes never left the pages. Edmund suddenly felt a pang in his heart, as if he had used all his strength to punch but hit nothing, as if his opponent had not even budged. From afar, he could feel Banner's eyes grow cold. Even more fiercely, he slammed his palm onto Ye Qingxuan's table. Hey, failure, are you pretending to be a mute? Can't talk? He's reading, someone mocked. The lower class is like this. They can't do anything other than read. they probably can't talk either. What is he doing? Someone else reached over and lifted the pamphlet in Ye Qingxuan's hands. Seeing the emblazoned words, he could not help but snort. Student guidelines? Ye Qingxuan finally closed the book and let out a long breath. Seeing him pretend, Edmund wanted to laugh. He patted Ye Qingxuan's face. What? Is there some amazing story in the student guidelines? You were so into it. No, I was just trying to confirm something strange, Ye Qingxuan replied quietly as he reached behind Edmund. In that silent moment, someone put a heavy thing in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Idiot. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. No, I was just trying to confirm something strange, Ye Qingxuan replied quietly as he reached behind Edmund. In that silent moment, someone put a heavy thing in his hand. Edmund was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see the thing in Ye Qingxuan's hands more clearly. It looked familiar, like a brick taken from the wall. It was blue-gray with sharp ridges. It fit perfectly in Ye's palm and had substantial weight. In his ear came the youth's voice. I couldn't believe it at first, but immediately the thing started moving. It rose from his palm and sliced through the air in a powerful and beautiful arc. It was suddenly grasped in a stone-like hand that dropped from the sky. For a moment, time was at a standstill to everyone. They watched as Ye Qingxuan rose, and pushing off from the table, he raised his hand in the brick. He hurled it forward. As it whistled through the air, the ridges of the gray brick and its shadow grew bigger in Edmund's eyes. It grew bigger and bigger, until it took up his entire eye. Boom! There was a muted sound, and then the gray brick was deeply buried in the boy's fat face. It left a perfect rectangular mark. Following it was a force that had been built up and unleashed full power on his face. Under the dazed gazes, Edmund's body moved backwards. He flew past the second row and crashed into the students in the first row. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan loosened the uniform's annoying tie and let out a long breath. Quietly, he said in awe, I can't believe the rules don't include punishment for fights. He stood on the table and looked down at the gaping elite boys. There was a strand of red on the gray brick. 2 drops of blood landed on the floor and expensive table. Laying on the broken pieces of the table, Edmund finally started screaming while rolling on the ground. My face, my face. He clutched his flattened nose. His already fat face had swelled with a purple bruise. The tears from the pain would not stop falling either. Kill him. Kill him for me. He yelled at his friends. That Bai** dared to hit me. He needs to pay. On the side, Bai Xi looked at Charles, who had returned. That Bai** had come back from somewhere with a brick, a bottle of alcohol, and 2 door bolts. He had kept another brick for himself, but Ye Qingxuan took it. So now he only had half a bottle of brandy. Seeing how Ye Qingxuan fought, Charles could not help but whistle. Oh, so you didn't really run away. Bai Xi patted his shoulder in praise. I was wrong about you. Please, ask the upperclassmen and see when I ever ran away from a fight. Charles shoved a bolt into her hands. Like a ruffian, he proclaimed, you think that the title of the Academy's most attractive boy just fell from the sky? No, I won it through fights. Just watch for my killer move later. He jumped into the messy fight with the door bolt in hand before he even finished talking. He was almost mistaken by Ye Qingxuan as a sneak attack and was hit with a backhand brick. Oh crap, Junior, it's me. It's me. Ah, why are you so deadly? The entire classroom was thrown into chaos. Bai Xi used her short height to her advantage and made successful sneak attacks. But it was a little worse for Ye Qingxuan. Other than the first 2 moves, the trained elites easily saw that he did not fight often and was taken down. After Charles thought for a moment, he lay down on the ground and screamed, "Help! Elites are beating people up." The skinny guy chasing him was confused. He had just been hit by Charles's bottle, but before he could even react, Charles was on the floor. Had he finally become his family's knight and learned the so-called nerve reflect, not having to fear sneak attacks anymore? But where's the justice? Elites are killing people. On the ground, Charles poured red ink onto himself and rolled around. My leg. My leg. I can't feel my leg. Oh God, I'm paralyzed. Save me. I want to die. Hey, idiot, that's your killer move? Bai Xi suddenly did not have the brainpower to process any of this. She just wanted to cover her face and pretend she did not know him. More and more people were dragged into the messy fight. With more students getting hurt accidentally, this strange conflict grew in size. The commoners were already upset that the elites purposely picked on others today. And the brash elites were not the type to swallow their anger. They rolled up their sleeves and jumped in. No one expected the first lesson on the first day of school to turn into a group fight. This is an accident, sir. An accident. Gritting his teeth in face ashen, Ben explained to Lancelot in the room above the classroom, "Sir, 2 black sheep were causing trouble. The commoners are always so vulgar. I will lock them up later." Lancelot's expression was still calm as he gazed down at the chaos. He only shook his head. They are just a group of young people. It's good to have so much energy. But the dissatisfaction in his voice was enough to make Ben want to explode. The first lesson had been planned so carefully to show to the Queen's messenger. But it had been ruined by the principal for no reason, and now this type of thing happened. It was like pouring a bucket of stinging medicine into his eyes. Amazing, this makes me reminisce my childhood. The administrator whistled, satisfaction all over his face. Group fights are a part of learning too. But then came a sound that changed everything. Someone was communicating with the aether and chanting runes. This is getting big. Shock flashed past the administrator's eyes. The mess in the classroom was still chaotic. No one noticed that Edmund had climbed up. With difficulty he stood up, supported by the wall. He glared at Ye Qingxuan's backside with his swollen eyes full of murderous intent. "You'd asterisk Ned, street scum." He spat out a broken tooth, his bruised face full of hate. "You angered me first." Opening his mouth, he began chanting a standard note. The obscure voice was like icicles bumping into each other. They overlapped in the air and turned into the crisp shattering of porcelain. The first to react was Charles. He turned around in shock and stared in Edmund's direction. He knew this string of standard notes. The melody was the sign of the School of Modification's standard runefrost. Unlike the other schools, even the most basic of modification runes were unbelievably powerful. Extraction was targeted toward metals. If it was placed on a human, it could deplete half of one's body's liquid in an instant. Frost was targeted at temperature, and if modified onto one's limbs, it would turn into Assassin's favorite technique, frozen touch. Just a touch was enough to kill a large area of skin cells. If it reached a vital organ, the consequences were frightening. But the short chant was already over. He did not even have the chance to interrupt it. There seemed to be sunlight on Edmund's hand, radiating coldness, as if he had a thin silk glove on. The designs on the layers of frost were chilling. "Use your next life to repent." He growled and charged toward Ye Qingxuan, his hand raised toward his face. Ye Qingxuan turned around and saw Edmund's fierce expression. He suddenly understood something and could not help but laugh. "Idiot," in that last moment, he sighed, "idiot." Banner, observing coldly from the side, could not help but mutter, "Idiot." Above the classroom, the administrator laughed while clutching his belly. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the frozen touch covered Ye Qingxuan's face. the entangled frost designs glowed immediately. In the silence, someone yelped, afraid to watch. But Edmund froze. Because the ether suddenly disappeared in that moment. He looked at his hand in shock, not understanding what had happened. He saw that familiar gray brick appear in his vision again. It grew bigger, bigger, and bigger, bang. With a wild roundabout, a broken piece of brick flew at Edmund and crashed onto the floor. In the suffocating silence, Ye Qingxuan tossed the other half of the brick. Shaking his head, he sighed. The entire academy is enveloped with requiem. Other than special practice rooms, not even resonance musicians have the power to make any effect. This is clearly said clearly in the student handbook. Why don't you read it? Kill him. Kill him. Humiliated, Edmund lay on the ground, screaming in a choked voice. Kill him. Why aren't you moving? The Rossi family won't let you get away with this. My brother won't let you get away with this. Ye Qingxuan froze. You mean there are more idiots like you? You wanna die? Edmund tried to crawl over and tackle him in anger. Enough! Ben roared outside the door. The chaotic classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped reflexively and turned to see the angry Ben, feeling unsettled. Someone come take Edmund to the doctor's office. Ben looked at the youth on the floor, and commanded a few students to take him away. Looking at the blood on the floor, he glared at Ye Qingxuan. Such a young age and already so cruel to your classmate. How did you pass the character test? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, You're Dead. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Such a young age and already so cruel to your classmate. How did you pass the character test? I don't know. Maybe there was a test, but then it was changed into an observation, Ye Qingxuan replied pointedly. Ye Qingxuan had been angry ever since he discovered this guy's true nature, and heard his professor explain the tricks they used during the test. There was not any reason for him to have a good attitude now either. Talking back to me? Ben's expression changed. It seems that other than leading group fights, breaking school rules, and beating schoolmates, I should also write you up for disrespecting elders. Bai Xi could not take it anymore. Hey, are you blind? Clearly it was that fatty who started it. I will take away 3 points for vulgar language. Ben glanced at her. What school are you from? School of Revelation. Try telling my teacher there. Without hesitation, Bai Xi put all the blame on Edmund's school. I'm telling you, our school isn't afraid of anything. If you dare to pick on us, my professor will teach you a lesson. Just as Ben was about to burst in anger, Ye Qingxuan's annoyingly calm voice sounded. Professor, I don't know about group fights, but I'm confused why you said I broke school rules. Saying this, he picked up the student handbook stained with Edmund's blood. He pointed out to Ben, there are more than 400 school rules, from the dress code to forbidden drugs. I memorized everything, but I don't know which rule I broke. Ben froze and suddenly wanted to laugh. There were more than 400 school rules, with more than 70,000 words. He memorized it all? It was only the first day of school. Who was he kidding? Ben was about to begin arguing, but when saw the hidden anticipation in the youth's eyes, his voice died. A strange feeling told him that this guy might have really memorized it all. His mouth opened and closed, but he decided not to think into it anymore. Unfazed, he shook his head. You're being irrational. If you didn't hit him, then what happened to Edmund? Professor, Edmund fell by himself, someone pretending to be dead on the ground suddenly said, scaring everyone. Hey, that guy from music theory, you're stepping on my hand, can you move? Yeah, you. When the crowd quickly dispersed, a dusty Charles finally stood up. He smoothed his messy hair and smiled his signature sunlight smile, bright like a flower. I personally saw him fall by himself. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Right, I saw it too. He fell. Some students who could not stand the injustice whispered. The low murmur spread through the crowd. Hearing the words, Ben's expression was cold enough to turn to ice. If it were any other time, he would throw all of them into the correction center. But there was an esteemed guest behind him, and the situation he wanted to solve quickly was getting even more out of hand. The continuous whispers made him angrier and angrier. Enough! Silence! Gritting his teeth, he stared coldly at Ye Qingxuan. You're Abraham's student now? Is this how he taught you to speak to professors? I only know that the gods tell me to be just and fight against injustice. Ye Qingxuan twisted his mouth into a safe smile, revealing 8 teeth, no more and no less. Even the strictest worker at the church would not be able to find any flaws. Before Ben's hateful eyes, he transitioned into a priestly state, and made the sign of the holy emblem across his chest. Softly, he chanted, Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be terrified, do not be discouraged, for the Lord, your God, will be with you wherever you go. Then he closed his mouth, waiting for Ben to continue reprimanding him. He would then pull the topic closer to religion, where he could use his rich experience to win. He must use this topic. Otherwise, the hundreds of hymns he had memorized would go to waste. Beside him, Bai Xi was unimpressed. She muttered under her breath, You told me yesterday that there's no point in winning a word fight. Junior sister, you don't understand, Charles chuckled. There's no point, but it also doesn't hurt. Go die. I'm the senior sister. Ben had not felt this horrible in a long time. He wanted to just communicate with Aether and force this student out of the academy, but he also feared the recommendation letter that supported him. Ben did not know how to end this. The continuous attacks had destroyed all his dignity. At this time, a low voice that only he could hear sounded in his ear. The kids are just fighting. Just let them be. He turned around in shock and saw the calm Lancelot standing apart from the crowd. Lancelot just nodded and looked away. Putting on his hat, he said something to the administrator and turned to leave. Sir, Ben froze and glared at Ye Qingxuan and his friends. The academy will not allow any more of this foolery. Done speaking, he turned around and tried to catch up. And so the giant fight between commoners and elites, started by 2 youths, ended temporarily. But without doubt, it had planted the seed for more conflicts. Within the next month, challenges and fights between the musician faction and noble faction never stopped. But that was an issue for later. After Ben left, Ye Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to high-five Charles in celebration. Ignoring Bai Xi's raised hand, he patted her head, getting a roll of the eye and a kick in return. Junior, I didn't expect you to be so good in fights. You're a good man. Charles squeezed his shoulder in praise. After I get old, you can help me fight off the debtors. Brother, can you just get away? I can leave, but Junior, you can't just not care about my livelihood. Charles latched onto him, grabbing his shoulder. Come, I'll take you 2 to lunch. Don't lead us. Ye Qingxuan and Bai Xi exclaimed. What are you scared of? I know the campus much better than you. Get to the back and shut up. This isn't over yet. Don't get so happy. Just as they were getting ready to leave, an eerie voice sounded from the entrance. When Bai Xi saw that it was Edmund's sidekick, her face fell. What, you want to get hit some more? As she said this, she raised her fists. Though he had just been insulted by Bai Xi, Bart's expression changed dramatically before calming down. Coldly scoffing, he said, Don't forget. The academy might not forbid fights, but they also allow the students to learn from each other. In 1 week will be the selections for the prime student of the class. The aether will be allowed in the practice rooms, and if Edmund challenges you, you're dead meat. Ignoring him, Ye Qingxuan walked past him, leaving his words behind. If he can get up, then let him come. Rooted to his spot, the elite student froze, his face turned ugly. Ye Qingxuan never even looked at him. In the evening, a carriage pulled by a black stallion stopped in a secluded area of the city. This was the quietest place in the city's second ring. There were large trees on both sides of the road, and no sign of any urban life. As the heavy gate opened slowly, the carriage entered the yard. Before the door, the driver opened the carriage door respectfully. A slightly aged man stepped down. The white-haired housekeeper straightened his tie and came forward to welcome him. Sensing the fatigue in his master's eyes, he did not say anything and ordered servants to tell the kitchen to add a cup of brandy after dinner. "Where is the miss?" All of Lancelot's men entered the hall and walked toward the library. "She hasn't returned from night practice," the housekeeper replied quietly. "Shall we call her back for dinner with you?" "No need." "There's no need for dinner either. I have no appetite." Lancelot pushed open the library's door. The housekeeper stayed outside rather than following inside. He felt that his master needed a quiet space, but did not know what had happened that made Lancelot so depressed. Lancelot's footsteps paused before the door. He seemed to be pondering something. After a while he turned around. "Tell Emma to come see me." "Emma?" The housekeeper froze, but quickly realized that he had acted out of conduct. Lowering his head, he replied, "Yes, sir." Called forth by the master, the unsettled old servant pushed open the door 5 minutes later. The library was dark, with only one candle lit, illuminating the man on the sofa. He seemed to be asleep, but when Emma entered, he opened his eyes. He pointed at the seat before him, telling her to sit. "Master, do you need anything?" Emma asked after sitting. "Tell me again, Emma." Lancelot leaned back in the sofa, exhausted. "Tell me what happened when you met that kid on the street." Emma froze. "Are you speaking of hesitating?" she said the forbidden word, "young master?" In the second-floor dorm of the Music Histories building, Charles gazed up at the sky and sighed. "Junior, why do I suddenly think that you're seriously dead?" "Ha?" Ye Qingxuan, reading on the bottom bunk, looked up. "Don't you know that elite's music education is at least 5 years ahead of commoner musicians?" Charles looked at him with exasperation. "They have a bunch of drugs, research literature, and expensive personal tutors. They're usually official apprentices by the time they enter the academy. I've heard that Banner Adrian has already gotten to the rhythm level. If they want to fight with fists, you can beat them with some dirty tricks. But if it's a fight between musicians, what can you do? It's all my fault for not stopping you earlier." Charles sighed, burying his face in his hands. "What are we going to do? Professor will kill me if he finds out. Is the difference really that big? You make it sound like I'm definitely going to die. Isn't that the case? I'm sure they already know at least 10 runes very well. You've just entered the academy. How many do you know?" Ye Qingxuan was stunned. He counted with his fingers and replied seriously, "I think I only know one." Hearing this, Charles almost fell from the bed. "Then you're definitely dead." "Yezi, you're dead, you know? From heaven to hell, no one can save you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 63. Chapter 63, What a Musician Is. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The hot afternoon sun passed through the layers of ivy surrounding the window, shining into the library. Outside the window, a lazy golden dog laid on the porch, sunbathing and sleeping. Beside it, Bai Xi earnestly combed its fur, then messed it up again as old Phil slept. Inside the library, Charles stood in the corner crying without tears. With a bucket of water in each hand, and a thick analysis of the Samnium culture, Volume 1 on his head, he stood attentively against the wall. Don't space out. Your posture is wrong. With a rarely seen strictness, Abraham whacked Charles's knees. What did I tell you? Keep your knees together. Did you not eat? Keep this position for 2 hours. You'll start over if you move. Charles cried, Junior, come save me. Ye Qingxuan sighed and tried again. Professor, it really isn't his fault. It's all because of me. A junior's mistake is always because of his senior's wrongdoings. Abraham shook his head. Charles has been like this for a long time. It didn't matter before, but now he should act like a senior. Okay, let's ignore him and start our class. Abraham gestured at the chair before the messy table, and told Ye Qingxuan to sit. I had planned on letting you read some books first and learn about the theories. But it seems that we don't have that much time now. As he spoke, he climbed up the ladder to take an old book from the shelf and placed it on the table. Using his metal hand, he flipped it open. The seemingly ancient library had all types of books scattered about. The air was filled with the scent of ink and paper, but nothing was moldy or damp. Someone had worked hard at dehumidifying the library. Other than the 3 walls filled with heavy books, the ground was also covered with books and teacups. There were notes strewn over the table too. It was obvious that Abraham did not organize often. Then again, anyone would become clumsy if their right hand had been turned to metal. This was Abraham's own office. After Ye Qingxuan and Bai Xi entered the school, it became their classroom too. There would at least be enough room if it was organized a bit more. First, let's define what it means to be a musician. Abraham wrote some words with chalk. There were Samnite words, Asgard runes, the previous version of the lingua franca, and some Latin words. In the earliest Samnite language, musician meant conveyor of missions. In the rune language family, it became Vanaheim. In their belief, the world was divided into 9 levels. Asgard was where the gods lived. Vanaheim settled in the Yingling temple, fighting with demons. They would die at night and be reborn in the morning. They were immortal gods to fight for eternity. Vanaheim has many meanings, including God, power, sorcerer and death. They saw musicians as fated to die. One could not defy this fate. It was also a glory that should not be defied. It was worth it to die in battle. In the long-gone Romulus, musician was the same word as messenger because they also had the duty of sending commands. Though musicians were very powerful in their descriptions, they weren't deities and didn't have powers. They referred to musicians as dark dukes. They would be the messenger during a wedding and go between the 2 families for the groom. He would also participate in the torch sacrifice of the families. In the end, he would act as the bride's father and chase her out of the home. He was also the groom's father and accepted the girl. They had the power to break others' familial relationships, but were also responsible for finding homes for those without a family. From the perspective of the society, they weren't very high up. They were more like a government official and were a part of the entire nation. In the lingua franca, the definition of musician is the simplest, but also the most unclear. If you look at its root, it's created from 2 roots. Put together, it means controller of aether. Abraham paused here, but heard the youth mumbling to himself. Aether is the messenger, bringing the descendants of the rebels back to the originator. The words left Ye Qingxuan's mouth without him realizing. He had suddenly remembered this phrase, but he did not know where he heard it from. It just felt very familiar. Abraham was stunned. He looked at Ye Qingxuan, as if he suddenly did not know him. After a long time, he said softly, Ye, your comprehension is higher than I thought. Yes, musician means messenger of the originator. It was undeniable that, in many cultures, there were many types of legends. But in all of these legends, there was something like the originator. Some myths told that the world was first an insignificant dot in the universe. But after who knows how long, the dot exploded and became the vortex known as the originator. From there came 4 basic elements, which created the world. According to other legends, everything was dark at first. God lived in the originator. He said he wanted light, and so ether came into existence. The Indians believed that the originator was a sea. In the sea was a great tortoise, and on the tortoise were 4 elephants. On the elephants was a disc-shaped world. Musicians were the messengers that the elephant gods chose. But no matter what legend, there was one similarity: the originator was the source of all ether, the core of all mystery, the assembler of all meaning, and the site of all power. Countless musicians through history had searched tirelessly for the originator, hoping to enter it. Apparently, an Indian prince was willing to abandon his own country to become a musician. After traveling for more than 10 years, he meditated under a sycamore tree for 7 days, defeated multiple natural catastrophes, and finally entered the originator. But there were too many legends. Ye Qingxuan could make up a few with just his creativity. He had once thought that the world was created from a bowl of noodles. Of course, that had been when he was starving. In this world, the only place that had evidence of deities was in the sacred city. It was a power that was enough to reverse common knowledge, and the world even death. 7 days after the first pope died, he was reborn under everyone's eyes, and entered heaven. From then on, every pope would inherit the divine power under the witness of the cardinals. They would be pierced through the heart at the coronation ceremony, and be reborn in the halo of the Holy Temple. But these were just things that Ye Qingxuan had heard of. He thought that these were probably rumors. But he could not ask the priest about these things. But the originator's significance toward the musicians of the world was undeniable. Both mankind and musicians have kept trying to research the secrets of the originator since the Dark Ages. The 9 levels of musicians were created after countless investigations and inductions. But that was the standard result after clashes and discussions between all of the different schools. Abraham quickly scribbled something on the blackboard. The most important to you right now are the first 3 levels. The so-called 9 levels of musicians included apprentice level, rhythm level, musician level, resonance level, and others. For a student, the first 3 were the most important. After all, most musicians in the world could not move past the first 3 levels. For a musician, the most basic thing was the interaction between mankind and ether. To be able to sense the ether and use it to create a note counted as the first step, the apprentice level. Those who were in that level would learn new notes, and start researching how to sing the right syllables. It was something that everyone had to do because everyone was different. Whether it was the voice, habits, or key, there were slight differences. And so the experiences of others could only be used as a model. The key part could only be achieved through personal trial and error. This was also why Wolf Flute had thought that Ye Qingxuan could never become a musician. Adding that to the fact that he could not sense the ether, it would have been impossible for Ye to complete the first level. Even if he made it past somehow, he would be a horrible musician who would accidentally kill himself. If an apprentice was able to learn hymns with multiple notes and perform a piece well, he could enter the next level. It was the step that decided a musician's future, the rhythm level. If the first apprentice level was just accumulation, then the second step required decisions. After using multiple notes, and performing a short piece of music without help, the apprentice would choose a complete piece under the guidance of his professor to research and analyze. But before that, he must make an important decision based on his performance and experience as an apprentice. The result would decide his future path. No one could fully learn everything, so some things must be abandoned. Once an apprentice entered the second level, he would choose the school and specialization he was best at. All 7 schools were enough for one to study for their entire life. To make learning more efficient at the Royal Academy of Music, this choice was put in the first step. The student could not choose the school, instead, the representative from each school chose their students. This process lessened the trouble. After the accumulation of experience in the first level, the students could receive professional guidance immediately after entering the second level. The owner of the clock shop, Sir Hermes, scoffed at this. Choosing your own path after deep research cannot be compared with being chosen for mass production from the beginning. The first creates artists. The latter is just a group of average smiths. It is so crude. It had only been a few moments, but Ye Qingxuan could tell that Hermes disliked the Royal Academy of Music. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, Equal Temperament. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. During the research of the rhythm level, a student no longer had to deal with single runes, but with an entirely new and much more difficult structure, syllables, created by combined notes. The effect was entirely different from single notes. Whether it was from the level of cohesiveness or its effect, the same amount of separate notes could not even be compared to a measure. A measure was more stable and complete, a step closer to systematization. The ultimate goal of this level was for the student to combine several measures through research and create something whole. At that point, the measures would transform into a complete musical piece with its own life and energy. This marked the start of the third level, the true musician level. One could only move on from being a student to a true musician recognized by the musician union and the sacred city after they reached the musician level. Most musicians were at this level. Before this level, everyone else would only be seen as students, or seeds of musicians. Only those that had reached the third level were seen as truly useful because at this level, musicians no longer needed to manipulate ether for rushed live performances. They could store their musical scores into an instrument beforehand, and activate them using their thought. The tight structure of music scores meant that they were extremely independent. Even if they were taken out, they would not scatter quickly. Instead, they could be stored in another medium. Even a simple measure could set it off. The danger of musicians also sharply increased at this level. As long as they had stored the correct music sheet, a musician would be able to fight no matter what. At the musician level, a good instrument could be the reason behind life or death in a battle. This was why the rain artist had been so furious when he discovered that his instrument had been stolen. As for Wolf Flute, all of the music sheets that he used in his battles were stored beforehand. During a battle, each musician's instrument would bear the brunt for them. Otherwise, rain artist's instrument would not have exploded so easily. Thus, a good instrument was like an assassin's sword or a poet's pen, it was a musician's life. But for you, the musician level is still a bit far away. You'll spend a lot of time in the apprentice level. Abraham did not continue, yet Ye Qingxuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Professor, when will you teach me the music notes? Ye Qingxuan fluttered his lashes in anticipation. Let's start now. Abraham closed the old book in his hands and knocked Ye Qingxuan's head 3 times. Shaking his head, he sighed. Professor, I understand. After pondering, Ye Qingxuan's expression hardened. He stood up and said seriously, I won't disappoint you. Wait. Don't go yet, I didn't even say anything yet. Abraham looked at him, stunned. What do you understand? Did I misunderstand? Ye Qingxuan sat back down awkwardly. Doesn't closing your book mean that you won't teach me so easily? Hitting me 3 times means that I should come here at midnight to wait quietly. Shaking your head means that this path is difficult and I should prepare myself. Not knowing what to say, Abraham could only stare up at the sky and sigh. You've only been here for 3 days. Why is your imagination wilder than Charles? I just wanted you to stop being so impatient. He paused and scratched his head. Let me finish what I'm saying. Before officially teaching you runes, you must take a vow. A vow? Ye Qingxuan was confused. Vow that I don't tell outsiders about our secrets? I understand. Let's go. It's not that simple. Abraham stood up in the silence. Outside the window, the wind quieted down. These are the 3 vows set by the 3 kings. All musicians must follow them, even if it's just in theory. The time-weathered man stood before Ye Qingxuan. Gazing down, he reached out a hand and pressed down on the youth's forehead. It has become just a superficial ceremony in many places now, but I hope you can complete it seriously. So, I will treat it seriously as well. Instantly, all light dimmed. The noise and bird calls outside the window disappeared as well. Ye Qingxuan's pupils contracted automatically. All was quiet. In the silence, he seemed to be able to hear his own breathing. The wind entered his lungs, left through his mouth and nose, and reverberated in his body, creating deep vibrations. Abraham stood before the light so that Ye Qingxuan could not see his face clearly. In the sound of the breathing, a faint but delicate murmur came from afar. The sound was too vague, almost like a hallucination. It was as if countless souls were watching them from the darkness. "Calm your mind," said the hoarse voice. And so Ye Qingxuan's mind calmed. Abraham's hand pressed against his forehead. It was the metal hand, but it was not scary like a sword or dagger. His shadow protected the youth, blocking the eyes in the light, and the souls in the dark. "Let us begin. Listen to the voices," he said quietly. "Do not let the pioneers pace for too long. I understand." Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes. Abraham's hymn began in the silence. It seemed to come from afar, but it reverberated in Ye Qingxuan's ear. There was an undercurrent of metal and stone scraping, as if wind was scraping rusted metal. Formless awe filled the youth's mind. He heard low rumblings like thunder. It was the sound of hundreds of voices chanting in unison. The voices guided his will, forcing him to join them, speaking with Abraham. The silence was shattered. Ye Qingxuan's voice became sharp like a blade, carving the vow in his fate and soul. Obey fate in all life until death. Follow restrictions, as human ability is limited. Revere the aether, only the originator is eternal. When the last chant ended, all that remained was the last echo of the metallic vibrations dissipating in the air. The youth suddenly woke up from the trance. He did not know when he began to sweat. In his extreme fatigue, he heard Abraham murmur, "Revere the aether." "Revere the aether," he replied tiredly with eyes closed. "Rest for a bit," his professor said. "I will teach you the first class for all musicians in 2 hours equal temperament." 2 hours later, when Ye Qingxuan was brought back to reality, he found the library packed. It had already been a tight squeeze with piles of books. Now, not only was Charles still standing in punishment before the table, Bai Xi had heard that there was something fun happening and came back from playing outside. Even old Phil came to check it out. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and start." Charles rubbed his hands in excitement. "Senior, you stepped on my foot," Ye Qingxuan said dryly. "Ah, so sorry, ow. Pain, pain, pain." "Old Phil, let go, it was an accident, I'm sorry." The idiot had stepped on old Phil too. "Stop fooling around. We're in class." Bai Xi slammed her hands on the table. The room became quiet instantly. But the problem was, she was the least serious one. There were still 2 apples in her hand that she stole from somewhere, and she was having a great time munching on them. Ye Qingxuan was pushed to the back by 2 excited humans and 1 dog. His chair had been taken over by Bai Xi too. He could only sit on the floor and sigh. "This is my class. What are you guys doing here?" "Bai Xi, didn't you say you're just here to play, not learn? And senior, you're almost graduating. Why are you here? You learn something new whenever you review." I'm here to review the basics. Charles pulled out a cluster of bananas from somewhere and started eating. It's so much fun to be in class. Bai Xi's face was full of excitement. She was here only to watch the show. Cousin, this is your first time. I have to witness it. It's so meaningful. Old Phil barked. Not knowing how to reply, Ye Qingxuan rolled his eyes. Abraham coughed and hit the old book in his hand. Everyone, quiet down. Class is starting now. He paused. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, he nodded and showed Ye Qingxuan and Bai Xi the booklet in his hand. This is something that no Western musician can skip when entering the trade. It is the basics created by Mr. Bach, one of the three kings. We call it the equal temperament. Oh, I know. Bai Xi raised her hand excitedly. It's the same as the pentatonic theory from the East. Maybe, Abraham said, a little embarrassed. I don't know much about Eastern music theory. Don't interrupt. Ye Qingxuan knocked Bai Xi's head and sat up straighter. Professor, please continue. Like Abraham had said, the equal temperament music score held undeniable importance in music history. The book seemed like shallow beginner material, but in the Dark Ages, mankind knew nothing about ether and musical notes. This book's appearance was like a guiding star in the long night, illuminating all of the musicians' futures. As everyone knew, music notes were the most basic tool to communicate with the ether. In a music score, every measure was an elaboration and structure of notes. The first musicians learned how to control ether by deciphering runes. Similarly, the deeper and more accurately they understood the runes, the better they could unleash its power. But in the equal temperament, Bach used 48 different music passages to give straightforward elaborations of 48 basic music notes. The 48 passages were simple, but the explanation of the runes was practically perfect. Going from shallow to deep, they established a music law. By fixing the notion of musicians, the law gave notes a new definition and categorization. At that time, the categorization of runes was revolutionary. Different from the Pythagorean tuning and octave interval, Bach directly created equal temperament. Creating structure in chaos, it established a base of unprecedented size. Some even called it the start of the path to the originator. Before that, all research was like scrambling in darkness. The birth of this musical score was the end of the Dark Ages and the beginning of mankind's golden era, the Renaissance. To a certain extent, Bach's position as the head of the three kings was established because of equal temperament. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, First, there must be light. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The so-called runes are the ether's transcriptions of the world's sounds. As Abraham wrote on the blackboard, he stated, in all legends and myths, the beginning of man's history begins the same way, the birth of language. The Asgard people believed that their ancestor Odin hung himself from Yggdrasil, the tree of truth, and sacrificed his own soul. That was how the world received its first language, the runes language. In Sumerian myths, the wise man Prometheus helped mankind steal the secret of the gods' language. Humans became stronger because of this, but Prometheus was thrown into hell, forever drowning in the misery of the gods' fury. It's easy to see that language is the basis of all civilization and the source of all power. Voices and language allow humans to communicate with each other, and for musicians to control the ether. The Church's Bible says that mankind fell from the Garden of Eden because of their sin. They lost their first language and lost all power. But according to the Bible, the first humans spoke with the world's voice. That language sounded like singing and held unimaginable power. Abraham turned toward Ye Qingxuan. What does this make you think of? Ye Qingxuan froze, and suddenly understood. Musicians? Correct. Abraham nodded, his eyes flashing with light. If my research proves correct, everyone had the power of musicians before mankind fell from the sky and entered the Dark Ages. Devis, Bai Xi murmured. On the topic of his own research, Abraham started getting excited in front of the blackboard. He was practically dancing, and his usual stiff and quiet demeanor had vanished. I've always been researching the history of musicians, and the aether, and reading historical literature. If I'm successful, maybe I can clear up the mystery of the Dark Ages and return the original nature of musicians. Abraham continued, where do humans come from? Is there still an Eden in the heavens? How did we fall to earth? And why are there natural catastrophes? Ye Qingxuan was already in awe. Beside him, Charles patted his shoulder. The professor always gets excited when he starts talking about his research. Just smile. Here, have a banana. According to my research, the first written words were runes. At the blackboard, Abraham had finally reached the main point. The purpose of all research is to find the original voice of the world and return to the originator by deciphering runes. By that point, Bai Xi had already put her head down and fallen asleep. Abraham finally snapped back to reality and coughed awkwardly. Let's start with the basic runes for today's first class. Ye Qingxuan quickly sat up straighter. The first lesson is on the simplest rune, light. Abraham picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a complex but clear ideograph on the blackboard. Beside it, he wrote 9 syllables. It is the most basic, but also the most widely used rune element. It can be grouped with others for various effects. It is not only the basic rune for the school of choir, but it is also important for the other schools. To my knowledge, there are over 30 uses. Let us start from the most commonly seen effect, light dance. Abraham led the students to read the basic syllables out loud, but Ye Qingxuan had a strange feeling. After 15 minutes, his feeling proved true. It was the same when he read his notebook aloud. The syllables were right, and there was nothing wrong with the runes. He understood all of the theories, but for some reason, he just could not do it. In the quiet classroom, a ball of light grew on Bai Xi's fingertip. The light was the size of a glass marble. It spun on her finger, flashing. According to the theory, this effect could only create a light source with the same intensity as a candle. There was no reason for it to be so blinding, but from her calm expression, she seemed to have mastered it. Professor, is it like this? She played with the ball of light, poking it and watching as it flickered. Glancing at the stricken Ye Qingxuan beside her, her eyes became mischievous. Cousin, you look jealous. But don't get sad. It's not that you're a slow learner, but because I'm a genius. Expressionless, Ye Qingxuan raised a finger and flicked her forehead. Oh, Junior, you're pretty fast at learning. Charles took the ball from her fingertip and studied it with curiosity. This brightness is totally blinding. It's still not as good as what I made, but I guess it passes. Ye Qingxuan became even more motionless when he heard this. Charles could transfer a power someone else had made with runes? He started doubting whether he was dreaming or really awake. Ah, this is coherence. High-end musicians use this technique when fighting together in a battle. Charles's face was full of pride. Are you jealous? There's nothing you can do, even if you are. Charles. Abraham pointed at the corner of the room without expression. Charles quickly stopped laughing, gave the ball back to the gaping Bai Xi, and went back to the corner with a book on his head. On the other hand, Ye Qingxuan was almost banging his head on blackboard in frustration, but he still did not understand. What the heck? He closed his eyes, sensed the ether, and chanted the syllable. The ether came and revolved around his fingertip. They collided with each other and solidified into a non-existent crystal. In the end, a bit of light began brewing, about to expand, but in the next moment, everything lost control and fell apart. So close. It was always so close. Ye Qingxuan hung his head over the table in hopelessness and sighed. It was like this every time. Every single time he was close to success, but always lacked a tiny bit in control over the syllable. He had done everything the book said, but he still could not succeed. How do you do it? He asked Bai Xi helplessly. The feeling. It's simple, just go with the feeling. What does that even mean? Ye Qingxuan did not understand at all. It means to go with the feeling. It's so simple. You make it sound so simple that I almost believe you. I recited everything like you. It's different. Abraham shook his head. No two people on this world have the same exact voice. Even if you can imitate her timbre perfectly, the sound of your heart is different from hers. It's not a good thing to blindly imitate. Not to mention, we sing the same rune differently than in the East and in India. Abraham continued, don't blindly imitate another person's voice. Focus on your spirit. Everyone has their own frequency. He paused and said something familiar to the youth. The voice is just the surface. What is important is the communication between your will and the ether. Ye Qingxuan thought carefully and seemed to understand something. His heart calmed down a little. He thought back to the night when he communicated freely with the ether. Closing his eyes, he sensed the beautiful and wavering light around him. The light known as ether floated randomly in all directions. He could sense as more and more ether joined in the distance, entering the vortex like halo. He felt as the ether collided against each other, sparking white-hot light, like a sun rising over the dark earth. He was sensing the ether. It was the rune that Bai Xi had cast. I think I slightly understand. Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes slowly and gazed at his outstretched finger. He whispered, the theory is complicated, but it's just like a machine, right? Use the correct syllable to communicate and you'll get the correct result. If the result is wrong, then it's because the syllable is different. Even though I can't grasp the vague feeling, at least I understand this. I'll succeed this time. The youth recited the syllable and stared at his fingertip. First, there must be light. Only the youth's murmurs sounded in the silence. A formless strength drew a faint outline. The rune slowly formed in his heart, guiding him to recite the syllable. In the faint sound, a dim ray of light formed from the emptiness, wrapping around his finger. The dim light was like a flickering candle in the wind, about to go out, but struggling to survive. Finally, the weak light finally turned into a ring on the youth's fingertip. The ring wavered, and finally transformed into an uneven ball of light. It was the result of insufficient control over the ether. The ball of light was barely there, as if it would fall apart within a blink of an eye, but Ye Qingxuan smiled. There's finally light, he breathed. Charles had run over sometime when Ye Qingxuan had been practicing. He blew and the glow dissipated, instantly extinguished. Such a weak light. Charles shook his head. Seeing the unhappiness on Abraham's face, he cried, Professor, don't get angry. I know what the problem is. Abraham sighed. If you know, then say it and act like a senior. Seeing you like this, I'm scared that you'll get beaten up when you walk at night. Ah, Professor, what are you talking about? I'm just above average in looks. Charles laughed and dragged over a chair to sit down. Patting Ye Qingxuan's shoulder, he said, don't be sad. Bai Xi's talent is a lot more powerful than yours. It's totally natural for you to be slower than her. Anyway, you learned a basic rune in half an hour. Even though you've only just learned it, and still haven't gotten to the point of using it, you're still like a genius out there. Sorry, are you complimenting me? I can't tell. Of course. Most students will spend the entire day practicing and not be able to find the feeling, even with the guidance of a teacher, or if put in an ether immersive environment. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan thought of his 10 days of fruitless effort and could not help but sigh. I understand. So, do you know what your problem is? It's the feeling. Feeling? That's right. Feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, Feeling. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. That's right, feeling. Charles put on a serious expression. That's the difference between geniuses and regular people. Why is it that only a few musicians can stand out from the crowd? Why is it that there are more musicians than I can count, but only 3 kings at the top yet? It's a subconscious reflex that helps you communicate more closely with the ether. What do you have to do while chanting to group together more ether? Will the length of one syllable cause any changes? How can you use fewer syllables than other musicians to create the same effect? These are all things that can't be taught, because a teacher can't give his feelings to his student. The student can only search around with his own feeling. You know, the rune itself is the power created from the communication between you and the ether. Your power comes from the rune's sentiment. The deeper the sentiment, the more intense the feeling is. You can only use your instinct to control it. Otherwise, you'll need to spend time adjusting and getting used to it. Geniuses can even skip most syllables and immediately cast a rune. Like this. Charles raised a hand and snapped. Immediately, a soft light appeared at his fingertip. It was not blinding like Bai Xi's, but was rather stable and gentle, with a tinge of blue like moonlight. No matter how he shook or grabbed at it, the beam of light was still gentle as ever, unchanging. Ye Qingxuan gaped. After a long time, he sighed in defeat. What if you don't have any feeling? Then you'd just be making blind guesses? You can say that. Charles sighed. But your sense of ether is very clear. You can even say you're at the top. But why do I feel like you're just blind even with your eyes open? Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan's expression turned bitter. Okay. If I tell you that I was still blind 3 days ago, would you believe it? Are you kidding? Charles pursed his lips, his eyes turned helpless. If that's the case, then that sucks. Most elites start meditation under a teacher's guidance during childhood in order to block out any distracting thoughts, and focus on observing changes in the ether to raise their familiarity of each other. If you've just started sensing it 3 days ago, he trailed off. They've been practicing for more than 10 years. You're far from them. Charles tried to explain, it's like trying to get a pretty girl. That other guy is her childhood lover, but you've just met. How can you compete with that? Are you attractive like me? Charles. Abraham's book landed on Charles's head again. You're getting off topic. Go stand. And so Charles was kicked to the corner again. Actually, your interaction with the ether can be cultivated. Don't listen to Charles, Abraham comforted him. As if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, I remember you said you knew a rune before? I didn't learn it, Ye Qingxuan said, a little embarrassed. I looked at some notes. I couldn't understand at all, but then I suddenly understood something and I got it. Can you use it now? Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment and nodded. I can try. This rune came from his odd epiphany. When he had sensed the ether that night, his will broke through the seal on the notebook, and he sensed the information contained in those blurry notes. He had never read any explanation of any melody, but he subconsciously remembered that melody, and recreated the rune without any difficulty. He vaguely understood that maybe the rune had been hidden in that melody. But why did his father do so, and how? He had no clue. And he could not remember anything other than that. He could only remember that he somehow awoke the instrument. As if a god had been helping him, he played the overture of a musical piece. But the entire process had disappeared from his memory. That's why he suspected it was just a hallucination. But if it was a hallucination, why could he still remember the first note? He was a bit nervous as he began the hymn. Under everyone's eyes, he gazed around and decided to put his left hand on old Phil. The dog squirmed and sneezed. The youth's murmuring began. There were 16 short syllables in total. They overlapped in Ye Qingxuan's throat, sometimes vigorous, sometimes faint. Going to the rhythm of his breathing, they expanded naturally as if he had practiced many times. Like the faint vibrations of an instrument string, the notes left his mouth and scattered into the air, leaving behind a lingering echo. Sweat beaded on Ye Qingxuan's forehead. In his heart, a strange power drew a new outline. Like neon lights dancing in the night, it wove the outline of a rune. Was this the so-called feeling? The rune's outline had never been so clear before. The rush from his soul pushed him to sing the syllables. Quickly, the ether began to group. The light appeared in the darkness like stars, grouping toward his right hand. He controlled the pauses and pitch of the syllables, guiding the light to the right place. It had only been a few seconds, but it felt like eternity. Silver light flashed from Ye Qingxuan's hand and then vanished. The library was still silent, but everyone was holding their breath. Ye Qingxuan's left hand was still on old Phil, but there was an identical dog under his right hand. It had the same golden fur, the same open mouth, the same arrogant eyes. There was even a noodle from lunch on his nose. It looked like it had been made from the same mold. Shocked, old Phil moved over and looked at the dog, which mirrored his actions. They shook their bodies and wagged their tails, but when they turned to the side, their eyes became disappointed. This dog looked identical to old Phil, but there was not any thickness. It was like a copy printed on paper. No matter how similar it looked, it was not a living creature. From the side, Charles poked the golden dog that only existed in a two-dimensional world. A ripple formed from his finger and the image blurred. But after the ripple, the image became clear again. No matter what Charles did, it persisted like the moon's reflection in water. Rune mirror? Charles turned to look at the professor, his eyes confused. Professor, I don't understand. Abraham's expression was stiff. He did not know what to say. Rune mirror was the most complex of the common runes. Even for lessons, it was put at the back of the textbook. They had never seen someone who could jump straight to the end and learn the hardest part, but was still stuck on the first step. The rune's effect is very stable and the hymn was clear. From the rune's perspective, you've already reached the apprentice level. Abraham gazed at Ye Qingxuan. How did you do it? I don't know. Ye Qingxuan was confused too. Looking down at the reflection of old Phil, he scratched his head. The runes and syllables were in my head. I somehow felt that doing that was the correct thing to do, so I did it. He suddenly reached out and pressed onto old Phil, doing it again. In a flash of light, the mirror reflection of old Phil reappeared. The two mirror images changed continuously, revealing old Phil's upset face. Ye Qingxuan stared in awe at the two images. Pressing down, he did it again, calling forth another mirror image. As if he had gone crazy, he cast the rune over and over again. Finally, 7 mirror images shattered at once. Ye Qingxuan collapsed to the ground as if his energy had been sapped. Panting heavily, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale. Hey, Junior, are you crazy? Charles quickly cleared the table and laid Ye on it. He opened his shirt buttons to help him breathe. Then he commanded Bai Xi to boil some salt water. Casting runes requires strength. Mirror is a continuous effect, and you made 7 at once. You're trying to get yourself killed. On the table, Ye Qingxuan had fallen into a trance and was covered in sweat. In his daze, he grabbed onto Charles's hand and panted, I know, Charles, I know how to fix the feeling problem. Seeing Abraham and Charles's shocked expressions, Ye Qingxuan laughed. Professor, can I borrow some books? Analysis of the Equal Temperament Prologue, Research of Changes in Pronunciation of Basic Runes, Victor's Experiment Record, Changes of Rune Light, 17 Uses of Runelight, Pattern of Basic Syllables, Introduction to Jordhymns. Ye Qingxuan flipped to the last page of the Equal Temperament and found the books in the references list from Abraham's library. According to the book's chapters and glossary, and other mentioned literature, he created another list of 14 books. Of these, 3 were in Abraham's library. The other 11 books were kept in the school library, but identification cards were needed to enter the library and Ye Qingxuan was not allowed to yet, so he could only let it go. 2 hours later, with a giant pile of books in his arms, he got paper, a pen, and dictionary of the rune language from Abraham's library. "What are you doing with all these books?" Charles was shocked. "Can you finish them all?" "Some are just for reference. Others I'll flip through." Ye Qingxuan patted the pile of books up to his waist, his expression a little helpless. "Hopefully I won't need to read too much." "Oh right, is there anywhere that's quiet so I won't be disturbed?" Abraham thought for a moment. "The basement. It used to be Charles's workshop, but he owes too much money and can't work for now. People usually don't go there. If you need it, I can give you the key." "Thank you so much." Ye Qingxuan smiled, took the key, and bent over to pick up the pile of books. Looking back, he said, "Oh, right. I won't be coming out for 2 days. If there are any public classes, tell Bai Xi to take attendance for me." Bai Xi was still confused. "Hey, cousin, what exactly are you doing?" "Reading. Doing what I do best." With the books in his arms, Ye Qingxuan left without looking back. His voice came from the distance, "Reading is my favorite thing." In the library, Charles and Bai Xi stared at each other. Abraham seemed to understand something and stayed silent. "Professor, did he go crazy?" Charles asked uncertainly. "Maybe, but maybe he found some feeling, right?" Abraham let out a rare smile and patted his shoulder. "Are your notes still here from when I taught you how to decipher ancient languages and runes?" Charles shook his head sadly. "I'm not really interested in your research. I don't know where the notes are." "Why do you want them? Are you forcing me to learn it again?" "Everyone has their own strong points. It's good that you have your own ideas, so I won't force you anymore. But please find the notes within the next 2 days." Looking down at the thick pile of handwritten notes on the table, Abraham laughed suddenly. "Professor, are you okay?" Charles looked at Abraham, his eyes full of concern. "Has work been too stressful recently? Is the school board cutting down on our budget again?" "It's okay, we can quit. Junior is already like this, we can't have you going crazy too." "Watch your words." Abraham knocked Charles's head, his expression becoming stern. "Go stand." After comforting Bai Xi, Abraham left the library, leaving behind 2 confused students. He sat on a stone stool outside the building under the afternoon sun, humming an unclear tune. He raised his head to look at the specks of light shining through the verdure. Using his metal hand to fill his pipe with tobacco, he lit it with a lighter. Humming and smoking, he laughed quietly. He no longer seemed like a stern and rigid professor, but more like an ignorant farmer who saw that his crops had turned golden and suddenly felt happy. Maybe he was old now. Thinking of this, his smile became both helpless and relieved. The thought that he had a successor made him so happy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Negotiation. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The next afternoon in the Westminster Palace, the atmosphere was serious and suffocating. Security kept all of the outsiders away. Usually, this place was full of people. Known as the Capitol, the senators of the upper and lower house would play the game of politics here. But now, it was silent because a more important discussion was happening in secrecy. It was already the third day of conferences between Anglo and Yunlu City. It was an important event between the two nations, but the conference hall was empty. There were no government officials, no judges, and no military personnel participating. At the left of the long table, Yunlu officials clad in long robes clustered around a silent white-haired girl. At the right, other than the secretary for recording the meeting and the necessary representatives, there were only two men leading the talks. One of them sat in the chair casually. His eyes were not open fully, as if he had just been dragged out of bed. Not only was his white beard messy, but a button on his sleeve had been buttoned incorrectly too. He sat there spacing out, as if he was not listening to the talk at all. The smell of alcohol radiated from him. A few minutes earlier, the man, Maxwell, had even been snoring. Now, his eyes were open, and it was an impressive feat. No one understood why the Queen would give such an important task to him, and the insane guy wearing a white coat beside him. The old man was silent and had not said a word the entire time. As if he had just been let out of the asylum, he stared at the princess with wild and enthusiastic eyes. His hands shook as if he wanted to reach out and strangle the girl. Everyone in Avalon knew that the Royal Institute of Research was right next to Arkham Asylum. Even more ironic was that both places were full of crazy and insane people. If the officials went crazy, they would use up the nation's budget, while the patients would use up all the taxpayers' money. In short, they were nothing good. It was fortunate that Princess Yunlu did not lose her temper as she was faced with these two unreliable guys. But sadly, the discussion still had to go on. For international matters, arguing about every inch of land was basic. Arguing over every little pebble was expected. The welcoming ceremony, the state guesthouse, the royal banquet hall. The attacks have not stopped since you entered the city. Until today, there have already been 6 attacks. Maxwell pounded the table, his old face filled with pain. Terrorist attacks because of your presence have already killed and wounded dozens. Of these, 1 earl was slightly wounded, 2 viscounts were wounded heavily, and 6 barons suffered emotional trauma. Even now, they are bedridden and suffer from insomnia. They were all talents who were the pillars of our nation's future. But now they are useless things who hide under their servants' skirts. Is there nothing that Yunlu City has to say? Ridiculous. Without waiting for the girl to speak, the official beside her laughed coldly. We traveled to Anglo as ambassadors. Shouldn't it be your duty to ensure the safety of the ambassadors? And if the princess had been hurt, it would be even more embarrassing for you, would it not? Of course, but Maxwell arched an eyebrow and laughed softly. If the reason lies with Yunlu City itself, then it's a different matter. My apologies, but please explain. According to our research, the assassins should be related to Yunlu's exiled regime, correct? Maxwell threw a pile of resources onto the table. They've entered Avalon and caused chaos. According to others, they're even performing human trafficking. The police are in a terrible situation. Maxwell continued, according to our research, their leader is an Easterner named Ye Qingxuan. He calls himself the true leader of Yunlu, and announced that he is just trying to find justice. What does Yunlu City have to say in regard to this? Absurd, the main official scoffed. There is only one leader of Yunlu City, and that is the princess's father, His Majesty, Ye Qingxuan. How is there an exiled regime? We hope that the royalty of Anglo won't be fooled by some hooligans. Really? Then maybe we have a misunderstanding. Maxwell nodded as his eyes turned cold. As everyone knows, Her Highness's father, Ye Qingxuan, is not the legitimate heir of the Yunlu title. He has always been criticized. As the leader, the ruler of the Eastern Aurora Empire has failed to recognize Ye Qingxuan's rule over Yunlu City. This has resulted in Yunlu's endless chaos. Maxwell's eyes were heavy with pain, he shook his head in sighed. If Yunlu City wants to leave the Eastern camp, despite being riddled with inner chaos, make alliances with Western nations and become independent. Even Her Highness, the Queen, will find it difficult to support Yunlu. If that is Anglo's opinion, then what is the point of this conference? The silent girl sitting primly in the middle finally looked up. As if sensing something interesting, she took in Maxwell's appearance. Her tone was gentle, but her soft voice somehow stopped the commotion. The white-haired girl said quietly, "My father once taught me that there are all sorts of lessons in life, but in the end, it is all about two things, accepting and rejecting." She continued, "Nothing in the world is full of benefits, with no consequences to worry about. And even if we did give you the technology for creating the bloodline of the dragon, would Anglo dare to accept it? Really?" The crazed man in the white cloak beside Maxwell suddenly burst out in joy. "Accept it? Why not?" Maxwell rolled his eyes and kicked him. "Newton, don't forget that you're here just as an observer and have no right to speak. We do not need to support technology now." Newton pursed his lips and sat back down. "According to Yunlu City's terms, you will exchange the purification technology of the bloodline of the dragon for Anglo's support of Yunlu City's independence. This is beneficial for both parties. After all, Yunlu City is alone overseas and the tribute relationship with the East only survives in theory." Maxwell spoke again, but this time, he spoke in fluent Aurorian Mandarin. His accent was native and flawless. "But there is still something I don't understand." He paused, gazing at the girl's neutral expression. "The purification technology of the East is a byproduct created during the research for the bloodline of the dragon. No, it is more accurate to say that the medium for this technology is dragon blood. If you are to give us this technology, you are essentially giving us a deva with the bloodline of the dragon. Or to put it more bluntly, the only one from Yunlu City who qualifies is Your Highness. Even the king's blood is not pure enough. Is it as the rumors say, that you are planning on marrying our prince?" "That is not impossible," the girl replied softly. "If there is marriage, the relationship between our two nations would be more stable." "Yes. Good." Newton became excited. "And if Your Highness is interested, you can come visit the Research Institute. I'll sweep that thing to welcome you." "I told you to shut up, Newton." Maxwell glared at him and he quieted down. But Maxwell's head started to hurt. This princess was not as simple as she seemed. Whether someone placed obvious pressure on her, or said a sly insult, neither had any effect on her. He sighed. "To be honest, I was dragged back the manor last night and rushed here to represent Anglo and speak with you. For public matters, I'd love it if Your Highness would marry our nation and form a long-lasting relationship. But privately." Maxwell's eyes filled with sadness. "To be honest, Your Highness may be young, but you are already so beautiful. You may be the most beautiful woman I've seen in my life. But our prince has had many ailments since childhood." Okay, he is an idiot who believes he's a sheep. He isn't good enough for you." He became visibly angry and slammed down on the table. Let's just let things go." Newton asked in panic, "Hey, Maxwell. Whose side are you on?" "Manners, beauty, and justice are the essence of humanity," Maxwell stated. "Since beauty equals justice, I stand on the side of justice, of course. And anyway, compared to the lifelong happiness of a girl, this is nothing." Newton was about to burst. The faces of the Yunlu officials darkened. This guy may have just reduced Anglo royalty to nothing, but he was really moving forward by retreating. If they really did just let things be as he said, it would be even more awkward for Yunlu. Aurora Empire, riddled with inner problems for many years, was finally recovering. The emperor had already started turning his attention toward Yunlu City, alone overseas and full of riches. If they did not receive the West's support, Yunlu City would be in a dire situation. The officials stared at each other in silence. The lead ritual official opened his mouth to speak, but saw the white-haired girl lower her hand. His expression tightened, but he sat down without saying anything. The princess's voice shattered the silence. Mr. Maxwell, you've worried too much. Compared to the nation, my sacrifices are nothing. And furthermore, if our talk ended just like this, your country would be troubled too, would it not? It's okay. Yunlu is not the only nation with the Eastern purification technique. We can find someone else to ruin. There are so many people in the East, and it shouldn't be a problem to find the right one. But King Yunlu might have to find another country to support his vision of an independent nation. You may have misunderstood. Eastern nations are not very open to outsiders, and the 9 families of the dragon bloodline fight constantly with each other. They don't even follow the orders of the emperor. Anglo, which is so far away from them, will find it hard to offer something that will move them, the girl said lightly. And furthermore, other than Yunlu City, which often interacts with the West, who else would be willing to risk offending the heavens and use the blood of their ancestors to exchange with barbarians? Oh? Maxwell laughed. Does Yunlu not fear the wrath of the heavens and ancestors? Behind the long table, the Yunlu officials' faces turned stormy, no longer able to hide their anger. Indeed, using the blood of ancestors to exchange with barbarians would be a big humiliation if others discovered, but Yunlu had prepared to be criticized by all. But now, the first to mock them was not one of the other families of the dragon bloodline, but their supposed ally. How humiliating was that? The light tone pierced their skin like needles. Their faces reddened, eyes full of fury. But as they glared in silence, the girl's cool voice sounded. Everyone, please calm down. What Mr. Maxwell said isn't without reason. Just like that, the white-haired girl confirmed everything Maxwell had said. If the others hear of this, Yunlu City will be mocked by everyone. If the ancestors are angered and wish to punish us, it will be our own fault. Unexpectedly she said, but what of it? In the deathly silence, everyone gaped at the girl. Maxwell raised his head in shock. Looking at the girl, he seemed to see something, and the kind smile on his face slowly froze. As if a fire had been ignited in her heart, the girl finally looked up. There seemed to be a blazing light in those cool eyes, forcing others to look away. Subconsciously, Maxwell stood up, the mockery in his eyes gone. He said, I cannot understand the princess's words. This is something my father told me before I departed. Now, I am only the messenger. Lightly, the girl said, the 100 years of a lifetime is like a white stallion galloping. The glory of morning dies away quickly. If one wishes to be accomplished, one cannot follow all of the rules. If one dreams of the world, one must be revolutionary, and have no limits. A man's words are insufficient to be pitied, the ancestors are insufficient to be law, and the changes of the world are insufficient to be feared. After a long time, the talk finally came to an end. Maxwell remained in his seat, watching as the girl's backside grew distant. He smoked a cigarette, his eyes full of fatigue. Hey, Maxwell. Newton glanced at him, seeing how he was deep in thought. What's wrong? Nothing, just a little scared. Maxwell thought of the girl's eyes and sighed. The ancestors are insufficient to be law, the changes of the world are insufficient to be feared, and a man's words are insufficient to be pitied? She stepped on ancestors, principles, and ethics so easily. How wildly ambitious must you be to make such things sound logical? I don't think I can handle someone like this. All these years, you've handled royalty, the Congress, those elites, and even the budget. But now you're worried you can't handle a little girl? Newton snorted. Have you gotten old? To be honest, I'm still not sure who I'm negotiating with. Maxwell scratched his head. Were those her words? Or Yunlu Qingxu? I feel like I'm not talking to her, but an evil and greedy soul. All these years, people said that Yunlu Qingxu had a good daughter. Now I understand that he had never seen her as a daughter, but a weapon and tool. He sighed. What a pity. What is there to pity? That's why you lunatics don't understand the beauties in life. Maxwell sighed, shaking his head. You stared at her for the entire afternoon, but could only imagine her tied to your surgery table like a white rat. Is there something wrong with your brain? Maxwell was infuriated. Newton, she's a girl. She's only 16. Did you look at her eyes closely? They are pure black, like black pearls, shining with a lonely light. So beautiful, anyone would like her. Such a good girl should be living without worries in a garden, or in a fairy tale like a lotus. But someone turned her into a tool and is willing to have her marry an idiot in 3 years to complete his vision. What a damn pity. Putting out his cigarette, he turned to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, Result. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was already the 4th day of school. At noon, the bored Bai Xi lay on the library's sofa, yawning. When she felt bored, she would roll over and say, "Ah, I'm so bored." Before the blackboard, Charles sighed awkwardly. "Sister, don't be like this. I'm trying to teach you. I don't want to learn. We agreed that I just have to enroll, and don't have to learn." The little girl rolled her eyes. "I don't care. I want to go shopping. I want to play." "No, wait." Charles waved helplessly. "Look, the professor told me before he left to take his place. You don't want to learn, but it's okay if you want me to teach you something else. We're both experts on music theory. I charge a couple $100 per hour when I tutor. Can't you give me some respect? In my old home, you wouldn't be qualified to be my teacher if you weren't at least an Imperial 9 musician. And I had everything you're teaching memorized by the time I was 13 years old, but... 13? Wait, that can't be right." Charles froze, getting confused. "Sister, how old are you? Don't you know that you can't go around asking a girl's age?" Bai Xi huffed. Eyes filling with resentment, she muttered, "I hit puberty late. I'll grow tall someday, even taller than the White Lotus." Charles had good ears and heard what she had quietly muttered. "White Lotus? Who? Why do you care? Anyway, it's the pure little girl that you men all like. Pitiful and makes parents like her, has big boobs, and can make you have dirty thoughts just by wearing a white dress. That kind. How is that possible? A pretty girl like that I haven't met before?" Charles was suddenly infuriated. "Don't let those girls ruin Junior. Let them come to me, and I'll teach them, . Bai Xi glanced at him and quickly looked away disinterested. "Senior, you're so weak. Even if there were 10 of you, you'd still get played. No way. I'm the famous prodigy of the Royal Academy of Music." Charles's expression was serious, but his words obviously had no substance, and Bai Xi burst into laughter. Charles's expression turned helpless. He sighed, shaking his head. "Ugh, I was brave before, but a coward now. Whatever. If you want to go walk around, wait for Junior to come out and we can go play together. Who knows when he'll come out?" Bai Xi suddenly became upset. "I called him for a long time last night and he ignored me. What is he even doing down there by himself? Can you learn the notes just by locking yourself up? I doubt it. That feeling isn't that easy to get. Is it really that hard? Didn't I learn it easily?" "That's what you think." Charles could not help but sigh. "Here's an example. Notes are just like pretty girls. They are cold and beautiful, and their personalities and moods are always changing. You need to have the charisma of a wanderer, the inheritance of royalty, the stubbornness of a fool, and the enthusiasm of a lunatic to be able to achieve resonance. But sadly, in the eyes of the notes, Junior is just plain, poor, and has a weird personality. He probably can't even get onto the waiting list for reincarnation. There's no way he can achieve resonance. Is it that bad? It's worse than bad. Charles shook his head. If it were, say, a pretty girl, it'd be easier. At least there are other ways. What ways? Bai Xi asked. Charles smiled crudely. Use force. Go die. A book whacked Charles in the face, knocking him straight to the ground. Charles crawled up inside. But before he could say anything, loud barking came from the hall. Old Phil? Charles looked over in suspicious, but finally realized, I know, it must be Spring. Spring your *SS. Bai Xi jumped down from the sofa and ran out without even putting on her shoes. As an evil dog, Old Phil always followed the rule silence is golden, and never barked no matter what. If the problem could be solved with teeth and claws, then he would use his teeth and claws to solve it. Problems that could not be solved with teeth and claws, well, he never ran into them. Old Phil was too powerful, and never ran into those problems. If there was nothing, Old Phil would never bark. That was why Bai Xi started to worry. What happened to Old Phil? Had he brought back something weird again? On the second day of school, there had been a mysterious theft in the academy. All of the doorknobs on the School of Revelation's first floor were stolen. Who knew what the thief was thinking, stealing only the doorknobs and nothing else? The academy could only conclude that it was some student's prank. Only Bai Xi knew that when Charles found all of the doorknobs in his bed, he almost peed his pants. After giving its welcome gift to his new servant, Old Phil turned and walked away without letting anyone know his name, as a hero should. So Charles and Bai Xi could only dig a ditch in the middle of the night and bury the doorknobs. Bai Xi walked down the hall with the same worry that Ye Qingxuan once had. And just as Ye Qingxuan had, she froze. Bai Xi stared blankly at Old Phil, who was panting, and at the thing that he had dragged from the basement and down the hall. Her expression twisted. What the heck, cousin? Hey, cousin, the bedraggled youth on the ground said weakly. There was a trembling smile on his pale face. Do you have food? Charles and Bai Xi sat in the big hall of the small building, carefully watching the youth stuffing his face at the table. Their expressions were unreadable. I went down to the basement to check. This guy hadn't moved at all for the past 3 days. The horrors he had seen flashed before his eyes. Nothing that had been covered by dust had been moved in a long time, but the bottle of ink on the table had been used up. There was a sign of struggle by the door. I guess he was too weak to open the door and had to be dragged out by Old Phil, said Charles. Bai Xi's mouth twisted. Was he trying to kill himself? The draft paper had been used up too. I found these on the table. Charles gave Bai Xi a thick stack of paper filled with words. Bai Xi took 2 glances and felt dizzy. The stack of paper, at least 1 finger's width thick, was filled with cramped handwriting and some confusing math symbols. Only some of the words were from the lingua franca, most were from other languages, all jumbled together. What is this? Bai Xi asked. Some are the runes of the Asgard language, some are Latin used by the church. It looks like he was trying to organize something. Charles tapped the papers. Seems like these days hadn't gone to waste. It's hard work to organize all this. This has nothing to do with notes. The little girl rolled her eyes. At the table, Ye Qingxuan was finally done shoveling food into his mouth and licked his fingers with satisfaction. He could not help but say in awe, I never thought that pizza left out overnight could taste this good. It's not just overnight. Charles slapped his knee. That pizza's been there for 3 days. Senior, I just finished eating. Can you not ruin the mood? Ye Qingxuan said. Bai Xi pursed her lips and threw the papers onto the table. You spent 3 days just to do this stuff? Oh, that's useless. Ye Qingxuan glanced over and waved casually. Toss it. Toss it? Bai Xi's face grew pale in disbelief. Yeah, I've memorized it all anyway. Ye Qingxuan cracked his stiff neck, making popping sounds. I just wrote it down as a habit, but I realized after I organized everything that it's pretty easy to memorize, so it's useless now. Bai Xi was so angry she could not speak. What about the music notes? The notes? She pounded on the table, shaking in rage. Didn't you say that you found the way to learn the notes? Don't tell me you spent 3 days writing a book for fun. Ah, cousin, you think too highly of me. Ye Qingxuan scratched his face coyly. Writing is such a high-class thing, I can't do it yet, Bai Xi did not reply and just cracked her knuckles in silence. She looked up and down his body, trying to decide where she should hit first. This guy locked himself in the basement and did nothing. She had been waiting and anticipating for nothing. She had even been a bit worried. Don't hit me yet. Seeing her eyes, Ye Qingxuan immediately raised his hands to surrender. I have results. Then show me. Bai Xi slammed a fist on the table, her eyes flashing. But let me say this first, if you take out another weird thing, just wait to be riddled with holes. I'll have red blades go in and come out white. Sister, it's actually the opposite way, Charles reminded her quietly. The white blade goes in and comes out red. Ow! Charles cried out in pain as Bai Xi cut him off and stomped on his foot. But amidst the painful cry, one could hear the youth's murmurs. The notes that floated out of his throat had Charles raising his head in shock. In the sudden silence, the bedraggled youth raised a single finger, his eyes shining with the light of the ether. As his mouth opened and closed, both crisp and heavy syllables overlapped in his throat, turning into a faint voice. As if someone thrummed a non-existent instrument string, the weak sound with a metallic feeling filled the room. It was no longer jerky and choppy. This time, the syllables flowed out like running water. Clear runes appeared from the light and transformed into the blazing sun, moving with his heart and soul. In his senses, the sleeping ether had finally been awoken under the bright light. The pieces of light combined from all directions, grouping on the youth's fingertip, and transformed into a substantial light. The light on the fingertip was being threaded together, wrapping together, and finally forming a tiny ring of light. This was the rune light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, He really used force. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. Bai Xi stared at the ring of light on Ye Qingxuan's fingertip. Through the ring, she could see the youth's black eyes. There was a faint smile in those eyes. It worked? Charles murmured. You used 3 days to make a ring? Bai Xi stuck a finger through the light and the ring shattered, breaking from the outside force. But when she pulled her finger back, the deformed shape bounced back like tallow, turning into a ring again. It was bright as before. Charles nodded. The shape is a little weird, but it's very stable. It must have taken a lot of hard work to reach this level. Properly saying, the syllables should have created a smooth ring equal on all sides, but at least Ye Qingxuan was able to improve the quality of the ether structure, and it was no longer a mess like it had been before. It's okay. You've worked hard to do this. Bai Xi sighed. Remember to let us know before you lock yourself up. No one knew anything. Others might have thought you went to rob the church's bank. Don't be so impatient. Ye Qingxuan slowly raised his finger. This is just the beginning. Saying that, he blew. Along his breath, a weak breeze went through the ring and ran into an invisible wall, turning back. The breeze seemed to have blew away the dust, revealing its true nature. There was a thin membrane pulled taut across the ring. It seemed like it would tear with the slightest touch. But as Ye Qingxuan blew, it slowly inflated. As if blowing a giant soap bubble, Ye Qingxuan carefully and patiently increased the strength of his breath. A bubble slowly appeared from the ring of light on his fingertip. Finally, with a slight push, a perfect bubble popped out from the ring and floated up toward the ceiling. Bai Xi watched, frozen. The breeze blew in from the window, and the delicate bubble slowly floated toward the girl. It reflected the sunlight and surrounding colors. The semi-transparent bubble emanated a magnificent glow, as if it were reflecting the image of another world. Bai Xi could see Ye Qingxuan's face through the thin membrane. As if sensing the shock in her eyes, the youth smiled. "What is this?" Bai Xi carefully reached out to hold it, but was scared she would accidentally pop it. When the bubble floated over, she retreated, afraid she would ruin that beautiful thing. Charles reached out. The lightest touch caused ripples. It floated an inch above his finger, rotating lazily. This was another coherence technique, and it had been executed was amazingly. Charles studied the bubble on his fingertip. Seeing something unexpected, his eyes lit up with a pleasant surprise. This is a variant of the rune light. It's the School of Illusion's favorite effect, bubble. You're already able to use it in battle. If you can make this, then you should know the other 23 uses of light, correct? The others are pretty easy, but I had to try this many times. Ye Qingxuan rubbed his belly inside. I had wanted to make old Phil's shape, but the precision it needed was too high. Halfway through, I ran out of energy and almost died. That was so scary. You learned the note and all 23 uses over 3 days? But 3 days ago, you had no interaction with the ether at all. How did you do it? A stupid method that everyone can think of. Ye Qingxuan pointed at the papers on the table and chuckled. Practice. In the end, a musician controls the ether by chanting. The ether joins together and creates the structure of the rune. Different runes have different effects. The principle behind it is complex, but since the proper syllable can achieve the proper result, I just needed to pronounce the correct syllable, Ye Qingxuan said. As you all saw, I don't have the genius so-called feeling. So when I chant, I can't tweak the syllables according to the outside environment and the ether's reaction, so that's why the result was weak, right? That's right, Charles nodded. How did you fix it? It was easy. Ye Qingxuan snapped his fingers. As long as I can anticipate outside disturbances beforehand, then there's no problem. In the silence, the youth spread out the papers with a smile and gazed at the scrawled handwriting. All I did was find the proper syllable from different records. The theories used now, and corrections to pronunciation all come from each individual's sense of the originator. Then they adjust their sound of heart and perform the rune. But it was noted in 10 basic problems in casting, there's a non-mainstream school of behavior. They don't believe in the existence of a soul, and only believe in action and reaction. It can be applied to phantom beasts, which are created from ether. So there should be a set mechanism to force a reaction from the ether too. There was a long silence following Ye Qingxuan's words. After a long time, Charles processed Ye Qingxuan's words with difficulty. So you're saying that you read everything that had anything to do with light, chant records, the ether environment at the time, the timbre, frequency, pitch, pattern of change, and everything else? That's right, Ye Qingxuan nodded. Everything? Charles felt like he was hallucinating. Everything. Ye Qingxuan nodded again. His voice trembling, Charles asked, "That's what you did for 3 days?" Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment and shook his head. It took 1 day to organize all the material, and half a day to find the pattern of change of notes. Memorizing it all took the shortest amount of time. He paused and added, "There's not much, give or take 600 variations. If you take out the 200 or so rare circumstances, it's easy to remember the rest. The changes are complicated, but once you get the pattern, it's not hard." Silent, Charles looked at the youth, his eyes wild like he was looking at 2 different things. His left eye was looking at an idiot, while his right eye was looking at a strange creature. "I can't believe it. Your asterisk SS really used force on the runes. Ye Qingxuan smiled. If using force works, then I don't mind. Charles looked up to the sky and sighed. Other people used their experience and look for shortcuts when trying to pass a mountain. I can't believe I met a lunatic who would try to flatten the mountain. The Royal Academy of Music has more than 10 majors. Most are more specific divisions of the 4 major schools. This includes our school, music history. It is considered a branch under the School of Revelation. But because the material we cover overlaps too much with other majors, and all of the professors left, the major was basically eliminated. Abraham sighed with a sense of loss. When I first came to the academy, the principal saw that I wasn't good at anything else and put me in charge of this major. There'd never been many students. There've only been you 2 in these recent years. Here, his expression became bitter. I'm not the best at teaching and no one is interested in research-oriented studies, so it has never been popular. It probably won't even exist in a few years. Professor, don't worry. You have a genius like me. Charles comforted him. Wait for me to take care of my problems at hand, and then it'll be our time to shine. Don't be ridiculous. A major is a serious branch of study that needs the blood and sweat of many people. It's not just you getting attention. Abraham knocked on Charles's head and returned to teaching Ye Qingxuan. Do you have any thoughts? Basic criteria of ancient writing, exploration of the sources, and changes of major language branches, the history of the Dark Ages. Confusion was written all over Ye Qingxuan's face. Why do we have to learn this stuff? These are our professional courses, my friend, Charles drawled. Music history's strong points are deciphering ancient literature, music scores, and runes. They produce scholars and archaeologists. So we can't fight? Ye Qingxuan asked. Charles patted his shoulder. It's okay, Junior. We're different from the hooligans from the School of Modification. At least scholars don't have to go to war, right? Other than our professional courses, the classes aren't much different from the other majors. And we have our own field in music scores too, Abraham said. There are similarities between the ancient language and runes. You're talented in deciphering runes and analyzing data. This major suits you. Ye Qingxuan's was still somewhat confused. Professor, you saying this makes me happy, but I still feel that the future is just bleak archaeology. Why don't you look at this? As he spoke, Abraham placed a notebook before the youth. These are Charles's notes from when he first started. I think you'll find something you like in it. Ha! Ye Qingxuan opened the notebook, flipped through a few pages and froze. It was clearly Charles's notes, filled with explanations of ancient languages found from archaeology digs. Ye Qingxuan had never seen these things before, but it felt familiar for some reason. When he read the reasoning portion, a streak of light flashed past through his mind. This book of theories and patterns used when deciphering ancient writing was identical to what he had been doing when looking for the changes in runes and syllables. In fact, the structure and direction was far more complete than his. Just by scanning and comparing, he realized that he had made many mistakes down in the basement. It was just theories and did not include any applications, but they seemed to target his weak spots, and goosebumps popped up on his skin. Compared to these notes, the exhaustive method that Ye Qingxuan had been proud of was like a sieve. If these theories were correct, then he could save at least 70% of his efforts when analyzing the runes and changes in syllables. At least 70%. What is this? Ye Qingxuan glanced up in shock, seeing Abraham's lips curl into a faint smile. He had never seen such pride in his stiff, wooden teacher. I told you. Music history is the best at deciphering ancient history and literature. Music scores are part of literature. Most of the scores and techniques we know today were found from archaeology sites. No one is better than us at reading music scores and runes. But why have I never seen this in textbooks? Ye Qingxuan gaped. This Abraham suddenly seemed embarrassed. Charles always complained that the textbooks before were too hard, so I created some new methods from my own research. But then this guy wouldn't learn them, and I didn't have a student to teach. Would you? Yes. Yes. The youth practically ran over to hug the professor, his eyes shining. Professor, please teach me. How about we start with the runes? I have some questions about the variations of light. Get down first. Abraham finally pulled the excited Ye Qingxuan down from his body. I still need to organize the teaching material. How about we start class tomorrow? You still have 5 days. If you're only going to memorize it all, then you still have a big chance to pass. Ye Qingxuan finally calmed down, but he was still euphoric and would not let go of the notebook. There's always a road when you get to the mountain. Is that a saying from the East? Abraham lowered his head, sighing. I remember an Eastern professor used to say that, but... Eastern professor? In an instant, Ye Qingxuan woke up from his euphoric state. Finally remembering the things that Wolf Flute had told him, his eyes lit up. Who? It was decades ago. You asked me so suddenly that I don't remember. The professor's brows furrowed. Was it decades ago, or just a few years ago? I remember the academy used to have a professor in the school of mind from the East. I think his name, the more he tried to remember, the more confused he became. No, maybe he was Burgundian? Did I remember incorrectly? But why do I feel like I went to his wedding? Here, he shook his head. I really can't remember. Is it because I'm getting old? Ye Qingxuan stayed silent, not sure what to say. He suddenly realized that everyone had forgotten about his father. Abraham had lost his memories, and if those people in the academy had remembered him, they would have remarked how similar Ye looked to his father. Even Wolf Flute, who had ditched school, had started to forget what his father had taught. In this academy, everyone's memories of the Eastern musician, Ye Lansao, had disappeared. It was like he had never existed in this world. Who did it? Someone else? Or was it his father himself? Musicians of the school of mind were the best at controlling others' memories. He had surpassed the 7th level of the scepter rank, and he did not even need to make any physical movements to erase everything. But he was able to erase the memories of so many musicians, and even put a seal on Wolf Flute's lecture notes without even so much as a hand gesture. Such skill had surpassed everything. But with skill like this, why would he still join Satan? Since the beginning, Ye Qingxuan never believed the crimes that he had supposedly committed, but now, what did this all mean? He sank into contradicting thoughts. No matter what he did, he could not solve this mystery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, the most important thing is to be happy. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hey! Ye Qingxuan, your thing is everywhere, but... Just as the youth lowered his head in thought, a roar sounded. He attacked on instinct, but hit empty air. You want to make a sneak attack on me? You're still too young. As if he had predicted everything, Charles took a step back. Hey, are you awake now? You've been standing under the sun for an hour. Bai Xi said you're practicing some weird Eastern music called 9 Suns. Have you been enlightened yet? Enlightened my *SS. Ye Qingxuan rolled his eyes. What do you want? Didn't I tell you? I didn't go out for 2 days, and I realized that today your thing is everywhere. It's amazing. Everyone knows. Know what? Instinctively, the youth had a bad feeling. Know what? Your amazing reputation, of course. Charles said, his features animated. Practically the whole school knows that there's a mysterious student from the East. He's brave and just, can't stand evil and injustice. The praises make you sound like the representative of chivalry and hope for Anglo's future. They say that on the first day of school, you couldn't stand seeing the elites bully others and stood up in a fury to help. You took on 10 at a time and beat them all up. Then for the last show of bravado, you argued with evil teacher Ben until he couldn't reply and had his entire worldview changed. He even spat out liters of blood. When Ben and the others heard, they went crazy. Someone said that they're going to make you leave the public lecture on a stretcher in 5 days. Congrats, the elites hate you. Charles exclaimed. What the heck? Hearing all of this, Ye Qingxuan was in a daze and wanted to cough up blood. Who spread these rumors? Hee, Charles laughed shyly and pointed at himself, me. You *shoal. Charles, don't run. Ye Qingxuan's angry roars bellowed over the Royal Academy of Music at noon. I'm going to kill you. Ah, don't. I just said it for fun, but I didn't know they would all believe me. Charles ran, dodging the bricks and wine bottles thrown at him, and explained in panic, I didn't want this to happen. Junior, calm down. Calm down. There's a good side to everything. Good? Ye Qingxuan roared. I was just staying home and now I suddenly have a bunch of enemies. How can this be good? There's a good side. Really? Charles put his hands up, pleading. Did you know? Someone found out about your recommendation letter, and now you're a legend in the academy. I didn't even know that you had something to do with the legendary King of Black. You make everything sound weird. Why don't I know about this? Ye Qingxuan felt a little guilty about this. He had always thought that someone like Wolf Flute could only come up with a recommendation letter along the lines of, I recommend Ye Qingxuan to take your exam. Please accept him. But then he somehow ended up with Bach's signature. After finding out, Ye Qingxuan had almost peed his pants. That **starred Wolf Flute had dared to forge a recommendation letter from the most powerful king. Okay, let's not worry about whether this is true or not. You're so popular now, even the Congress knows. Charles praised. When I went to the cafeteria this morning, I said that you're my junior, and I got more meat than everyone else. This is good. It's good, my friend. Without your reputation, where will I get my extra meat? You're still thinking of your meat? Ye Qingxuan's face darkened even more. Stand there and don't move. I'll fix the hole in your brain. Don't worry, everyone in Lute knows that my technique is the best. Ah, Junior, your image will be ruined if people find out. Charles closed his hands, catching the wrench that had been hurled at his head. Feeling the pressure of the wrench, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Do I still have an image to protect? The youth yelled. Yes, yes. It's a great image. Junior, you're the leader of the commoners, and the heart of downtown. Everyone knows about the brave and little Qingxuan. It's like a golden plaque. Charles continued, so many people want you to join their club. I've gotten so many buffet coupons just so I can introduce them to you. Now, you just need to find the chance to make an appearance, and the title of prime student of the class will be yours without a doubt. After chasing this guy for so long, Ye Qingxuan was out of breath and had no energy to do anything but roll his eyes. What the **CK are you joking about? You don't believe me? Charles smiled. Come eat lunch with me at the cafeteria and you'll see. Ye Qingxuan still had not figured out just how big the Royal Academy of Music was. It seemed like it only took up a bit of Midtown, but going through the doors was like entering a whole new world. The size was unimaginable. Divided by layers of ancient trees and high walls, the campus was like a maze. If one did not know the roads, taking a few wrong turns would be enough to get lost. Very few people could figure out the exact location of the buildings. Apparently, only the principal's office had the full map of the campus, and that the one on the last page of the student's handbook had been torn out. Apparently, the map of every school was different. Some places that seemed far away could be reached within a few minutes if one knew the path. Others that looked close would somehow disappear once one got close. According to some students' research, the parts used for teaching was only 1/3 of the entire campus. But when they decided to look into the other 2/3, they somehow lost their memories and forgot their plan. There were many cafeterias in the campus too. To reach the closest one, Ye Qingxuan only needed to take a right turn and then a left turn after 3 intersections. It was already after lunch hour, so there was barely any crowd. Ye Qingxuan followed Charles into the cafeteria and gazed about. Smelling the food made him feel better. He would even forgive Charles for leading him into the ditch. Around them, students sat on the chairs and ate lunch, some talking quietly. Seeing them like that, Ye Qingxuan felt relieved. Good. No one had tackled him, and he was not being watched like a strange animal in the zoo. Nothing had happened yet. Everything was normal. He let out a breath. This is nothing. Charles laughed. Why don't you turn around? Ye Qingxuan sensed something strange behind him. He looked back and saw that half of the cafeteria was silent. Everyone that they had passed had fallen silent. It was as if Ye Qingxuan had stolen their voices. The ones who were laughing and talking with their friends had all shut their mouths. Those who had been eating had put down their bowls. The ones who had been sleeping raised their heads, looking at his backside. Those in line for food sensed something odd. They understood when they turned and saw Ye Qingxuan's white hair. That guy is... Yeah, I heard. The first day of school, I was there. He made Edmund. As everyone was in shock. Charles quickly cut the line and threw 2 lunch coupons into the window, speedily piling food onto the plates, not feeling that anything was wrong. But the stares made Ye Qingxuan's hair stand up. Why are they looking at me like that? He asked quietly. Because you're a good man. Good man my *SS. Not knowing what to say, Ye Qingxuan waited until Charles finally filled his plate, and walked toward a quiet corner. Eastern Yi, good luck. Someone yelled above the whispers. Don't lose. A girl called out after gathering her courage, then ran away with a red face. In the crowd, a dark-skinned boy had a drumstick in his mouth and waved at him, saying unclearly, "That's right. We support you." Ye Qingxuan's expression froze on his face. Don't lose what? He asked quietly from the corner. Why do I need good luck? Well, Charles looked away and replied a bit guiltily, probably because someone spread the rumor that you can't stand those elites, and proclaimed that you'll beat up Edmund so badly after Friday's class that even his mom wouldn't be able to recognize him? What the F***ck? Ye Qingxuan wanted to cough up blood all over this stupid face. You again? Surprise! Senior, do you want to find my corpse on the streets? I said this so that I won't find your corpse on the streets within a week. Charles exclaimed as if he had been greatly wronged. Wow, it seems that you kind of make sense and are trustworthy, as if. Ye Qingxuan's features twisted. You've been busy these days, huh? Well, it's not like you can escape the challenge during the public lecture next Friday, right? The D*Ned Sr. asked, raising his fork. If nobody cared about it, do you think you can survive the elite's tricks? The school board is completely controlled by the elites. All the commoner professors have been replaced, and the principal isn't here either. The school is the elite's territory. Charles continued, let me tell you, over these years, a lot of people have disappeared in the Thames River's sewage system. Those elites all grew up in the viper's nest. All of them are heartless. Do you think they'll let you go after getting screwed over by you? Ye Qingxuan was disgusted. They started it. In their eyes, it was the commoners' fault for fighting back. Charles's voice made him freeze. Seeing his helpless expression, Charles patted his shoulder. Hey, I gave my all to help you make a hit. That's all I can do for you at this point. So you think it's better to die when everyone's watching? Ye Qingxuan could not believe it, and glared at the B** starred before him. Why do I feel like you're just here for the show? You're making me sad. Shrugging, Charles pushed a plate of food. Here. The most important thing in life is to be happy. You're so hungry, and the meatballs will get cold if you don't eat soon. Eat. You're going to kill me someday. Ye Qingxuan grabbed his fork, turned his anger into hunger, and attacked the food. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Manners. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. But as the two devoured their food, someone knocked gently on the table. Ye Qingxuan looked up to see a stranger. The thin young man had a pair of delicate and long hands. He seemed steady and sure. His robe was pure black, bare of any decorations, as if he was going to a funeral. But there were no funerals at this school, and he seemed out of place. After he appeared, the cafeteria seemed to get colder, and the vague commotion became muted, as if they had become distant. You're that Easterner? He stared at the youth, studying him. Ye Qingxuan nodded. That's me. I'm Richard. He reached out for a handshake. His hand felt cold like steel. Pointing at his clothes, his expression was still calm. Student Council, Executive Office. I bet you don't like people who wear this. Charles kicked Ye Qingxuan under the table, hinting at him to be serious. Of course Ye Qingxuan was serious. He knew what the executive office did. If the 700 or so school rules was the law, then the executive office was the department that executed them. The students did not like those people because they wore all black, showing that they stood opposite of the students. They carefully watched those that thought of breaking school rules, and would swoop in and capture them as soon as they crossed the line. The chief that had been fired last semester for using opiates had been because of the executive office. In recent years, the student council insisted on letting the executive office oversee the school rules. The principal tried to stop them, but they still did it. They were not close to anyone, were stubborn, and did not care about anybody's feelings. They would not let anyone get in their way. In the short 5 days since the start of school, more than 10 new students had already been locked in their room. Ye Qingxuan did not want to be their next tally, so being careful around them was the best solution. As if he were used to the sudden cautiousness, Richard did not seem to care. He put a piece of paper on the table and said quietly, "The student council recently sent out notifications. The grace period for tuition has ended. Is Bai Xi here? You need to pay the tuition within 2 days." Ye Qingxuan froze. Charles's expression changed too. Their dirty tricks had finally appeared. As the only senior, Charles obviously knew that Ye Qingxuan had not paid the tuition yet. He had been taking care of the paperwork for the delay too. But there should have been 1 more month for him to pay it. Why had the deadline suddenly been moved up? Ye Qingxuan's financial issue was clear to Charles. His pockets were cleaner than his white hair. After buying necessities over the past few days, he only had around 10 pounds left. Even their meal had been Charles's treat. How could he pay the tuition? The academy's tuition had always been high. At 60,000 per year, you could buy a nice house in the heart of Avalon City. Suddenly asking him for both his and Bai Xi's tuition was practically kicking them out of the academy. Wait. Charles stopped the youth from speaking and looked up. Isn't there still 1 month? What you did on the first day of school forced the school board to reconsider your request to delay the payment, Richard replied nonchalantly. The elites have great power. Many people don't like Ye Qingxuan's attitude. Attitude? Ye Qingxian furrowed his brow. Richard nodded, his expression neutral. I knew the first time I saw you that you're the type to cause trouble all the time. I know what you're thinking, getting provoked is trouble too. Then should I apologize? Ye Qingxian asked, expressionless. My brother is in the first year, and he was dragged into this too. Richard pointed at his calf. He was hit here and still can't get up. Ye Qingxian froze. After a long time, he sighed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He told me it was the most fun he had in a fight, Richard said, shaking his head. So I'm going to let it go. Ye Qingxian and Charles both gaped, not knowing what to say. They did not really understand these brothers' logic. I brought the notification over, so this doesn't have anything to do with me anymore. Richard nodded and looked toward Charles. Also, your debtor has already reported you to many people. If this keeps going on, not even Abraham can save you. Charles's expression changed. His usual infuriating smile on his face froze, and he finally turned helpless. Research requires investments. I shouldn't have to pay them back if they suffer losses, right? You can keep thinking that. Richard did not agree nor disagree with him. Glancing toward Ye Qingxian, he asked, I heard that you argued over the school rules with Professor Ben on the first day? Yeah. Richard nodded. Our head likes your style. Are you interested in joining the executive office? Ye Qingxian gaped again. He felt like he did not have enough brain power. Under the table, Charles kicked him, hinting at him to hurry up and accept, but Ye Qingxian was hesitant. Finally, he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't think I have time. Oh. Richard turned and left without feeling disappointed. Ye Qingxian watched him leave the cafeteria and could not help but say, he's so weird. Who cares about him? What's wrong with you? Charles buried his face in his hands. That was such a good chance to make connections and you let it go. If you joined the executive office, then I could get away with drinking in the future. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What are we gonna do about your tuition? He realized that he was too loud and lowered his volume. His expression serious, he said, we can't keep dragging it out. 2 days. We can't get that much money even if our lives depend on it. Ye Qingxian blanched and scratched his head. Right. That's a problem. No sh*t. Of course. He grabbed his hair, freaking out. After counting his fingers, he nodded. You can borrow some from the professor. It won't be much though, maybe 20,000. I can get 5,000 and take you out to borrow more. With your credit, you should be able to get around 30,000. There's nothing to do about Bai Xi. She can only leave school temporarily. Hurry and help her apply for the government's scholarship, and next year. Can't find enough money? A mocking voice from behind them made Charles's features twist. The guy who had challenged Ye Qingxian on Edmund's behalf, Bart, had appeared beside them. He looked down at the two and whistled. Seeing you two so frustrated, how do I put it? It's pretty interesting. He muttered in amazement. You're like a dazed duck just over this small amount of money. Here he quacked like a duck, his voice dripping with mockery. You need something? Ye Qingxian gazed at him. Leave if you don't. Hey, why are you so unfriendly? But I suppose it's natural for downtown rednecks not to have any manners. Bart sighed dramatically. Purposely looking for trouble, he pulled a chair over and sat down. He swiped the tabletop with a finger and his face twisted in disgust. I don't want to be in this smelly place either, so let me just get to the point. Ye Qingxian remained silent and gazed at him coolly. His eyes reminded Bart of Ye Qingxuan's calm and cool demeanor when he had been fighting the other day. Bart was taken aback. He could not help but snort. Ye Qingxuan was still proud, but it would be a different story in a few days. Edmund said that if you're willing to apologize at the public lecture, he will consider forgiving you and let you go. Bart paused, his lips curling into a taunting smile. The kind of apology with kneeling. You understand, right? Really? Ye Qingxuan still did not react and just said, how about this? If he's willing to kneel and apologize to me, I can consider letting him go too. Ye Qingxuan's calm voice entered Bart's ears and his smile froze, and gradually turned menacing. You don't know who you're messing with. I'll tell him exactly what you said. Maybe he can come personally next time, Ye Qingxuan suggested genuinely. I mean, I can't carry a brick with me wherever I go. The lower class is always so lowly. Do you know who you are? You want the Adrian family to look you in the eye? You don't qualify. Saying this, Bart glanced over at Charles. You're going to disgrace the academy too, especially if you keep hanging out with the academy's embarrassments. Ye Qingxuan froze, but Charles's expression changed. Seeing it, Bart realized something and his smile became even more vicious. Oh, you didn't tell him yet? None of your business, Charles said through his teeth. It's okay, I understand. You're afraid of him knowing that you're useless? Bart looked at Charles and snickered. It's our first meeting, but I've heard of you. The legendary genius who reached rhythm level in 1 month, but was stuck there for more than 10 years, getting held back until now. You're not even a musician. You're still here after all these years. It's shameless. Don't you feel embarrassed? Charles did not reply, the smile on his face was fading away. What, did I say something wrong? Bart's confidence grew. Don't forget, you also. Ping. There was a sound on the table, and a flash of silver flew past. Cut off, Bart looked down in surprise and was stunned. He saw the youth slowly open his fist, the handle of a fork shaking on the tabletop. But the fork was right between his fingers. When the fork shook, he could feel the metallic coldness, bits of pepper and salt on his skin. Since it's our first meeting, you shouldn't try to make conversation if I haven't introduced you to him, Ye Qingxuan said lightly. Otherwise, it's impolite and you'll seem uncultured. Do you understand? But Bart could not hear him. He could only stare at the fork's shadow. A fork. A fork. A fork. The shaking silver light flashed in his eyes until he finally processed everything. Stumbling back, he almost fell flat on his back. His expression changed from fury to embarrassment, his face finally turning white from fear. You dare to fight me? Why not? I still have a knife here. Ye Qingxuan looked down at the metal in his hands. He twirled the knife on his fingertips and suddenly stopped. I don't know if you're worthy enough to look it in the eye. You're going to regret it. I swear, Bart growled from between his teeth and left in anger. Watching as Bart stalked out the door, Ye Qingxuan pulled the fork out from the table and put it back on his plate. What date is it? August 17th, Charles replied listlessly. Oh, it should be all right. Ye Qingxuan nodded. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he rose. Let's go. Charles blanched. Where? To get some money and pay the tuition. We can pay back your debtors too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Exchange. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was afternoon in Avalon's downtown. On the busy street, a white stone building took up much of Avalon's Golden Mile. The front yard within the black gates was empty. Guarded by 2 statues of saints at the end of the yard, the front door of the Musician Union was always open. Even in the daytime, the candles were lit, exuding a vague coldness and seriousness. Here, people came and went in silence. In the stern atmosphere, everyone seemed grave and serious. This was the Musician Union's branch in Avalon. Across the street was the Westminster Church. Different from the Musician Union's silence, the church was bustling and full of commotion. There was an endless stream of religious followers coming over in carriages, or merchants going to exchange, or store their money orders or holy emblems. For hundreds of years, these two landmarks stood beside Avalon's Royal Avenue. One protected the kingdom from demons. The other maintained the economy and livelihood of Anglo's people, supporting the kingdom with the royalty. But now, a few elites sat impatiently in a fancy carriage before the Musician Union's door. That's what he said? Edmund's eyes were ice cold. His face was still bruised and swollen, and he looked laughable. But the coldness in his eyes sent chills down Bart's spine. That's right. Bart grit his teeth. He said he wants you to kneel in apology and forever be the Academy's laughingstock. If that's the case, then we won't keep them. Edmund's eyes became even more poisonous. Seems like I was too naive. After all, they're scum and we shouldn't expect them to know their place. You want to? Bart's muscles twitched and he broke off. Edmund's swollen eyelids lifted upward slightly. You know that it's always possible to make a mistake during a face-off. The Academy always has slots for the wounded or dead. Bart remained silent. They were in the carriage, but he seemed to smell the vile scent of the sewer. In the murky waters of the Thames, a white corpse could float into the ocean and disappear forever. What a pity that the girl, so white and delicate, would disappear into the sewer. Let them be cocky for a few more days. Life is short, after all. The corners of Edmund's lips twisted. Wait for my uncle to come back, and I'll show them. Are you sure? Bart asked quietly. What if your uncle doesn't care about this? That's impossible. He rubbed his throbbing nose. My uncle loves me the most in the family. He won't let a redneck mess with me. Edmund's eyes flashed. Just wait until I get the dragon breath ring, and that mutt will see what the end of the world is like. Not even the teachers there will be able to save him. As they waited, the servant at the corner of the street noticed something. He waved his hat in the direction of the carriage. Everyone straightened. He's coming. Under everyone's intense gaze, a column of horses galloped out of the crowd. On the strictly monitored Royal Avenue, the group of men clad in gray cloaks galloped over on their stallions. As if they had rode through wind and dust, there was a layer of frost on everyone's faces. Some of the burly men held swords, while others had bows and arrows forbidden to commoners. Some were wounded, blood seeping through their bandages. The most shocking were the heads that hung from their saddles. The faces were hidden behind scraggly hair. For sharp teeth gleamed from within their wide mouths. 2 pointed ears were on each side. Moon Fae. They were the dark family that fell from mankind, a twisted demon tribe created by the Dark Mother. Often disguising themselves as humans, these creatures that hid within society were always on the list of the Musician Union's wanted list. These seemingly elegant creatures, skilled in archery and swordsmanship, would turn into blood-sucking monsters, unable to control their thirst under the moonlight. Following the middle-aged man at the head, they stopped before the Musician Union's entrance. He jumped off his horse and handed his dusty cloak to his servant. Under his cloak, his elite hunting gear did not show any sign of travel or wear. Taking off his bloody gloves, he replaced them with new pure white gloves. Instantly, he transformed from a weary traveler back into an elite. Seeing him, Edmund's eyes lit up. Uncle! Outside the door, the man conversed happily with his men. When he entered the Union, he heard a voice behind him. Uncle! Uncle Bradley! The man halted. Turning back, his eyes lit up. Little Edmund? Long time no see. He smiled widely as he walked toward his nephew, pride written all over his face. I heard that you were accepted by the Royal Academy of Music. I was happy for you when I heard the news. Are you here to welcome me back? He hugged his nephew. After studying him, his brows furrowed. What happened to your face? Nothing. Edmund smiled like a little boy. I heard that you went to take care of the group of Moon Fae. How was it? I've been praying for you to come back quickly. A group of pointy ears is nothing to me. Bradley guided him forward. There was some trouble with finding a guide though. Those scared commoners actually hid when they heard we needed a guide. Such a disgrace to Anglo. Those commoners dared to refuse an elite's recruitment? Edmund asked in shock. Bradley huffed coldly. Her Highness is too soft with those people calling for human rights. Even the peasants and slaves are getting uppity. But don't worry, I have the intelligence and techniques to teach them. Let's stop talking about these unimportant matters. The contribution points for this mission are worth my effort. He entered the Hall of the Union. Studying the list on the pillar, his eyes lit up. It's time to reap the rewards after working hard for so long. There were always 3 stone tablets in the center of the Musician Union's hall. They had already been there before the building had been constructed. As the building was built, different equipment and aether worked on the tablets. In the end, a dozen alchemy musicians worked together and carved a music score with a few hundred syllables and finally created the end result. The 3 tablets could display something different according to what the musician played. One of them recorded all rewarding missions and the contribution points that could be had after completion. This included attacks on natural catastrophes, capturing of dark musicians, and removing the demons that appeared. The one in the center displayed the rewards. One could exchange contribution points for alchemy equipment, instruments, and musical scores. This included the handwritten notes of masters and saints, classic scores such as the Goldberg variations in Missa Solemnis in D, and legendary instruments made by saints. If one had enough points, they could exchange them for practically mythical instruments such as Heaven's Horn. The last tablet showed the ranking of musicians worldwide. The sacred city ranked a musician according to the missions they accomplished and their actions. The musician could decide whether or not to display it. Of course, the top of the ranking was always the 3 kings. Following them were Haydn, Chopin, Qingxuan, Boya, and other saints. This was why the Musician Union existed. Through everyone's cooperation and hard work, all resources could be kept in the same place to encourage naturally arrogant musicians to do something real for the world. This time, Bradley was willing to go out for 1 month to obtain a rare alchemy item, double snake-time meter. Of the 7 major schools of musicians, the school of summoning controlled beasts, the school of choir searched for the meaning of life, the school of illusions was immersed in the non-existent, the school of mind controlled the mind and soul, the school of revelation thirsted for the future, the school of abstinence focused on ether. Of these, the most popular school was undeniably the school of modifications. The musicians of this school were experts at controlling all living organisms' nature and changes. This included the crazily powerful and dangerous battle musicians and the alchemist musicians who could create alchemy equipment and instruments with runes and music. In addition to his own power, this type of musician also needed other items. If he had good equipment, an average 3rd-level musician could even break through the barrier of knowledge and gain the upper hand over a resonance-level musician. Alchemy equipment had always been considered rare. They were snatched up as soon as they went on the market. Those that could be on the exchange list were considered the best of best. Some of them could help the musician like the wind, or activate different music scores. Others could boost a musician's power. This included the double snake-time meter that Bradley had been pining for recently. The 3rd movement of the Brandenburgisch Concert was carved onto it. One of its features was that the musician's sense of ether would double within 1 minute. It was ineffective to musicians above level 6, and could only be used once per week, but it was enough to make everyone crazy for it. If someone timed things correctly during a fight, and let his ether sense and control double instantly, even just 1 minute could turn the fight around completely. Such treasured equipment obviously had a price. It costed 2,000 points, but it was truly underpriced. Most people would never give up something like this, but the seller had been stuck at the musician level for too long and had no hope of enlightenment. He decided to go full out, and saved up his points to exchange for material needed for the resonance ceremony and break through the barrier of knowledge. Otherwise, he would never sell his treasure at the musician union. If other people knew, they would definitely fight Bradley for it. But a week had gone by, and the equipment with serial code ST-101 still had not appeared on the exchange list. Thinking of this, Bradley could not help but smile proudly. He had heard of this news from his friend in the union the day it had been sent over, and spent a lot of money to find a loophole in the selling process. Usually, an item could be exchanged as soon as it was registered with the union. But it needed a period of verification and storage before it could officially be on the exchange list. According to previous rules, this process could only be 1 week long. But after simplification in recent years, these 2 steps would not even take half a day. In other words, Bradley had 1 more week than others to prepare. If he could exchange the item within 1 week, then no one would even know that this item had existed. No one would know about his secret weapon. With uncontrollable ecstasy, Bradley strode to the front desk. He showed his identification card and evidence of his mission. Behind the counter, the worker glanced at the thick book beside him. Silver font swam across the first page, displaying Bradley's information. Congratulations, Mr. Bradley. You now have 2041 contribution points. Hearing this, Bradley could no longer hide his pride. I would like to exchange ST-101, double snake time meter. Please hurry. I can't wait any longer. Okay, just a moment. The worker flipped open the book and searched for the records and documents of the union. After a moment, shock appeared across his face. My apologies, sir, but the double snake time meter has already been exchanged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Joke. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. What? In that moment, Bradley suspected that he had heard incorrectly and was hallucinating. He bent over and stared at the worker. Eyes narrowed, he demanded, "Are you sure?" I said I want ST-101. That's right, sir. The worker leaned back, slightly afraid. Turning around the book in his hands, he showed Bradley the text. According to the records, someone with authorization directly searched through the inventory and chose it 5 minutes before you arrived. *T. Someone had beaten him to it. His face practically green, Bradley slammed his fists on the table. Who? Where did he go? He can't be far, he demanded, grabbing the worker by his collar. But he quickly realized that he had lost his temper. And quietly slid a thick pouch of money to the worker. My apologies, I was a little excited. Can you check who it is? The worker weighed the pouch and nodded in satisfaction, his furrowed brows smoothed out. But as soon as he searched, they furrowed again. Sir, this is a trans-regional exchange. The worker seemed confused too. It's an exchange request that came directly from Sacred City. I don't know why he asked specifically for this item, but it has already been verified with the administrator's signature. Bradley froze in shock. Were they sure? Most musicians came personally to the exchange center so they could test out the item in the experiment room. And how had this person known about an item that was only in the records, and not even on the exchange list? He's from Sacred City? Bradley murmured, angry and confused. When did he take it? According to the message, the item will be kept here, and someone will come to pick it up. Upon hearing this, Bradley's eyes lit up, something sinister flashing in them. He stretched over the counter and stuffed another pouch of money into the worker's arms. Quietly, he said, "Tell me his name. I'm sure he'll know how to treat my family." The worker hesitated, but could not resist the temptation of money. "Let me see. His name is," he flipped through the record and made a double take. He sounded out the name, Ye Qingxuan. Edmund was shocked too. "What?" He gazed around the hall subconsciously. In the corner of his eye, he saw someone's backside at another counter. That familiar, annoying white hair, gritting his teeth, he tugged at Bradley's shirt corner. "Uncle, look." Ye Qingxuan and Charles looked around the musician union, praising the 3 stone tablets. It was already August 17th, and according to his promise with Wolf Flute, the reward money from Rain Artist would arrive soon. He only needed to take a holy emblem to any church to withdraw it. From what he knew, Wolf Flute was sometimes unreliable, and the money might be a few days late, but he had been unexpectedly quick, and transferred the money early. Faced with 300,000, Charles was stunned. If they found a good agent, they could probably buy a house in Uptown with this money. If used for tuition, they would not have to worry for about 5 years. But if they calculated their expenses on the safe side, they had enough for at least 3 years. Besides everyday costs, they still needed money for materials for practice and exploration. If they added in Bai Xi, it was enough for 2 years. Ye Qingxuan's plan did not rely entirely on Wolf Flute's help. With his speed, he could achieve rhythm level in 2 years, apply for an internship outside the academy, and take on his own missions. But he did not know that other than money, Wolf Flute had also mentioned their promise: if he was accepted by the academy, Wolf Flute would give him a gift. Ye Qingxuan had forgotten about this, and was surprised that Wolf Flute had remembered. They were not far from the musician union, so he decided to come and see what the mysterious surprise was. Standing before the counter at the other side, he bowed his head at the old woman. "Hello, madam, excuse me. Is this your first time here?" The woman gazed at the nervous youth and smiled. "Relax a bit. What can I help you with?" Seeing that it was not as serious as he had thought, Ye Qingxuan relaxed and smiled. "I'm here to pick something up. It should be kept here by a Mr. Wolf Flute." "What is it?" The worker flipped through the book, searching. "I don't know," Ye Qingxuan replied helplessly. "It should be a gift. Something mysterious. Do you have any vouchers? Is this okay?" He handed over his identification card and holy emblem. After a while, the worker nodded. "Code ST-101? It is stored here indeed. Let me go find it for you." Soon, she returned, holding a box sealed with wax. "Please check for any damages and sign here. The paperwork for the first time is very complex and I don't want to trouble you." Ye Qingxuan froze a little and smiled awkwardly. "What is it?" Waiting on the side, Charles was more excited than Ye Qingxuan. "It's time to make a splash. Don't hesitate, Junior. Let me see." Ye Qingxuan used a paper cutter to remove the wax, and opened the metal box carefully. The box was the size of his palm, and was padded with foam on all sides. There was a piece of white silk in the middle, as if it were holding treasured jewelry. But there was not any jewelry in it, only a plain pocket watch. The steel gray watch seemed old and felt heavy in his hand. It did not have gems embedded in it like recent trends, and only had a detailed carving as decoration. 2 snakes intertwined, one calm and cold, the other wild. They were tangled together, killing each other. The carving produced heart-stopping tension, making one want to hold their breath. "You can tell it's good just by the decorations," Charles praised. "Come on, let me see it." "No way." Ye Qingxuan dodged his hand. Using his knowledge from working in the clock shop, he flipped open the lid and studied the rotary table inside. The needle was still ticking steadily. Ye Qingxuan looked up at the clock and saw that the time was accurate. He thought that perhaps someone at the union adjusted the time, but then he realized that there was no knob to adjust. If one wanted to, he would have open the entire thing and adjust the core. But the seam was still wound tight, and it was clear that no one had opened it. Not even a speck of dust could get through the seam. Ye Qingxuan could only use the reflection to see that it was there. So it had never been adjusted since its creation, but it had the exact time. Amazing precision. Ye Qingxuan clutched the watch. Feeling the faint vibrations in his palm, he could not imagine how the machine's core worked. I doubt it's that simple. Charles touched the pocket watch with a finger and his expression changed. There's... A voice sounded from the side, cutting Charles off. Sir, can I have a moment with you? A well-dressed middle-aged man had appeared beside him. His smile was warm and his voice was soft and deep, but not far away was Edmund, his expression much uglier. Seeing Edmund, Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows, not wanting to deal with him. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit short on time. He glanced at Bradley. What's the matter? Although seeing that the youth did not want to talk to him, Bradley's expression was still gentle and warm. Putting his hand to his chest in apology, he said, I'm sorry for bothering you. The thing is, the double snake time meter in your hands is very important to me. Would you be able to part with it? Bradley looked him up and down, taking in his old jacket. A sense of understanding appeared in his eyes. He took out a check. I can buy it from you for £50,000. TCH, did you forget a zero? Charles could not help but laugh. He nudged the youth's shoulder. Junior, sell it to me. I'll give you 60,000. You. Anger flashed through Bradley's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. It's called double snake time meter? Sounds nice. Ye Qingxuan studied the watch in his hands. And sir, isn't your price a little low? 50,000 for a stupid watch is good enough for you, Edmund said coldly. Just see it as our charity. When he finished, he felt the glare from his uncle. His expression instantly changed and he shut up obediently. Ha, really? Ye Qingxuan laughed and held up his hand. The shell looks like metal, but it's actually ancient silver. The most obvious sign is the rare spots. Lapis like this isn't mined often. 1 gram should be around 700 pounds. This watch is around 50 grams, so the price should be at least 35,000. I didn't check, but the watch core for an ancient silver shell should at least be made by the top mechanic in the West. Let's add 20,000 for now. Ye Qingxuan hooked his forefinger on the chain, twirling the watch beautifully around his wrist, letting it land in his palm. His finger slid down and opened the watch. He felt around and his finger stopped at the edge of the lid. His smile instantly became mocking. It should be at least 90 years old. If we ignore everything else and just look at the wear and use on the surface, it's clearly an antique. Using the price of items from the same time period at auctions as reference, it's easily 100,000. If the watch core is marked by a famous craftsman, the price can soar even more, but... As the youth spoke quietly, Bradley's features twisted more and more. Finally, Ye Qingxuan raised his head and asked calmly, Are you sure 50,000 isn't a joke? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Charles. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hey, don't. Edmund wanted to say something, but Bradley raised a hand, telling him it was unnecessary. The energy of young people is always so impressive. He maintained his gentle smile and wrote a new check. I can give you 20. Sorry, but I'm not selling, Ye Qingxuan interrupted. Bradley's smile froze. In the silence, his spirit crumbled bit by bit until all that remained was gloom. "Young man, this isn't the place for you to joke," he said quietly, running a thumb over the family emblem on his sleeve cuff. "Check who you are talking to. If I were you, I'd take the money before it's too late." He looked down at the youth and ripped off the check from the book. Holding it between two fingers, he held it out to him. "Would you like to reconsider? Even if you are brave, you should think about the others." "Uncle, there's also a little girl," Edmund whispered to Bradley, his eyes evil. Hearing this, Charles's expression changed, fury in his eyes. He moved forward, but Ye Qingxuan stopped him. Ye Qingxuan put back the watch silently and straightened his collar. Looking up at Bradley, his eyes were cold and full of disdain, as if it were snowing in his eyes, and there was a black vortex under the snow. Important figures are so ugly. They can make everything sound like a blessing. He lifted a finger and flicked the check away, glancing at Edmund. "If anything happens to Bai Xi, you'll regret what you said today. I swear on it." At this, Edmund's features twisted, as if angry. But being looked at by those eyes made him feel scared for some reason. "Let's go, senior. There's no point in talking to these wild dogs." Ye Qingxuan looked away and turned to leave. Who does he think he is? Behind him, Bradley stared at his backside, his expression turned menacing. He pressed down on the flute in his robe and opened his mouth, chanting an activation spell. Suddenly, the faint and graceful sound from a flute entered Ye Qingxuan in Charles's ears. The low sound was like eerie whispering, wrapping around their brains and growing quickly like mutated seeds. It was like poisonous fungus growing under the spring sun, sucking on the tree's nutrients. Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt dazed. His legs weakened until he almost tripped. His body stiffened as if something had sapped his energy, and his body was no longer under his control. This was Telemann's Flute Concerto Op. 68, Marionette. It was the most commonly played piece by the school of mind. By entering one's consciousness, the rune would live like a parasite. Then it would wipe out the victim's consciousness, turning him into a puppet of the cruel music. Under the control of the melody, the stiff youth turned slowly. Like a broken puppet, it tried to walk back. Bradley looked at the returning youth, satisfaction flashing through his sinister eyes. He reached out a hand. "Give me the double snake time meter." Ye Qingxuan's moves were stiff, but he did not reach out. Bradley's eyes turned furious. He played the flute again, the music sharpened, becoming higher pitched until it suddenly stopped. It was as if it had been caught in his throat and died. "Hey, Mr. Bradley, long time no see." Bradley's expression froze because a hand reached out from before and rested on his shoulder. The man who seemed to be wandering casually hung onto Bradley like he had no bones and whispered, "I know you have been out for a long time, but you haven't forgotten about the rules, right?" The deep voice sent a chill down Bradley's spine and his arm trembled. A hand was on the flute in his arms, and either radiated from that palm. It had the ability of rust and could destroy his beloved instrument in a second. There were many rules in the musician union, but not many were really that important. Of the few that had punishments, the gravest was that no matter the circumstances, one may not fight in the musician union. "Mr. A. Administrator." He turned stiffly and said quietly, "I believe this is a misunderstanding." "Perhaps. Should we speak somewhere else?" The administrator smiled and pulled him to the side. Bradley instinctively tried to struggle, but he could not get free. The hand was like iron. The administrator turned to look at him. "I said, let's speak somewhere else. Did you not hear me?" Standing outside the door, emotions battled across Bradley's face. The administrator pulled a lighter from his pocket and casually lit his pipe. He smoked a bit, blowing out puffs of smoke. Sighing, he said, "I don't care what happened between you and that kid, but you better pray that nothing happens to him in Avalon over the next few days." Bradley flinched, his face darkening. "Avalon is so big. It might not be me who did it, Avalon is so big, but why did you choose this place to pick a fight? The administrator asked in reply, but Bradley could not answer. Also, fighting with 2 students in the musician union will result in a fine. Would you have any complaints if I deducted 2,000 contribution points? Bradley gritted his teeth and remained silent. His expression kept changing, but he did not reply. Then that's that. You can go now. The administrator waved, but his expression turned confused after seeing the man not leave. Why are you still here? Do you want a ticket? Bradley glared at him. After a long time, he spat out, my family will remember your gift. Then he turned and took Edmund away with him. The administrator only had one thing to say in response, ha. A long time later, Ye Qingxuan finally recovered from his numbness. Runes glowed on Charles's hands, flashing with faint electricity. He massaged Ye Qingxuan's shoulders caringly. Junior, are you okay? Does anywhere else hurt? Ye Qingxuan rubbed his face contorted by the electric shock and rolled his eyes. Senior, if you keep massaging me, I'm going to die. Hee, I'm just trying to care for you. Charles stopped the electricity and laughed stupidly. Seems like you've recovered. The administrator walked in and nodded, seeing the 2 of them. If you're okay, then go back. Don't worry, this is Avalon and that guy won't try anything. Thanks. Ye Qingxuan looked at him, not sure what to say. Charles, on the other hand, tackled the man, saying, I would have brought fruit if I knew you were going to be here. The administrator pushed the idiot away and sighed. Call me administrator, or Mr. Bayer. There's no need to thank me. It's the union's rule. He patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. I have matters to attend to, but you can come visit if you have time. He looked at Charles, and you, remember to bring fruit next time. I've been a little stressed recently. Of course. What do you like to eat? I'll go see if Modifications has anything in their backyard. Or I can go to Revelations. Charles waved, sadly saying farewell. Ye Qingxuan groaned inside. All Charles thought about all day was stealing from people's backyards. Bayer stood before the window in his office and watched as the youth walked away. But when his eyes fell on Charles, he became doubtful. Bradley's music was targeted at both of them, he had sensed it clearly. But why had Ye Qingxuan been hit, but that annoying idiot was okay? Did Bradley lose control? He muttered to himself, holding onto his chin. Ye Qingxuan remembered that this road was bustling with people at noon. It was so loud, as if the entire world's noise was playing there. But now it was dusk, and the crowds had disappeared. Even Charles seemed quieter. He lowered his head as he walked, kicking at pebbles. Are you okay? Ye Qingxuan looked at him, feeling that something was off. Yeah, I'm fine. Charles scratched his head, but would not look at him. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. If you're okay, then you'd say, Junior, you care for me so much. I'm so touched, and other stupid things. But it's clear you're not okay now. Is it because of the union? Pretty much, Charles murmured. Professor always told me that I'm a senior now, so I have to care for you too. But all I can do is joke around and make you laugh. I can't do anything else. He paused and kicked a pebble under his foot. Because I'm useless, you know. Ye Qingxuan froze, thinking of Bart's words in the cafeteria and Charles's disheartened state. He opened his mouth to comfort him, but did not know what to say. He realized now that he did not have experience in comforting anyone. Charles turned and saw that he was sad too. Knowing why, he wanted to laugh. You don't have to worry about me. I'm actually fine. I just don't know what the problem is. He stopped Ye Qingxuan and patted his shoulder. Sometimes, you get stuck and get used to it. My days are a bit sad, I owe money and get drunk a lot, but there are ways to solve those problems. I used to get sad, get drunk, and have some weird nightmares. After I woke up, I wouldn't know where I was. Every time I opened my eyes, I always questioned what the point of staying here was. But other than here, I don't have anywhere else to go to. Ye Qingxuan stayed silent, not sure what to say. Seeing that he was even sadder, Charles laughed. It's good here, actually. He hooked an arm around the youth's neck and said softly, there's the professor, you, and Bai Xi. I'm not alone anymore. I have to protect them so this city can become beautiful. Walking down the empty street, the gold-haired youth hummed an unclear tune. He gazed around the city under the setting sun. He could see the faraway ocean in the cracks between the buildings. The sun set behind them, drawing a brotherly shadow on the road before them. It was the silhouette of two boys. Seeing that the shadows were no longer lonely, he was no longer sad and smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Classic School. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. A short while after they left uptown, a fancy carriage stopped before them. The stallion pulling the carriage was as tall as a man, and its flame-like mane blew in the wind. The carvings on the carriage were decorated with gold and silver, shimmering under the setting sun. The carriage door opened. The person inside looked at them and smiled. Good day, sirs. What a coincidence. Ye Qingxuan had thought that Edmund came to make trouble, but froze when he saw the person. In the carriage was a youth, sitting on a sheepskin rug. His silver scepter was tossed casually onto the ground, the ruby at the top shining with a lonely glow. His golden locks fell to his waist and he looked like a girl, but not many girls were as pretty as him, nor did they have that heart-stopping handsomeness. Before, Ye Qingxuan thought that Charles was attractive, but he was different from this face before him now. While Charles looked like a good-for-nothing guy, this man's aura was like the eerie coldness from an ancient well or an icehouse, and refused to be overlooked. Plus, he had such an opulent carriage and fancy attire. Ye Qingxuan only knew one person like this in Avalon. Boss? He stared at the man in shock, having never expected to meet him here. Sir Hermes, the clock shop's mysterious boss, and namesake of the famous artist from a few hundred years ago, smiled smugly when he heard the shock in Ye Qingxuan's voice. Long time no see since you entered the academy, little Yezi. He waved his hand affectionately. Come closer, a bit closer, that's right. Is this your friend? He looks like a handsome youth. I'm happy that you have new friends. Seeing two dazed faces, he smiled. Would you like to come and drink some coffee? The shop is going to reopen soon after its recent reconstruction. It'll bring some liveliness if I have two guests. I just brought home some goods from Burgundy. You won't find my coffee anywhere else in Avalon. Half an hour later in the newly reconstructed clock shop, Ye Qingxuan and Charles sat at the table with coffee mugs in their hands like obedient children. Oh? That's what happened? You're doing well. Hermes nodded after learning of the situation. Your professor is Mr. Abraham? I've heard of him. I think he's retired from the army, right? It's rare to see a musician with a military background. Yezi, don't take this chance for granted. Ye Qingxuan could only nod. He always felt that he did not have enough brainpower for this mysterious and weird boss. But after getting used to his strange thought process, he seemed like a good person. For once in his lifetime, Charles was well behaved. He just sat there, drooling at the antique clocks in the store. Ye Qingxuan coughed awkwardly, and lowered his head to drink the coffee. For some reason, the coffee tasted weird to him. It tasted like cat. Was this how high-grade coffee tasted? It did not seem right. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it, Hermes said casually. He sat in his big chair and propped his feet on the table, finding the most comfortable posture without a care for manners. The last time an Easterner entered the Royal Academy of Music was 20 years ago. But he was different from you. He was invited over to be a professor. It's so interesting that a mysterious Easterner would come to the most prestigious music school in the heart of the Anglo Empire to become the vice principal. Vice principal? Ye Qingxuan exclaimed, stunned. That's right. But I left for a few years, and when I came back, he had gone missing. Hermes shook his head inside. Such a pity. I even missed his wedding. I heard that he quit right after his marriage to enjoy his two-person world. So envious, so envious. Boss, do you still remember his name? Ye Qingxuan asked carefully. Why should I remember a man's name? Hermes rolled his eyes. Worker 1, don't look down on your boss. Boss, that would be a weird reason for you to be looked down upon. Hermes muttered something, then said, well anyway, I think that Easterner caused some chaos in the end. Don't be like him, Yezi. Ye Qingxuan sighed and asked, do you have any details? You'll have to check your school's records. Doesn't the library have archives of most staff? The youth shook his head. The school's library isn't for students. Actually, there's a way if you really want to see, Charles said from the side. If you're the concertmaster of the grade, you can choose any one day to enter the library and read material with a secrecy level of 4 or lower. This includes beginner music scores from any school, notes and material under resonance level. Of course, if you're crazy enough to want to read people's profiles, it's okay too. Ye Qingxuan froze. Concertmaster? How do you do that? See who's most attractive. Just kidding. Charles shrugged. Of course you win the title by fighting. If you beat everyone, then you're the concertmaster. Are there any rules? Ye Qingxuan asked. Charles rolled his eyes. You put down a flag in public if you want to challenge them. You must win 10 rounds. Note that it's 10 continuous rounds. You have to fight as a musician. Yezi, don't even think about it. You have no chance now, right? You should wait at least half a year. Ye Qingxuan thought for a long time and finally said softly, it doesn't sound that hard. I can get rid of Edmund and his friends too. My friend, you're so confident. Charles did not know if Ye Qingxuan was dreaming or thought too highly of himself. Would they not fight me if I don't challenge them? Charles was silent. Oh, it's good for young people to have such a fighting spirit. Hermes clapped. His eyes paused when they swept past Ye Qingxuan's chest. Suddenly, he rose from the chair and somehow stood atop the table. Ye Qingxuan thought that he was hallucinating, but Hermes really was standing on the table. He stepped forward and swept a hand across Ye Qingxuan's chest, his pinky hooking onto the pocket watch's chain, and lifted it from the pocket. It was no wonder he was the boss. He was as elegant as an elite lady picking flowers, even as he stood on a table and took an object from someone else's pocket. Hermes studied the pocket watch and his expression changed. I miss this thing. Where did you get it from? A friend. Feeling a bit awkward, Ye Qingxuan took off the pocket watch and let the man look at it freely. Hermes ran a finger over the carvings and smiled happily. Little Yezi, I can give you some pocket watches if you like them so much. With that, he pointed at the display rack behind the counter. It contained a row of extremely valuable antique watches. Think of it as a late meeting gift. Choose whatever you like. Charles was ecstatic. Thank you. A cane whacked him on the head. He wailed and promptly shut up. Hermes grinned at him. This is an employee benefit. You don't count. So how about it? Did you choose yet? Hermes pointed at his collection. This is all good stuff. I don't need it. Ye Qingxuan awkwardly waved a hand. They all look expensive and I haven't done much. Tisk, Hermes pursed his lips and went back to his seat. With the chain caught between two fingers, he gazed as the watch spun around his fingertip. He murmured, "There is no way to take it back. Such terrible work should be destroyed like dark history." "What?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "Nothing." Hermes squeezed out a smile. "Since we met coincidentally, and I'm in a good mood, I'll fix it for you." Without waiting for Ye Qingxuan's reply, he tossed the timepiece into the air. Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth to speak, but Hermes snapped his fingers. Low murmurs and chants came from the empty air, instantly going from thin to brilliant sounds. Countless instruments accompanied the singing, turning into thunder and flashing past one's ears like lightning. Amongst the countless chanting voices was the voice of an old man. "Time, please pause, because you were so beautiful," and so, everything stopped. Everything froze in the air, as if a drop of amber from the sky had embalmed the entire shop. All change was forced to stop, and the river of time froze as well. Catastrophe-level music score movement 4 of Faust had begun. Dearest friends, all theory is gray. Only the tree of life is forever green. Transformed into the music score's demon, Mephistopheles, Hermes smiled as he reached out and lightly touched the watch in the air. The outer layer fell off instantly, from the shell to the complex watch core. As if he had taken a nap, Ye Qingxuan blinked and saw the pocket watch fall back into Hermes's hand. "Here you go." Hermes smiled as if his prank had succeeded. "It was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously." "Can I say that I'm used to it?" Ye Qingxuan muttered. "Oh right, I almost forgot something." Hermes pushed himself up with his cane, and rifled through one cabinet after another, leaving a trail of destruction. Ye Qingxuan watched dumbly as he kept looking for something. Finally, he kicked down a heavy leather suitcase from the loft. The case seemed to have gone through wear and tear and was covered in dust. Ye Qingxuan had always put his mattress on it when he used to live here. He had never thought to open the heavy thing and see what was inside. Now, the leather suitcase fell onto the floor. The old leather cracked open, emitting the moldy smell of old books. "Here. Don't say that I didn't help you." Hermes knocked against the suitcase with his cane. "You can choose some from this pile of trash." "What is it?" Hermes chuckled. "Guess." 10 minutes later, the burly Seton pushed open the door and was met with a mess, as if a tornado had swept through the room. Hermes sat in the mess, casually drinking coffee. "Hey, Seton. You're back?" Seton grimaced even more. "You brought more weird stuff out?" "Of course not. I just thought of the weird stuff I had collected before and took them out to organize and toss them." Hearing Hermes's careless tone, Seton pursed his lips. He picked up a practically rotted book from the ground and tried to read the title. Music, Equal Temperament, Record. "What is this?" "Oh, old teaching material eliminated over time," Hermes lamented. "They're just books that should be buried under heaps of paper, or are records that some think are worth nothing. It's really bad to be a hoarder. Why did I collect so many things like a squirrel?" "Speak more clearly." Okay, Hermes sighed. "You know, all modern schools of music are built on the theory of equal temperament, right? Compared to previous rules, equal temperament created a new free body. It was 100 times easier to learn and practice. With this as the base, we created the 9 levels of musicians that we know now, and other rankings. But the problem is, what did the musicians, or wizards, do before the equal temperament? With this?" Seton looked at the moldy thing in his hands. "That's right." Hermes nodded. Basic musician theory had not yet been refined in the late Dark Ages. The 7 major schools hadn't been created yet. It was still the classic era. The theory of ether sensing didn't exist yet. The main theory at that time was the chaos theory. It was the principle that ether could not be measured. Since you couldn't measure ether, then you could only keep trying. And so the wizards believed that the more records they collected, the more accurate their calculations would be. This created a problem: a surplus of resources created without standardization. Imagine an amateur musician who wants to learn the rune for fire. He would have to try thousands of different spells. So the school of classics quickly died out after equal temperament appeared. What you have in your hands right now is one of the useless, helpful things they left behind. As he finished, a familiar look appeared on Hermes's face. It was the innocent smile of a child whose prank had succeeded. There was a bit of pride, a bit of secret joy, and uncontrollable happiness. "Ha, I can't wait." Hermes looked out the window and murmured, 26 runes and more than 4,800 spells. To memorize so many syllables, I think someone's brain is going to burst. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, Jianlan Underground Palace. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. 6 days later on Friday, the hot afternoon sun shone down from the sky blindingly. Brian and Dominic stood in the shade of the ancient building's entrance, quietly watching the students that had gathered at the square. There are quite a few new students this year. Dominic looked into the eyes of the boys and girls. It's clear that they're more troublesome too. Brian smiled and went along with Dominic's words. Maybe they want to hurry and see how the real musician world is. That would all depend on Mr. Dominic's guidance. Dominic stayed silent, raising a hand to feel the scar under his mottled white hair. Maybe it was the hot weather, but he felt pain stretching from his forehead to the scar on the back of his head. But hearing real musician world made him want to laugh. If they really want to see how the musician world really is, why don't they go to the battlefield? His mouth cracked open and his hoarse laughter was like a wheeze, full of unhappiness. See some blood, see some corpses, learn the color of bone and organs, get used to the smell of blood, and then you can say you've seen the world. These weak challenges and fights only give you the right to talk at banquets. In the silence, Brian felt a chill down his spine. He did not know if it was the eerie coldness from the ancient building behind him, or because of the old man's laughter. He leaned back in fear and suddenly became angry, wrinkling his nose in disgust. It was brash on his part to talk to an old guy from the battlefield. Other than killing people, he could only guard the door like a dog. Suddenly, Dominic turned his head and stared at Brian with an eye covered with white substance like a nebula. A faint smile ghosted his wrinkled face. "Are you angry?" "I smell anger." Under the gaze of an eye that had witnessed the underworld, Brian's face paled and he stepped back subconsciously. He forced out a smile. It must be a misunderstanding. This D*med battle dog has such sharp senses even when he's this old, Brian thought to himself. "Ha, really?" Dominic laughed and decided to stop playing with this frightened child. He said in his hoarse voice, "The school board has nothing to do with me. I'm just a guard, and I don't care about anything else. Since they know that I'm stubborn and sent me an assistant, you can take care of everything else." "Including class?" Brian's face changed, mixed between uncontrollable happiness and shock. He thought it would have taken some time to take the power from that guy who did not even care about the school board. But he had never imagined that his dream would come true on his first day. Was it really that easy? It seemed that even this stubborn man knew to watch the wind. Seeing the principal fall out of favor, Dominic had cleverly decided to give in. Brian tried to keep a stern expression and asked humbly, "Is that okay?" "Why not?" Dominic murmured. "Isn't that what you're here for?" He looked back at the teacher's assistant under the blinding sun. With his back to the sun, Brian couldn't see his face clearly. But the eye covered in with the white nebula emanated a corpse's coldness. It was like a tide that crashed over Brian's joy. "Work well since you're here." He raised a scrawny finger. Hooked on it was a rusted old key. "It's time. Open the door." It was clearly a command, but Brian, who had never followed any commands, took the key without hesitation. He was in awe of the might in that voice. His emotions battled. For the first time, he felt that his mission from the school board would not be so easy. The rough key, at least 2 fingers width wide, scraped in the keyhole. The sharp sound pierced Brian's ears. He used all his energy, twisting it bit by bit. The towering bronze door opened with a shudder, as if woken up by the turning wheels inside. Powerful shaking came from the bar and keyhole. Every shudder made Brian feel as if his bones were rubbing against each other. Finally, the ancient door cracked open. Behind the door, the world was pitch black. An eerie breeze blew out of the darkness, bringing with it the smell of something rotting. Brian stepped back, as if shaken by something in the darkness. "Don't just stand there. Bring the students in." Behind him, Dominic leaned on a cane and passed him. "It's almost time for class." All students let out a breath when they finally made it to the end of the long tunnel. The entire time, the darkness all around them almost suffocated them. The hidden underground palace emanated an ominous feeling from every corner, at every second. Very few people knew that there would be such ancient architecture hidden under the verdure of the academy. It looked like a church, about to collapse any second. But the church would have never built something so sinister. They always had sharp turrets, like swords pointing up to the sky. Like in an abandoned building built from scraps and metal, there was a long tunnel behind the bronze door. Silence weighed down on everyone's whispering. There was only the sound of heavy panting and footsteps, and the sound of Dominic's cane hitting the ground. "Stop here." They were on a vast square, at the entrance of a different palace. Dominic's footsteps halted, and he looked at the crowd behind him. "All public practice classes will be held here. Remember your location. This is still within the proximity of the entrance. If you keep going forward, you will stray." He paused and laughed hoarsely. "If you get lost here, no one will be able to find you, or find the pieces of your body and put you back together." He raised a hand and grasped the rope of an alarm. He pulled, and the alarm went off instantly. The sharp ringing pierced everyone's eardrums. But then, some people yelped in shock. The ether in the air suddenly woke up and became active. As if freed from its shackles, it started accepting its sense and control again. Following that, light appeared in the darkness. Silver flames ignited above the dome, and the ancient candles glowed. The growing light chased away the darkness, and also illuminated the menacing statues and faded art. When these half-human, half-snake, or otherwise mutated statues became visible, everyone gasped. They were not in an underground palace. They were in a tomb. It was a tomb that had buried a legend. Brian stared at the darker places and his breathing quickened. The legends were true. Legend said that after King Arthur died, his famous sword in the stone, the one that killed the catastrophe Red Dragon and created Anglo, and the armor and weapons of the Round Table Knights were sealed in the deepest parts of the academy. Apparently, the sword was still active every night, even after losing its owner. The soul of the Red Dragon sealed in its blade still howled during the dark nights. It was a weapon that had combined the skill of all Eastern and Western alchemists at the time. After losing its owner, it became a creature that preyed on men. The royalty could not bear to destroy King Arthur's only relic, and could only seal it in the deepest part of a tomb-like underground palace. It was guarded by the armor of the Round Table Knights. Someday, a new king would be born and take control of it. There were more legends than one could count. But this was the only legend that was a secret every major family passed down. Brian had worked hard to win this position, just so he could add something bold to his resume. This was also why he had been so upset with Dominic. The resource that could help him win the world had always been taken by an old thing that needed a cane to walk? Such blasphemy! What are you still waiting for? Dominic's hoarse voice sounded behind him like a ghost that could read minds. "Start the class." The old man hobbled away into the dark shadows. Only his eerie laugh remained. "I heard that the kids have prepared something. I'm so excited. Can the gentlemanly elites learn to fight like dogs too? Seeing his backside, Brian's expression turned dark. He was starting to find this old dog an eyesore. Brian stood before the crowd, starting to lecture the rules and important points of musician battles. But in the crowd, Bai Xi hopped around in impatience. Everyone around them had an idea of what was going to happen that day. They sent over troubled and pitiful gazes. The more they did so, the worse Bai Xi's temper got. "What are you looking at? I'm going to gouge out your eyes." Bai Xi stuck her middle finger up at everyone. "What? Not happy? Then fight me. I'll teach you a lesson." They looked away, but Bai Xi was still pissed. "How long has it been? Why isn't he here yet?" she asked, stepping on Charles's feet. "Why did you sneak out this morning? How come only you came back? "Maybe because there are a lot of scrolls," Charles said mysteriously. "Don't worry, he promised to come back in time." "It hasn't started yet." "Music history?" A dramatic voice sounded from the crowd. Bart gazed mockingly at the emblem before Charles and Bai Xi's chest and asked his friend, "What department is that? Do we even have that in our school?" "Oh, I've heard of it before." His friend giggled. "It used to be part of Revelations, but it was too much of a failure, so we kicked them out. They host our academy's infamous failure too." "How have they not been eliminated yet? Say one more thing." Without waiting for Charles, Bai Xi walked over to the student. She looked up at him, her eyes full of anger and coldness, like a frosted dagger. Her eyes were different from Ye Qingxuan, who always looked at others with pity in his eyes, as if he was looking at an idiot, and would not react no matter what. But Bai Xi did not care about getting on the same low level as those idiots. Once she was angry, she was willing to fight no matter what. When she stood in front of the boy, a full head taller than her, and looked up, he actually stumbled back. No one could believe that such a fierce glare came from that little girl. "A failure? Even if he is one, he's a failure I'm protecting." She reached out, jabbing at the boy's chest, forcing him to stagger back. "Say one more word and I'll rip your lips off. Just try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 77. Chapter 77, I'll Fight 10. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. A failure? Even if he is one, he's a failure I'm protecting. Bai Xi reached out, jabbing at the boy's chest, forcing him to stagger back. "Say one more word and I'll rip your lips off. Just try. Useless trash." Bart thought angrily. He pushed the idiot away and stood before Bai Xi. He smiled, looking like a gentleman as he gazed down at the little girl. He could not help but glance over her white skin, lowering his gaze to her beautiful face and delicate neck. He wanted so badly to reach into that collar. But Bai Xi's eyes pierced him, causing his smile to go stiff, turning into a cold grimace. "What use are your words? Where is he?" Looking behind Bai Xi, and not seeing the white-haired youth, he could not help but snicker. "I bet he's too scared. We've prepared an amazing show today, but it's a pity we met a coward." "What does this have to do with you?" Bai Xi side-eyed him. "You talk like you're the boss. If you're so powerful, why are you still Edmund's dog? Do you bark when he ignores you to get attention?" "You." Bart's face darkened and he glared at Bai Xi. Looking at the delicate beauty on her young face, and her slightly protruding chest, his eyes became angry and greedy. That stupid B*TCH was willing to offend him over a mutt? He had even resisted his savage urges so many times. He studied the girl, wanting to find panic hidden in her eyes. But greeted by her stubbornness, Bart's heart actually skipped a beat. His gaze softened, filling with pity and lust. Reaching toward her shoulder, he said gently, "Do you still believe that he can protect you? Do you know just how many people he has offended? Come with me. As long as you're obedient, I won't let anyone touch you." "Too bad she's with me." A hoarse voice sounded behind him, causing his hand to freeze. Bart turned around like he had seen a ghost. Behind him, a tired white-haired youth smiled toward Bai Xi. "Sorry, there were a lot of tests and it took some time." Finally, his gaze landed on Bart's frozen hand, and his eyes became cold as if he were looking at a heap of garbage. "Can you take your dirty hand away now? Didn't you know you had the guts to come?" Bart suppressed his fury and smiled without moving his facial muscles. "Hopefully you won't be scared. We prepared a long show and I promise it'll be fascinating." He slit his neck with his finger. "We'll see." "As you please." Ye Qingxuan bent over and wrapped an arm around the girl's shoulder to taunt Bart. Smiling, he watched as fury filled Bart's eyes, and the boy stormed away. And then his smile stiffened because Bai Xi had stepped on him where no one could see. "I'm going to bite you if you don't let go," Bai Xi said through clenched teeth in a voice only the two could hear. Ye Qingxuan chuckled quietly. "I'm just playing with him. It's so interesting. How come you get to hug me?" Bai Xi glared at him. "Next time, you stand in the front and I'll carry you bridal style. How about that? Cousin, with your strength, how about no?" Ye Qingxuan stroked her hair tenderly and Bai Xi nearly exploded. "I'm gonna kill you." "Okay, that is all for the general rules. Next, we can begin practicing." At the front, Brian had finally finished explaining the rules and paused. His gaze swept past Edmund and, seeing the boy's expression, he nodded, revealing a chilling smile. Raising his voice, he looked around the crowd. "Next, which student will voluntarily demonstrate a duel between musicians?" He emphasized the word voluntarily. It was clear that Edmund had talked with him beforehand. Nothing could be said, even if Ye Qingxuan was injured later. "Sir, I want to challenge the student beside me." "I believe he will voluntarily demonstrate for everyone," Bart said, raising his hand. The crowd split immediately, forming two separate circles around the two. Whispers spread throughout. It was clear everyone knew what would happen. Bart looked back at Ye Qingxuan. The youth stood quietly and just nodded, not revealing anything else. "I will make sure you lose your dignity in front of everyone." Bart talked as he smiled, his voice menacing and deep. Something like music history should never have existed in the Royal Academy of Music. "Don't brag about things that you have no control," Ye Qingxuan said quietly. "My father taught me this when I was 3 years old. It seems that elites start their education late. It seems that you want to die." Bart wiped the smile off his face. "Please come forward." Before the crowd, Brian stood in the center of the square. A carving of a snake was under his feet. The long snake eating its own tail wrapped around the heart of the square, the fierce struggle displayed on the stone floor. The exaggerated yet detailed design made it seem not like an inanimate object, but like the corpse of a terrifying creature, its pain preserved in the stone. "Do you have anything else to say?" Brian stood between the two and asked, seeming fair and just. "No need." Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "I don't like trouble, so if we can solve this in one blow, then let's do it." Bart blanched. "What do you mean?" "I mean that today, I'm going to fight 10 students." The entire square fell silent at that. 10. In the shadows, Dominic thought of something and laughed. "I thought it would be boring to see a bunch of kids play around, but I didn't expect that there would be a wolf today." "Challenge to be the concert master in the first practice lesson? Concert master challenge?" When everyone finally processed what Ye Qingxuan meant, chaos erupted like boiling water. He's going to challenge to be the concertmaster within the first 10 days of school? This is too much. Is it possible? The person behind the speaker shook his head. Probably just go big or go home, someone murmured. At least he'll lose with more honor this way. Even Brian, as the judge, was shocked. Concertmaster challenge? He turned to look at Ye Qingxuan, carefully studying this quiet youth for the first time. Humble clothes, lack of alchemy equipment, no elite emblem, an Easterner. He furrowed his brows, as if he was looking at an idiot. You? Someone in the crowd snickered and laughter scattered throughout mockingly. Clapping, someone said, maybe it'll work and music history is going to make a comeback. The day of reunification is here. His voice was full of mockery. Edmund's expression was twisted. He clenched his fist, running a finger over his thumb. His evil eyes said, if this guy is allowed to speak freely, he might cause more trouble. We can't keep a curse like him around, said a cold youth beside him. Edmund shivered at the voice and finally set down his determination. Student, you need to pass the school office's assessment to qualify for the concertmaster position. At the front, Brian finally resisted the urge to laugh. With slight mockery, he said, it's always good to dream big, but it's most important to focus on reality. Laughter rang through the crowd again, but Ye Qingxuan did not move. Really? Here's the pass from the school office. Take it. Ye Qingxuan pulled out a certificate stamped by the school office from his pocket. It took so much work and there were a bunch of tests to take. I was almost late. Brian's face turned as white as a sheet. Looking at the certificate in his hands and seeing the red stamp, he felt as if he was hallucinating. How many days had it even been? Someone passed through the school office? What did they even do all day? They just let a downtown redneck pass the tests? Little did he know, the school office was upset too. The Drat Easterner appeared at the door before the sun had rose, saying that he wanted to pass the test for the Concertmaster Challenge. He did not give them any time to prepare. They had wanted to skirt around the problem, but who knew that this guy would take out the school regulations in cases of past requests to fight back? Unable to refuse, the school office grudgingly called over all the teachers of the office and gave him 6 tests that a first-level student should never be able to pass. They included the Battle of Asgard in Burgundy, music history of the sacred city and other subjects that were notoriously difficult, labeled as immediate fail subjects. They even added in an advanced number theory final exam question. The Concertmaster Challenge included many academic things too, so they decided to make this fool give up once and for all. But they had not known that this misguided white-haired guy had grown up in the hidden archive room of the church library. Even theological debate would not be a problem for him. He even received full marks on the test problem that had been created just to eliminate students. When he received the test, Ye Qingxuan was ecstatic. In the end, the school office had no choice but to accept it and give him the certificate. This guy was looking for death anyway. He was merely a student, while there were others who had already reached rhythm level in the first year. There were people who were close to becoming an official musician. Are you crazy? Bart cast a look of disdain at Ye Qingxuan. This is a friendly fight between musicians, not crude fighting between commoners. If you do what you always do, you'll get expelled. Ye Qingxuan glanced at him. I think that I know the rules much better than those who don't even flip through the student handbook. This doesn't follow the rules. Brian was completely taken aback by the school office's certificate. As if grabbing onto the last bit of protection, he said, even if you pass the test, you still need to notify the entire academy. Now, you. Please don't worry about this. Ye Qingxuan took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. I think that everyone knows by now, right? As he said this, he turned back and glanced at the crowd. The troll senior whistled and gestured that everything was going as planned. Spread rumors? I'm the best, Charles thought, laughing. Before he could finish laughing, a commotion sounded from the entrance of the square. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Despicable. So despicable. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. A commotion suddenly sounded in the quiet square, along with hurried footsteps from the tunnel. You in front, move. It's the Concertmaster Challenge. Hurry up. It'll be over if we're late. I want to see Eastern Ye beat up the challenger. Hurry up, hurry up. PSH, I bet he's the one getting beat up. Look, Mom. I'm going to be on the notice list. Someone come and drag this psycho away. The dark crowd took up the entire square. Everyone was startled and stared at each other. Did it start yet? Get on with it, I'm in a hurry. Front row seat, front row seat. Hey, don't leave. You made me drop my drumstick. SH, stop playing around. It's the Concertmaster Challenge. Besides the rowdy students that came to see the show, there were many curious professors as well. Ye Qingxuan recognized some familiar faces, such as the gloomy Banner, and Ben, who had rushed back to campus after receiving the news. Charles cut through the crowd like a fish in water. I have stools. Does anyone want some? Anyone? Sit up close to the first Concertmaster Challenge of this year. Don't miss this opportunity. Pumpkin seeds, soda, and ice cream, anyone? It's all £5 per set. They're not being sold individually. Don't want it? Okay then. Charles called out, Hey, I have a rotating chair for you, Professor. Would you like one? It's only £50, very cheap. You want 3? Great. Charles, Ye Qingxuan could not help but bury his face in his hands and sigh. He should have guessed this was what would happen when Charles had lugged a mysterious pile of things over. So this was what he had been waiting for. Rooted to his spot, Brian's expression changed. He prepared to say something, but behind him, a hoarse voice said, Good. Just like this. Dominic spoke from the shadows. He rolled the peanuts in his hands and threw them in his mouth, one by one. Seeing that they tasted good, he waved. Hey, come here, give me 2 more bags. Brian grimaced, but he did not say anything. He took one last glance at Ye Qingxuan, not hiding his disgust whatsoever. Since the school office has already verified it, we can start now. But it's different from regular duels. You are allowed to injure and maim in the Concertmaster Challenge. Spitting out the word aloud, he announced the start of the challenge and left. The square silenced in an instant. It was finally starting. At the heart of the snake circle, Bart stared coldly at Ye Qingxuan. Facing each other, they put their hands to their chest for a bow, performing all the required etiquette. But when they looked at each other, Ye Qingxuan heard Bart say, You will regret this decision. I've been a student for 2 years. Ye Qingxuan was calm as ever. He gazed at Bart with frustrating pity. If I win, I hope you will promise me something. He sighed. My time is precious. Can you all go and read more books and stop causing trouble for me? He paused, shaking his head. Wasting other people's time is shameful. Are you scared? Bart chuckled. This is only the beginning. Ye Qingxuan pursed his lips. It was as if they were speaking different languages. It was a waste of time. According to etiquette, they were to take 10 steps back after bowing, and stand at the rim of the snake circle. Outside of the ring, Brian flipped a coin. Bart kept his eyes glued on the coin, watching as it flipped in the air, cut through and landed in the center of the square. A sharp sound rung out as it bounced on the stone. It had begun. Bart raised a hand instantly and began chanting loudly. A mouthful of syllables hung in the air. Ether gathered at his fingertip, forming a blurry shield in front of him. Planning and attacking was the typical way Revelations fought. They believed that finding the right timing was more important than blind attempts. They first had to protect themselves and store strength. After finding the right opportunity, they would destroy the enemy with one blow. As he chanted, a blurry rune rose from his heart. The rune seemed as strong as stone, standing in his soul, and calming his slightly panicked mind. This was the most common protection rune, one of the uses of iron. By transforming the ether into an iron wall, one had produced a shield. This effect was long-lasting, and would not break unless it was hit with an explosive rune. It could also take in new ether and become stronger through chanting. But when he finished chanting and looked up, he froze in shock. His enemy was right in front of his eyes. The moment the coin landed, Ye Qingxuan moved and charged. Sprinting as if he were in race, he inhaled a lungful of cold air. Holding down his heart, he spat out unclear syllables. The syllables left his mouth and turned into ripples. Without caring if his breathing was stable, he began chanting while running. His skin instantly turned red, his veins bulging, as if he was burning with a high fever, but he continued to speed up. He traveled dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Before Bart could finish his chanting, Ye Qingxuan had already crashed into the shield. Then he stepped firmly onto the ground, like a nail hammered into the dirt. Looking up, he saw Bart's wide eyes and his own reflection in them. He tried to remember what Victor had taught him. Pushing off of the floor, his momentum transformed. Strength rose from the ground, following his calves, rushing into his waist and shoulders, pushing his clenched fist up and up until the raised fist smashed into Bart's jaw. Crack! The ether dissipated. Jaw dislocated, Bart's feet practically flew off of the ground due to the sudden force, and he toppled back. Still in the same spot, Ye Qingxuan's face was expressionless, but he was cheering inside. Just like what Victor had said, that punch felt indescribably satisfying, and his knuckles hurt. The corner of Ye Qingxuan's lips twitched, and he resisted the urge to shake his hand out. He grimaced in pain. On the other hand, Bart rolled painfully on the ground. Fighting though through the pain, he lifted his head, a bit of blood on his lips. Embarrassed to death, he could barely speak. But before he could finish, the world went black, and he passed out. This challenge ended in such an odd way within 5 seconds. As everyone gaped, Ye Qingxuan remembered Bart's last words, "Are you scared?" and wanted to sigh. "I just wanted you to feel less humiliated." He looked down on Bart and shook his head. "Why couldn't you understand that? Despicable. So despicable." Bart's friends roared from outside the ring. "He broke the rules. This has nothing to do with a challenge between musicians. Foul." Outside the ring, Brian furrowed his brows, his expression turning upset. "This is a challenge between musicians. How can you fight like you're brawling in the streets? You?" Beside him, someone chomping on sunflower seeds interrupted him. "Professor, look again." With his usual infuriating smile, Charles pointed at Ye Qingxuan. Hearing him, Brian was taken aback. His gaze fell on the back of Ye Qingxuan's neck. Red blood flowed continuously, faintly revealing the mark of a rune. Along with the rush of blood, there was a faint sound like a bubbling creak from the youth's thin body. It was the sound of blood rushing and crashing against the shell of his body. Rune flow? Brian's expression turned ugly. This is the rune's effect. No one said that you can't use an auxiliary rune, right? Charles littered sunflower seeds all over the ground. Boosting the inside, increasing blood flow and physical strength, this is a rarely seen rune effect. As a basic rune, flow was pretty much a useless rune at the student level. Its effect was not for strength, and could only control the movement of liquids, such as speeding up or decreasing the flow of water. A musician from the school of choir once suggested a way to use it in one's own body, increasing blood flow, bringing along with it the rest of the organs to improve physical strength in a short period of time. The level of precision needed for that method was too high, and its effect was never as powerful as other runes, so it was forgotten. The precise manipulation of runes had always been an obstacle all student musicians had to face. It required long-term familiarization and research of runes so that one could become accustomed to the sense. One needed to repetitively cast the rune to reach the needed level of precision. No one would have imagined that there would be a crazy person who had forced himself to memorize who knows how many syllable records of runes, and instead of mastering the control of aether, had adjusted the syllables based on the precision needed. Just as swordsmanship requires the wielder and sword to be one, and everyone worked to become familiar with their sword, there would always be someone who looked all over the world and found one sword for chopping firewood, one for hurting people, one for vegetables, and one for breaking down doors. The former was definitely easier, and if one wanted to do the latter, he would be considered crazy. No wonder Charles had said that he used force on the runes. Rooted to his spot, Brian's expression changed as he finally processed everything, but it still felt wrong. In the end, he finally reacted. "No, it's too fast." He chanted too quickly. It was less than half the normal time. Hearing Brian, a professor in the crowd reacted too. "That's right." The effect was weaker than usual too. Finally, someone realized, he weakened the effect so he could forgo some syllables. This is the fast chant technique from the school of choir. "A bunch of idiots who don't even know what this is," Dominic spat from the shadows. "Hee, it's the chant style of war hymns. It's rare that someone knows this." Thinking of something, he cackled. "This kid is Abraham's student? Was he lucky or unlucky to fall into the hands of that old guy?" In the center of the ring, the unsettled Brian heard Dominic's voice. "He didn't cheat," Dominic said. "The challenge continues. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 79. Chapter 79, There's No Harm in Looking. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Decades ago, the Asgard people hatched a plan called Wild Warrior to strengthen their enforcement. This plan was to train inhumanly powerful soldiers. Because of the high cost of training and keeping musicians, they were rare on the battlefield. Most times, a small battalion might not even have one musician. Even using one musician on the field as reinforcement was too much of a luxury. The general would feel immense pain if even one was lost. That was why hope was usually on regular soldiers. And so, someone thought of a compromise: choose soldiers that had a musician's talent and train them. They did not need to well-rounded like a proper musician. They only had to be experts in chosen war hymns. The main goal was not to kill the enemy, but to strengthen themselves and their comrades. Under this circumstance, achieving student level and learning some basic runes was usually enough. If they were able to reach rhythm level, the entire squad's fighting power would be greatly transformed. Mass-produced soldiers like these were not as expensive as musicians, but still had the ability to reverse the tide of the battle. The end result was that wild warriors were born. Not qualified as a proper musicians, these soldiers were seen as defects and cannon fodder. But on the battlefield, they were surprisingly useful, and even invented the technique war howl. The wild warriors, clad in bearskin armor and wielding battle axes decorated with runes, had become a class of soldiers comparable to high-class knights. Their war howl could activate runes in music scores, strengthen themselves and comrades, and create miracles on the battlefield. Naturally, this had been imitated by others, including Anglo. Dominic had once been a trainer as a military accompaniment musician. As he knew, there was also a secret unit formed by these soldiers at the time called Dragon Riders. Even most military insiders did not know of its existence because they lived in the dark world, separate from the human world. The military at that time was continuously creating cheap cannon fodder to explore the dark world. But the wild warriors contained secret techniques of Asgardian musicians. When other nations tried to copy it, they were destined for failure. After a while, the practice was stopped because of unknown reasons. Decades had passed and people no longer remembered that Anglo had once experimented with accompaniment musicians. What Dominic had not expected was a reunion in the eerie underground palace. Even if it was a simple chanting technique in rune, there was only one person in the entire academy who could teach that skill. War Musician Quick Training Manual, Dominic sighed softly. Abraham, why do you still remember these outdated things? In the darkness, Dominic found his pipe and lit it. Breathing in wordlessly, he felt the smoke fill his lungs and his pain stopped. He squinted. Have you not given up yet? At 2:20 that afternoon, Sidney waited impatiently outside the school under the blazing sun. He wiped his sweat away and looked into the distance. Pacing back and forth, he seemed to be waiting for a guest. Amongst the passerby, a girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat arrived wordlessly. A black veil hung before her, covering her eyes and beautiful face. Her white hair had been hidden under the hat. She had not arrived in a carriage, nor did she have thousands of servants clustering around her. She looked like an average elite lady. Only a middle-aged servant followed her, holding an umbrella to shield her from the sun. Seeing her, Sidney swallowed nervously and went up to welcome her. In rough Eastern tongue, he said politely, "Welcome, Your Highness." The princess from Yunlu had stayed in Avalon for half a month now. Her ambassador mission had been completed yesterday, and now was preparing to leave. But for some reason, she requested to tour the city before she left and see what Avalon was like. She refused the path and guards provided for royalty, and took one inconspicuous servant to begin her secret trip. The royalty could not interfere with her plans. They could only secretly notify security of everywhere she planned to go so that they could prepare and make sure there would not be another assassination attempt. After touring the Opera House and Clock Tower, Her Highness also went to Westminster Church. Apparently, she conversed happily with Archbishop Medan about theology. Even the Archbishop commented privately that her knowledge on the Bible was comparable to his. Closely thereafter, the alchemists of the Royal Academy of Engineering were also enchanted by the princess, praising her intelligence and opinions. If not for her low-key actions, coming and leaving secretly, only observing and avoiding all secret topics, people may have misinterpreted this as Yunlu showing off her power. Thankfully, she had arrived at the last stop. Everyone let out a sigh of relief secretly. But Sidney faced immense stress. If the crazy principal was still here, dealing with that difficult girl would be no problem. But the principal did not care about anything, so Sidney was in control, but he did not have the confidence. He can only pray that the princess acted how she had before and not cause any trouble. In response to Sidney's welcome, the girl nodded. Queen Mary told me that the Royal Academy of Music is an interesting place. This trip would have been a waste if I couldn't visit it before leaving Avalon. Your Highness has spoken too highly. The Academy is nothing but a place for education, Sidney replied calmly. But he let out a sigh of relief inside and he could not hide the pride from his face. What was this place? It had been the center of Anglo's academia for centuries. It was filled with geniuses, and at least 3 saints came from this school. There was not any other place comparable, other than the sacred city. Countless country leaders had visited before. A little girl was nothing. If you would like to know more about the academy, you must visit the auditorium. We've already prepared it for your arrival. He walked in the front, leading the way. Princess Chaoyue, please follow me. Blasphemy. The furious servant stepped forward and glared at him. You lowly servant dared to call the princess by her first name? Sidney froze, his heart trembling as his mind went blank. He had offended her with his first sentence. But he had really forgotten that strangers could not call Eastern elite women by their first names. His lips twitched and hurriedly put on a smile. "My apologies, please forgive me. Mr. Sidney is not an Easterner and he doesn't understand our customs. We shouldn't blame him and just do as they do in Anglo." The girl referred to as Qingshuan raised a hand, telling the servant to retreat. Neutrally, she said, "This isn't a formal occasion. There is no need to use my title. You can call me by my surname. I'm sure there won't cause any confusion here." Sidney finally let out his breath and nodded. "Miss Yunlu, please follow me." The servant huffed and followed closely. Sidney walked in the front. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he felt that his task was extremely difficult. The Royal Academy of Music was established 400 years ago. A century ago, famous artist Hermes remodeled it. It is now a well-known site in Avalon, especially the auditorium, which is representative of the Gothic style. Sidney guided them down the wide street covered by verdure, endlessly introducing facts about the ancient architecture. It was clear that he had done his homework last night and memorized a lot. Yunlu Qingshuan listened quietly. She nodded occasionally, as if she was not paying attention, adding more stress on Sidney. Suddenly, she halted, stopping in place. Sidney's heart skipped a beat. He ran over to her quickly and put on an enthusiastic smile. "Miss Yunlu, what's the matter? It's truly too hot today. Shall we take a rest?" Qingshuan remained silent, ignoring him. She looked to the side, as if she sensed something. After a long time, she pointed to her right. "What's there?" Sidney blanched. Following her gaze, he panicked inwardly, his expression turning troubled. "This?" The fat middle-aged servant rolled her eyes. "When Her Highness asks a question, you answer it. What are you doing stuttering like this?" Sidney's expression froze and he could only reply truthfully, "It's the Jianlan Underground Palace." "Underground Palace? Is it like a prison?" "It is just a place to store old items." He wiped at his sweat. "It's not suitable for visiting today. There's a practice lesson going on now, and the students are fighting. I can't have anything happen to you." He racked his brain for a way to drag the girl back on the right path. There could not be any straying. But Yunlu Qingshuan's words made his blood freeze. "Sounds interesting." Sidney blanched. He had forgotten that although she was only 17 years old, she was already a resonance musician. Her blood carried envious power since birth. What he said could scare weak elite ladies, but not a strong musician. He wiped his sweat, sending a pleading look to the servant. She was trying to persuade the princess too. "You don't have to watch fighting to get rid of your boredom here. Yunlu City has more than enough fierce fighters. And anyway, Western fighting is so bloody. Broken limbs are an everyday thing. It's pitiful and ugly. Your Highness, your golden body is so precious. Please don't take unnecessary risks." Gazing in that direction, the white-haired girl seemed to be spacing out and was not listening to the servant. The old servant stopped awkwardly. The girl finally looked away after a long time, as if snapping out of a daydream. "There are so many ugly things in the world," she replied quietly as she started walking away. "There's no harm in looking." Without waiting for Sidney's guidance, she started in the direction of the underground palace. "Your Highness, Your Highness!" Panicking, the old servant rushed forward. Sidney stood in place, dumbfounded. He wanted to cry. Why did this have to happen? Why did troubling things always have to happen at the same time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Commentary. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It's the fourth one. When Sydney ran after Girl into the underground square, he heard everyone cheer, "Fourth one. Fourth consecutive win. Go Eastern Ye." Excited girls jumped around, waving their hands in the crowd. The people in the front row yelled, "Don't stop. Keep going. It's time for the fifth." The girl stopped at the entrance. Not knowing what was happening, she looked around and saw the youth with white hair just like hers. Standing in the center of the snake ring, the youth stood quietly, panting and fatigued. There was a hole in his jacket, and one could vaguely see burn marks. A part of his arm had been burned too. He writhed in pain. For overlapping flow runes on the back of his neck had turned crimson red. They were swollen slightly, as if blood were about to seep out. It was like an ugly scar. Using flow to control his blood flow, his physique had gone from that of a weak kid to 100 times that of an average person's. That strength shook inside his body, causing sharp pangs of pain. His bare skin had already turned red, and was so swollen that it was ready to burst. That was the biggest downside of flow. One must have precise control to achieve the strengthening effect, otherwise it would just harm and weaken the body. After using it 4 times, his body was at its limit in terms of strength and endurance. If he continued like this, his organs could be injured. He could even die. He sighed. He had overestimated himself. Using that type of shameless method to win 5 rounds had been his plan, but he had already reached his limit after the 4th round. But it was okay. He could still continue. He chuckled and took a deep breath. The cold air rushed into his lungs and his pounding organs settled down. Looking back, he raised his hand and announced, "Next one." "He can't keep going any longer," Edmund's friend said sinisterly from the side. "This is a good opportunity." "Not yet." Edmund's expression was serious. A student can cast more than 10 runes in a short period of time. Even if he has no physical energy left, he can still cast runes. Looking toward his left, he said, "John, go up this round. Push him to his limit, but not all the way. I want to end him personally." "Don't worry." The thin kid named John smiled. His sickly pale face was flushed with excitement. Feeling the sachet at his waist, he said, "I'm well prepared." With that, he walked out from the crowd and stepped into the circle. Seeing him, Brian's eyes filled with satisfaction. John was different from the previous cannon fodder. He had been a student for more than a year. He may not have grasped combination runes, but he was already better than most students. "Are you ready?" he asked. John stated, "Teacher, Ye has already fought 4 consecutive rounds, and has used up a lot of energy. To make this round fair, I would like to use the challenger's special rights and increase the density of ether. This way, it'll be easier to cast runes." He paused and smiled. "I don't want to take advantage of him." Brian nodded in satisfaction. "Of course." Without waiting for Ye Qingxuan's reply, Brian knocked on the head of the snake. Cold light shone from its eyes instantly. The density of ether increased 4-fold inside of the ring. The crowd fell silent. But the commoner students quickly reacted and started yelling, "Despicable! Shameless! How is this fair? Do you have any dignity? What's wrong?" Bai Xi glanced at Charles. "Isn't it good to increase the density? It should be easier to chant now." "It depends." Charles's brows furrowed. The strength of a rune's effect depends partially on the density of the ether, but don't forget that it only applies to cast runes. For precision runes that require a precise structure, high density actually makes things harder. If Ye keeps using that tactic, Flow's burden on him will increase 4-fold too. They've found his loophole. He doesn't have a perfect of a control on flow yet. In the center, Ye Qingxuan sensed the thick ether in the air. After a while, he looked up at John. "Is this your tactic?" "It's not only that. Laughing coldly, John reached into the small satchel and pulled out a thin strand of spider web between his fingers. The audience erupted into shocked yells. Recitation supplies. He's using other supplies to strengthen the effect. Despicable. So despicable. Apparently, when high-level musicians cast music scores, they can use specific supplies to strengthen the effect. Ye Qingxuan is going to have a hard time. Only 10 days have passed. How many runes does he know? John has been a student for more than 1 year. I think he's dead. Within the ring, Ye Qingxuan could not help but roll his eyes. Looking out at the audience, he called, "Senior, what are you yelling about? It's really distracting. Look, everyone's ignoring you." In the first row of the crowd behind John, Charles imitated the rest of the crowd and yelled happily. "No way. I'm being a professional commentator," he said loudly. "All races and games need a commentator. Don't you know the rules? What if the audience doesn't get it? Continue." "Senior, ignore him and continue with your comments." Beside him, a freshman enthusiastically handed him some peanuts and drinks. "Please drink some water. Can you please tell me more details? I need you to help me understand." "Look," Charles said, getting cocky, "no one will watch without a commentator or boobs. I don't have boobs, so this is all I can do for you." Speechless, Ye Qingxuan looked back and saw John's sinister face. "Done talking? Can we start now? Please." Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath and prepared himself. As the coin landed with a crisp sound, John took a step back first, watching Ye Qingxuan carefully. That guy's battle tactics from the first few rounds had scarred them. This time, he would attack first and plan later. But to his surprise, Ye Qingxuan stood rooted to his spot. Opening his mouth, he started chanting. "Not moving?" John smiled coldly. That could be effective against revelations, but standing there was making himself the perfect target for modifications. As a student of the School of Modifications with some expertise, John had already started researching the basic runes unique to modifications. If not for the fact that he had not grasped combination notes, he would have been at the rhythm level. But the long-term research had made him almost an expert at modification runes. "I'll show you how powerful the School of Modifications is today. If you don't want to move, then don't," he thought. A spider web thread between his fingers, he began chanting. The difficult syllables jumped from his mouth without any pattern at an unbelievable speed. Fast chant. Outside, Charles purposely pretended to be shocked and yelped in a surprised tone, "My God, he knows how to chant quickly." Before long, a complex rune appeared in John's heart. It was like countless ropes knotted together. The uneven rune twisted and transformed continuously. Ether gathered in the air from all directions, and using the changing spider web on his fingertip, it formed a blurry web that only John could feel. The ether snare quickly came into shape. It shone faintly like a star, appearing out of thin air. This was the effect of the rune shackle spider web. But Ye Qingxuan was still chanting. Excitement shone in John's eyes. He chanted the last syllable and threw the web toward Ye Qingxuan. The eastern mutt was dead meat. Once he was trapped in place, he could only suffer modification's wrath. The starry net suddenly appeared and shot forward to envelope the chanting youth, but in the next moment, everybody was in shock. He dodged it? He dodged it! Charles yelled. As if he had predicted his move, Ye Qingxuan stepped to the left the moment John cast the effect, and merely rubbed shoulders with the starry net. Impossible! John froze and stared blankly at Ye Qingxuan, not understanding what had just happened. How could a student discern the exact time that he would cast the rune and dodge at the moment he could not change anything? Not even one hair had been touched. He glared at Ye Qingxuan, but quickly realized that he had lost his temper. Stopping himself from wasting more time, he quickly began chanting another hymn. This was another fast chant, even shorter than before. He pulled out a small bottle the size of a thumb. The icy bottle was filled with semi-viscous liquid, and it radiated coldness. Rune frost. Under his control and chanting, the cold light slowly solidified. A sharp crystal seemed to form inside. The cold light illuminated his deathly pale face and excited eyes. With a final roar, it shot out at a speed faster than light. John's expression was menacing, as if he were taunting, "Dodge. Try dodging again. The frost arrow isn't as slow as the web. If you can dodge this one, then I'll. Staring dumbly at the untouched Ye Qingxuan, his mind went blank. What was he going to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, He Cheated. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Unlike John, who had been focused on chanting, the audience saw everything clearly. Ye Qingxuan had dodged at the exact moment the frost had shot out. Like before, it was as if this were a planned performance. Ye Qingxuan stepped toward the left and only brushed shoulders with the frost. "John, stop playing!" Someone yelled angrily. "Get him!" "Shut up!" John yelled back, losing his temper. "I know. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve," John muttered from under his breath. He reached into his satchel again and pulled out a piece of metal. It was the size of a fingernail. The sharp thing emanated coldness. "If you can't dodge this one, then you'll have to lie down obediently," he muttered, and began chanting. "Objection!" Charles called, seeing the metal in his hands. "That's too vicious. He's using fatal runes. This is deliberate murder." Brian gazed at Charles coolly. "It is normal to have injuries in a duel between musicians. Your objection is irrelevant. Please do not disrupt the challenge again, or else you will have to leave." Within the ring, John had completed his chant. The metal in his hands floated up and spun in the air, producing a piercing sound. Formless strength controlled it. It spun at a crazy speed, building up strength like the bow of an arrow pulled taut. This was Ghost Crossbow, the effective rune magnet, one of the most advanced modifications runes. Magnetic force was used to build up strength and fire the metal piece. Its power was comparable to a light military crossbow. As he chanted, John's pale face flushed with excitement and effort. Gritting his teeth, he pronounced the last syllable and let the metal fly. The moment it shot out, the world went black for him. He had used up practically all of his energy to manipulate the ether. As he had fine-tuned everything, he pushed the ghost crossbow's strength to its max. It would even be able to pierce a slab of metal. But instead of the pained cry that he was expecting, he heard shocked yelps. His innards twisting, he straightened and glanced at Ye Qingxuan. John turned as white as a sheet. The metal had shot past Ye Qingxuan and crashed into an invisible wall. It warped instantly and fell to the ground with a crisp clank. He dodged it again? John thought. Impossible, impossible. John stumbled backward as if he had just seen a ghost. In a confused daze, he mumbled to himself. As the audience laughed at him, he met Ye Qingxuan's piercing gaze. He screamed hysterically, "Die!" Stumbling forward, he began chanting again, ignoring the fact that he was at his limit. The effective rune fire lit up in his palms. He roared as he ran, clawing madly at the youth with flaming hands. There was no need to predict anything this time. Ye Qingxuan waited until John was close before stepping to the left. The burning palms pressed against the invisible wall of the snake circle and were extinguished immediately. His energy completely depleted, John collapsed. Right as he blacked out, he finally heard what Ye Qingxuan was saying. 3 pounds for tomato and chicken fried rice, 1 pound for mushroom soup, 2 pounds for noodles, 2 pounds for butter. These were not the syllables of a chant. It was the cafeteria's menu. That guy had not been casting any runes that entire time. Instead, he had turned John's tricks around, making John drag on until he had used up all his energy. "You're cheating!" John gasped out angrily from the floor. He forced himself to keep his eyes open and glared at Ye Qingxuan, almost in tears. "I don't accept this. You cheated." "Ah, you found out." The youth looked down on him and smiled mockingly. You're shameless." Even as someone lifted him and took him out of the ring, one could still hear his tragic voice crying, "Ye Qingxuan, you cheated. Put me down. I want to fight him, I want to fight him." The last cry rang louder than ever. But then he fell silent and did not make another peep. Under everyone's dazed eyes, Ye Qingxuan watched calmly as John was taken away. Hearing his cries, Ye Qingxuan remembered something. He pulled out a strip of paper filled with words from his pocket and shredded it. "Oh, I almost forgot to destroy the evidence," he muttered. "I didn't have enough time, so I had to cheat for the exam. Sorry." Outside of the ring, Edmund's eyes were dark. "What the heck is this?" Beside him, someone replied uncertainly, "Perhaps, maybe he really." "You want to tell me that someone who just became a student 10 days ago can sense ether like a musician?" Edmund retorted. "Are you stupid? Maybe he really is crazy like that," the guy muttered. Edmund turned around and his menacing glare shut the guy up. Clenching his fist, Edmund said, "No worries. If he wants to play, then we'll play with him. This is only the 5th round. Send someone else up, but be smart about it." The next 3 were smarter than John and even forced Ye Qingxuan to start using runes in battle like a true musician. But Ye Qingxuan seemed to guess every move before they made it, and they were taken out by him. Even the way in which each of them lost was strange. However, Ye Qingxuan was reaching his limit as well. It was like a high-intensity relay race over a short period of time. After the 5th round, he faced 3 consecutive opponents who were much more skilled than him. To win, he had gathered together all of his potential so that he could quickly get used to a battle between musicians. His brain was aching, and his thoughts flew so rapidly that he was pushing his limit. But as if a god were helping him, Ye Qingxuan used runelight to blind his last opponent just as he had finished his chant, and pushed him out the ring. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan bent over, hands on his knees, panting in exhaustion. He had won the 8th round. The audience cheered excitedly. The giant tide of the sound angered Edmund more and more. In the beginning, people had just been curious as to what a new student could do. The first battle tactic had been enough to make jaws drop, but his uncanny ability to predict his opponent's moves, and his senses were even more unbelievable. But what was even more exciting was that Ye Qingxuan clearly had the disadvantage in the 3 formal duels. But every time, he had been able to grasp the right timing, and his use of runes was so creative. Without a doubt, today's stage belonged to Ye Qingxuan, the Eastern genius. Faced with everyone's cheers and praise, Ye Qingxuan blushed faintly. But he could not afford to be shy. He could only put on his poker face and confuse the opponent, making sure that none of them knew his cards. Kids these days are getting better and better at cheating. Didn't know you could bully someone like this. Dominic snacked on his peanuts and smiled cruelly. During all of the matches, he had never looked inside the snake circle. Instead, his eyes fell on the spot under Charles's feet. As the situation inside the ring changed, the angle of Charles's feet would change too. Since the ether is completely blocked outside of the ring, he's reading lips and postures to see what the opponent is planning and conduct virtually. And the other guy has amazing reflexes. He even has the ability to leave the commander and fight by himself. Kids these days are impressive. He sighed and murmured, "Abraham has some good students." Next. Brian glanced at Edmund and announced gravely, "This will be the 9th round." His eyes said, "It's the 9th round." When will you put this guy in his place? It was his first day on the job. He hated Edmund for letting the D*MN commoner steal the glory from the honorable bloodlines on his first day at work. He could already imagine what the school board would say about this. They might even doubt his work ability. Edmund grew pale. He knew what that Brian meant to say, you caused this so you deal with it. Clenching his jaw, Edmund nodded toward the boy he had bribed with a large amount of money. Duncan, you're up. The student named Duncan nodded. Cracking his knuckles, he walked out from the crowd. Coming from a fallen elite family, Duncan was different from the others. He knew since birth that he had nothing other than his title. Becoming a musician was his only hope. He had extraordinary talent, and his family had sacrificed everything to train him. When he entered the academy, he was already at rhythm level. Under his genius halo, he found respect, but he was also scared to lose this title and be seen the same as a commoner. To climb higher, he needed money to buy better music scores and materials, so he had taken Edmund's bribe. He would go up and lead Ye Qingxuan with just enough energy to be destroyed by Edmund. But how would he do it? He walked out of the crowd while he thought about it, but just as he was about to raise his hand, he heard an unexpected voice. I want to challenge him. A girl standing in the very front raised her right arm and said fiercely, he's been annoying me since day one. As everyone gaped, Bai Xi sauntered out and beamed at Ye Qingxuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Rune Stone. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. I want to challenge him. You can't. Brian protested when he saw Bai Xi walk over. But he quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing. I can't? Bai Xi put her face up to his. Why not? I'm also a first-year student, and I just entered the school too. How come they can but I can't? Brian stammered. What, can't find an excuse? Then move, Bai Xi huffed. I want to challenge him and I want to be concertmaster. I support you. Charles called out from the crowd. You're prettier than Yezi. It won't be a waste if you're concertmaster. Faced with Bai Xi's protests, Brian could only retreat. But he still would not Bai Xi enter the ring. Commotion erupted. They could allow his bias against the challenger, but not letting someone participate was too obvious. The audience started gossiping, and Brian's expression turned ugly as he listened to the taunting discussions. Yunlu Chaoxue quietly watched the show from the entrance. As if she did not understand, she turned to Sydney and asked, why can't she? Is there a school rule about this? Sydney was troubled. He could not simply say, this is just so a group of elites can show a kid his place. Oh, right, that kid is Eastern like you. We're really not discriminating. Really, don't think like that. She can, he forced out with a tight smile. Why can't she? Of course she can. And so the most boring duel in the history of the academy unfolded before everyone's eyes. It was unnaturally calm within the snake circle. Cousin, are you thirsty? I brought water for you. Oh, thank you. Ye Qingxuan accepted the bottle and drank it in one breath. His burning throat finally felt a bit better. Cousin, are you hungry? I brought peanuts. Ye Qingxuan's eyes lit up. Are they salted? Give me some. Seeing Charles eating made me so hungry. And so a bag of toasted peanuts landed in his hands. Cousin, I brought a stool, Bai Xi said. Take a seat. Okay. Ye Qingxuan felt like he was hallucinating and had the sudden urge to cry. Cousin, you're being so nice to me all of a sudden. Over the audience's boos, Bai Xi asked politely, Cousin, is my service good? Of course. Ye Qingxuan had never been treated so well by his cousin before. It felt like heaven. Of course. If you dare to say anything bad, I'll kick you out of here. Bai Xi ground her teeth and threatened Ye Qingxuan, I've never served anyone like this in my entire life, but I'm doing this for you. If you lose, kill yourself. You don't need to tell me. Ye Qingxuan clenched his fist. I'll win for you. Edmund, you should personally go next round. Outside the ring, a hoarse voice sounded behind Edmund. He looked back in confusion and saw Banner's eyes. His pupils were vertical like a wild beast and their green light shone in the darkness. They were thirsty for blood. You lost control? Edmund yelped. Not yet, but it is angry, you know? Edmund studied him, seeing the murderous intent in those beastly eyes. The thirst they reflected upon Edmund's pale face was chilling and menacing. Don't disappoint me, or it said softly. If we lose the title of concertmaster to him because of you, there will be no need for you to stay in this school. I know. Edmund nodded, fierceness flashing through his eyes. I'll take care of him. He rubbed the amber ring on his forefinger and turned toward the snake ring. 10 minutes have passed. Brian looked impatiently at Bai Xi. Stop wasting time if you're not going to challenge him, Who said I'm not going to challenge him? Bai Xi rolled his eyes. I poisoned him. Don't you see him eating it now? You poisoned him? Brian echoed. Yeah. In 100 years, when he's an old fart, the poison will be activated, and he'll die after burping. Bai Xi mimicked slicing one's throat. Are you scared? I'm so scared. What am I going to do? Ye Qingxuan acted along, crying and putting on a terrified expression. Brian's facial muscles quivered as he tried to keep himself from losing control. Clenching his jaw, he enunciated carefully, stop wasting time. PSH. Bai Xi kicked Ye Qingxuan. Are you ready? I'm going to start. Oh, yeah. You can start. Ye Qingxuan hurriedly wiped the crumbs from his lips and returned the stool, water bottle, and half a bag of peanuts. She had come stocked with supplies and was going back like that too. Under everyone's annoyed gaze, Bai Xi stood at the edge of the snake circle. Ye Qingxuan lifted her by the back of her collar and dropped her outside the ring. Beside them, Brian announced listlessly, the 9th round goes to Ye Qingxuan. He was starting to hate this job. Are you done fooling around? A cold voice asked behind Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan turned around. Seeing Edmund, he finally understood. You waited until everyone tired me out to appear? Tire you out? There's no need for that. Edmund's eyes were sinister. Having others participate was just so we could all play a little longer. But sadly they were useless pieces of sh*t and couldn't help at all. Pieces of sh*t are like birds of a feather. They're your friends, so don't be so hard on them, Ye Qingxuan replied, obviously bored. Pa! A cold arc zipped past Ye Qingxuan's foot. It landed on the ground, leaving a white frost burn. Edmund had cast a rune without chanting or with even any preparation, making the audience to yell in surprise. Pay attention. I've spent a lot of money to deal with you. Edmund blew away the cold smoke around his fingertips and cackled. Next, I'll let you and all of the other mutts know who's the real boss. Studying Edmund's palm, Ye Qingxuan's eyes finally turned serious after being sure that he had seen correctly. Instantaneous rune? He murmured to himself. Yezi is dead meat. Outside the ring, Charles's brows furrowed. The opponent is starting to fight with money. Are you talking about rune stones? Bai Xi finally processed the fact. You know about that? Charles asked in surprise. I'd prepared a long explanation for nothing. Bai Xi did not even bother to roll her eyes anymore. Rune stones were from the dark world. There were many theories about where they had came from, but there were only two main output methods. One was to create a fissure in a region with heavy ether, and use large-scale equipment to track the rune stones. The other method was the favorite of pioneer musicians from the Dark World, hunting. In regions where the ether was chaotic, most organisms would be killed by the ether. The few survivors would become even stronger, fiercer, and more violent. Just like the children of the Dark Mother, they would transform into demons. Some demons had a frequency inside their bodies after death that could help to find rune stones. Rune stones were naturally occurring crystallized ether in the structure of a rune. Because of its stable structure and pure state, they were able to be kept in specific circumstances. These rocks that had natural rune power were one of the most important alchemist resources. Most alchemy equipment depended on their power. Of course, there was an even more luxurious use: smelting meditation. The musician would reach coherence with the rune stone. By using the rune stone's power, he could quickly increase his sense of the rune. In the end, he could reduce a complicated chant to a single syllable. That was the instantaneous rune. It was a trademark of a musician, but with the help of a rune stone, even a student could reach the same level after using enough rune stones. The only downside was that it could only instantaneously cast the rune that the stone could sense. And if one wanted to use this method, one would need a lot of money. Rune stones were in high demand. They were often sold out as soon as they were out, and the price was never low. Many musicians even used them as hard currency. At the moment, the price of a basic runestone was about the same as 2 lapis bricks made by the church. If converted to Anglo currency, it would be at least a few million, but for a student to reach that level of instantaneous casting, the runestones he had used were surely enough for high-grade alchemy equipment. That was why Charles had said Edmund had starting fighting with money. And it was because of this that he started to worry about Ye Qingxuan. Charles had been the one handling Ye Qingxuan's practice and training over the past few days. He knew his junior's level better than anyone else. It had already been 5 days since Ye Qingxuan took those moldy books from Hermes. Over those 5 days, Ye Qingxuan stayed in the library and learned to read ancient literature with Abraham in the morning and started practicing in the afternoon. He would lock himself up in the basement, memorizing madly. Charles could not deny that Ye Qingxuan had improved immensely over the past 5 days. In fact, he had improved a dozen times faster than others. But it had only been 5 days, only 5 days. Even with the light and mirror rune that he already knew, Ye Qingxuan had only learned 5 runes. They were the easiest auxiliary runes too. They were Wolf Flute, originally designed to control liquids, now modified to increase physical strength; Blur, to warp the air and blur everything; Air, to create wind. None of them were attack runes. He had used practically all of them in previous rounds. Now, faced with an opponent who could use a rune stone and instantaneously cast frost, and knew him like the back of his hand, how could you fight back? Outside of the ring, Charles scratched his head in worry. He racked his brain for a battle tactic, but could not think of any solution. "Yezi, you're dead this time," he murmured. At this time, the center of the snake circle was already illuminated with frost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, I'm just showing off. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Arrows of frost flew all over the icy cold ring. The bone-numbing coldness spread with the arrows, crystallizing on the ground. The water molecules in the air froze, turning into icy powder scattered by the wind and falling onto the ground. Even the cold sweat on Ye Qingxuan's body froze, turning into a thin layer of frost. It stuck to his skin, melting from the heat of his blood. Ye Qingxuan panted heavily. He started hating that the circle was only a few dozen steps in diameter. Following Charles's orders and dodging Edmund's frost arrows took up all his focus. The downside to frost was that the effect wore off quickly. As an arrow, it was powerless after going more than 10 meters. But they did not have 10 meters between them. If Edmund stood in the center of the ring, he would be able to shoot in any directions without any effort. Known as the most cost-efficient student-level rune, frost arrows used up almost 30% less energy than other runes, and the chanting was twice as fast. With Edmund's experience, he could shoot 20 arrows in one breath. Ye Qingxuan could only find the right timing and dodge, dodge, dodge. When an arrow brushed past him again, Ye Qingxuan reached out and crumbled the ice on his shoulder, panting. He could not let the match drag on like this. He had to admit that he had really underestimated that D*Ned Fatty. Watching the humiliated Ye Qingxuan from the center, Edmund could not help but snicker. What's wrong? That's all you can do? Come closer, Mr. Concertmaster. You don't even have the guts to fight back? 3 more frost arrows shot out with that, flying out with grandeur. You want to tire me out? Edmund laughed mockingly as if he saw through Ye Qingxuan's little tricks. It's not that easy. He took a small thumb-sized bottle from his pocket. Biting off the cork, he poured the blue liquid down his throat. The cold drug slid down his throat, pooling into his stomach, and spread through his body like an explosion. The powerful coldness spread through his entire body, finally flowing into his brain as a warm current. Edmund's face, pale and sickly from the energy loss, instantaneously recovered, flushing with an unnatural redness. He had taken a stimulant drug which sapped nutrients from his other organs to stimulate his brain. If a skinny person tried that, he would probably be bedridden for a long time afterward. But Edmund's body was covered with a thick layer of fat, and it had enough nutrients to feed the drug for a while. Seeing Edmund take drugs in public, the audience booed. Objection! Charles yelled. Edmund is using recovering drugs. Objection not valid. Brian gazed at him lazily. Drugs, alchemy equipment, and chanting material are all part of being a musician. They are allowed during the challenge. Charles retorted angrily, what the F***ck? Why don't you just get some opiates and have a drug party? It'll be so much fun. Please watch your language, or else I'll have to ask you to leave. Brian pointed at Charles and then at the exit. I am the teacher here. If you want to stay, then you will follow my rules. Bai Xi laughed coldly and opened her mouth to retort, but someone pressed down onto her and Charles's shoulder. Calm down. An old man suddenly appeared beside them. The faint smell of engine oil came from his metal arm. Teacher? Charles flinched. When did you get here? I've been here since the beginning, Abraham said. How could a teacher be unaware that his students left early in the morning to take part in the Concertmaster Challenge? Awkwardly, Charles said, I was just worried that you'd get worried. Don't be so impatient. No matter what you do, the duel will still continue. Abraham patted Bai Xi's shoulder, telling her to sit down. Seeing Charles send secret signals to Ye Qingxuan, he knocked on the side of his cheating student's head. There's no need, he said quietly. Yezi isn't looking anymore. Charles froze and glanced at the youth. He finally realized that the youth had stopped paying attention to his signals for a long time. Ye Qingxuan was completely focused. Staring at his enemy, his irises were filled the reflection of his enemy. The usual coolness and light pity in his eyes were gone, replaced by a fiery enthusiasm. The corners of his lips curled, as if smiling. He had begun putting his all into the fight. He wanted to win fair and square. The fight has suddenly become challenging. Ye Qingxuan studied Edmund's red face and murmured, let's just try a bit. In the bone-numbing coldness, he suddenly took a deep breath. The coldness pierced his lungs, but his mind finally became clear. He did not need drug stimulation or a long break. An enemy was the best stimulant. It was something that he could try out his new skills on. In the midst of the dodging, Ye Qingxuan suddenly stopped. Standing straight, he lifted up a hand. Ether from all over gathered in his direction, as if something was about to be awakened. Sensed by everyone, the ring on Ye Qingxuan's finger sucked in ether and radiated cold, silver light. The instrument sleeping within resonated and woke. An instrument. This guy, features tightening, Edmund took a step back to wait and see. He had not expected that Ye Qingxuan would keep an instrument as his trap card. And this was moldable, one of the most valuable types of instrument too. It could be kept by one's side and used at any time. Just as he was waiting, the light on Ye Qingxuan's ring suddenly extinguished. It was as if there had been rolling thunder, but not a drop of rain. The instrument went back to sleep just as quickly as it had woken up. Ye Qingxuan had tried multiple times to wake up the Jiao Xiao Huan Pei in his ring over the past few days, but sadly, his resonance with it had stopped halfway every single time. It was as if he lacked the most crucial thing and could not continue. I guess I still can't do it, Ye Qingxuan chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I was just trying to show off. Edmund replied with countless angry frost arrows, almost turning Ye Qingxuan into an icicle. Ye dodged humiliatingly and took a deep breath, starting to chant. It's too late to start now. Edmund mocked, hearing the chants. He reached forward, continuing to shoot frost. Attacked with a gust of coldness, Ye Qingxuan began fleeing. Ignoring the tossing of his stomach, he chanted quickly as he moved. The air around him surged to the rhythm of his chants. Edmund glanced at the youth charging toward him, disdain flashing through his eyes. The closer Ye Qingxuan came, the less ability he had to dodge, and the more powerful the strength of the frost became. Yes, he was definitely out of his mind. Edmund raised a hand, pointing at Ye Qingxuan's body once again. Frosty light began brewing crazily on his fingertip, icy coldness coming from all directions. The distance between them was closer than ever. The cold light illuminated Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Seeing that Ye Qingxuan was within 5 steps, murderous intent flashed in Edmund's eyes. Immediately, frost twice as strong as before shot out. Regular frost could freeze internal organs from that distant, but after raising the intensity, the coldness could turn someone into an ice statue instantaneously. At that moment, the audience yelled out in surprise because Ye Qingxuan was still charging forward, not dodging at all. The explosive arrow shot out, straight toward Ye Qingxuan's forehead. But the air around him suddenly started rippling. It was as if the arrows ran into a boundary, and the scene changed. The wavering air twisted randomly, blurring Ye Qingxuan's features. When the frost arrows pierced into blurriness, they shook and almost frantically changed their direction. They had slightly changed course by a few degrees, and the arrows brushed past Ye Qingxuan's hair. Edmund gaped. His eyes reflected Ye Qingxuan's face closing in on him. What is going on? Rune haze. In the crowd, Abraham's eyes lit up as he murmured, "That's right. This is how you do it." All of the runes that Ye Qingxuan had learned until then had been chosen one by Abraham for their effect. Light could provide illumination in the darkness and guide the sun, flow could increase physical strength and purify water, air could control wind, erase one's body sent to hide from animals and protect oneself from poisonous gas. Haze was for stealth and protection against long-distance attacks. It was a rune that every scout musician had to learn. By stirring the air with ether, haze could create a shield of air. It did not provide any protection on its own, but the musician could manipulate it and add pressure to it. The effect of the chaotic pressure was like a lens. Endless lenses overlapped, refracting and bending light randomly, blurring the object. In a dim environment with complex rays of light, haze could blur the edges of an object and make it blend into the environment. It could not exactly shield one, but it could affect the arrow's trajectory. There was not a more cost-efficient effect. Outside the ring, Abraham stared closely at the youth who had just brushed shoulders with death. Pleased, he thought, yes, this is how you should do it. Lead the enemy on and activate haze at the last moment. After that, he should close in even more and then. Inside the ring, the youth stepped past the 5-step boundary. He stalked forward, the complicated syllables overlapping in his mouth, sending shockwaves of ether. As he chanted, a vortex-like rune gradually lit up in his heart, preparing for launch. In the next heartbeat, Ye Qingxuan was right in front of Edmund. Seeing him raise a hand, Edmund shrieked instinctually. He raised his elbow, shielding his face, and stumbled back. He pointed a finger in panic, getting ready to release more frost. But the expected fist had not landed on him. Ye Qingxuan was no longer chanting for flow anymore either. They were a hair's width apart as Ye Qingxuan uttered the last syllable. In that instant, Edmund shrieked again. Frantically and wildly, his hands scrambled to shoot frost arrows. Then he felt a hand press against him, gently on his chest. Boom! The shrieking silenced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Dragon Breath Ring. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. For a second, it felt like his entire chest trembled. His lungs spasmed uncontrollably, swelled, shook. The moment Ye Qingxuan's hand touched him, Edmund's chest suddenly ballooned, as if his lungs had filled with air, about to burst. The shrieking silenced. The runes he were about to say died in his throat. Shocked, Edmund grasped his throat, suffocating for a moment. The frost arrow that he had been about to shoot broke off. His ruddy face turned a ghastly white, so white there was no sign of blood in him. The betrayal of the ether took away all ability to fight back. Eerie silence fell both inside and outside the ring. Dominic chuckled softly in the shadows. As expected, it's similar to the standard reaction of captive musicians in war, rune air. Rune air was originally made to create a small breeze, but he had gone past the muscles and bones of the chest, and aimed it directly at the lungs. All of the layers had weakened air's effect though, and it had only resonated with the air inside the lungs. It probably felt like someone had punched his lungs. Application, air cavity resonance. It was a classic application from the school of abstinence. It could directly cut off someone's breathing and speaking. If the intensity was raised, it was possible to make the lungs implode too. This step used Saint Tchaikovsky's music overture Solennel 1812. Its first movement was even enough to make a vacuum implosion on the battlefield. Everything within a 1,000-mile radius would be thrown into a hopeless and silent hell. All organisms would implode from their own pressure. Explosions would sound one after another like fireworks. But there was a better choice now, right? Why not use flow? Dominic muttered in dissatisfaction. Clenching his fists, he said, just press down on his chest and say the syllable, then he'll pop like a pimple, bleeding from all of his pores and fall over. Too young, still too young. Or maybe his heart is too soft? He studied Ye Qingxuan's back and shook his head. This one doesn't look like a wolf cub. In the silence, Edmund fell to his knees, panting heavily. After a long time, he finally knew how to breathe again, but tears and snot flowed out from his eyes and nose. He looked as sad as a stray dog. Kneeling on the ground, he lifted his tear-stricken face. His eyes were still fierce and angry. You think you won like this? You be *****. Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows, his expression changed quickly. He had wanted to raise his foot and kick that guy out once and for all, but then he realized that his foot would not move. It was rooted to the spot. Ha, did you find out? On the ground, Edmund laughed, wiping the tears and snot off of his face. There was no way I wouldn't guard myself against you. Scum is scum. You don't even know to watch out for alchemy equipment. He pushed himself up with difficulty. Stumbling back, he smiled tightly and pulled down his collar. Under the collar was a golden button. A ruby flashed brightly on the elegantly carved button. Without a doubt, this was alchemy equipment, the crudest kind. 5 of the simplest runes were written on it: shackle, 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 shackle. It only needed a simple spell to be activated and cast those 5 runes. Anyone in the proximity would be shackled to the ground, unable to move. Now, Ye Qingxuan could not move at all. Edmund finally stopped retreating. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face clean. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You forced me to do this." "No one forced you." Ye Qingxuan gazed at him coolly. "You were just making things hard for yourself this entire time." Edmund's expression changed, revealing undeniable savagery. "It's a pity I can't rip your mouth apart. Scum never know how to show respect to the honorable bloodlines. But it's okay, you can keep talking now." He paused and raised his right hand, "because, in a bit, you'll never have the chance to speak again." The black amber ring on his forefinger shone brilliantly under the torch, radiating with cold and sharp light. Dragon Breath Ring. Outside of the ring, Charles's face changed immediately. How can they bring something like that? One could say that the other defense alchemy equipment and drugs were just to protect against accidents during the duel. But that thing, that was to kill. Charles understood immediately what that thing was the moment he saw it. A century ago, mysterious Asgardian alchemist Elric once offered equipment to his king to be used in his royal guard, Wild Hunter Corporation. This included 30 identical rings. The king ordered a 2-headed eagle to be carved into the black amber and given to loyal subordinates. Those 30 rings were engraved with the third movement of the Song of Nibelungs. This movement recorded the natural catastrophe Black Dragon Nibelung's actions and strength. A resonance musician could let out enough dragon breath to destroy a village. Even a student could create a light strong enough to smelt iron. It contained limitless light and heat. It was the catastrophic fire from the Black Dragon. Alchemists created it with destruction in mind, and it cast an eternal curse on its enemies. Even full knight armor would be melted into goo before it. "Yezi, surrender!" Charles screamed. "Surrender!" But the room had become soundproof and his voice resonated outside but could not enter the ring. Charles blanched. He turned toward the judge, saying, "Hey, stop, we surrender." But there was no response. Brian twiddled his thumb as if he had not heard anything at all. "Hey, I think they're telling you to surrender," Edmund laughed coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize for what you did. I'll let you go." "Why do you think that I'll surrender? Just because you have Dragon Breath Ring?" Ye Qingxuan studied the ring on his finger. "Listen, Edmund. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You can't handle that." "Ha, scared?" Edmund cackled. "It's so rare to see you scared. But sadly, I have to tell you something." Smirking, he clenched his fist. The dragon breath ring shone faintly with fire. "You've missed your last chance." He began chanting quietly. The dancing flames in the black amber grew wild, turning into the head of a dragon roaring soundlessly. Terrifying heat emanated from his ring. Despite his efforts to control it, Edmund's eyebrows and hair started sizzling from the heat too. The air before the ring started wavering. Catastrophic fire began brewing inside the ring. Seeing Edmund entirely focused, Ye Qingxuan suddenly spoke up in his hoarse voice, "Actually, I have something to tell you too." Edmund's head shot up. Ye Qingxuan dug into his pocket and clenched his fist, as if he were pulling something out. Before Edmund's shocked eyes, Ye Qingxuan slowly opened his hand, revealing a small glass bottle. He had shattered the bottle and silver liquid flowed out. It hovered in the air, slowly melting into the ether. "I know instantaneous runes too." In the wild rippling of the ether, the mercury on his palm tossed like boiling water before disappearing. Silver light from who knows where illuminated their faces. It made Edmund's face pale too. Edmund glared angrily at Ye Qingxuan and sped up his chanting. He would do whatever it took to completely obliterate Ye Qingxuan. But across from him, a crisp voice sounded. It was like the ticking of a clock's minute hand. The pocket watch decorated with 2 snakes lit up from Ye Qingxuan's hand. He began chanting quietly, "All is dark, only the tree of life is forever green." Mysterious light ignited in his eyes. As if Ye Qingxuan had been pulled out of the shell of his body, his vision started climbing in altitude. He looked down upon the tight space. Was this the pocket watch's power? It did not do anything to him, but his communication with the aether was tighter than ever. The aether had become an extension of him. Even the smallest change was reflected in his heart. He could smell the rotting scent blown in from the underground palace. He could see the beads of sweat on Bai Xi's cheek. He could touch the carved snake man's twisted face. He could hear everyone's breathing, like wind in the catacombs. It was as if he had returned to that night. He closed his eyes, and the changing rune appeared in his mind again. The ever-changing rune worked in favor of his tenacity, reflecting it like a river. When he sensed the rune also sensed him. It was an unprecedented connection. Was this the state of instantaneous runes? Opening his eyes, he chanted, guiding the waiting aether to gather in the front. The mercury in the aether lit up in all directions. The sound of ice cracking came out of thin air. It was the sound of countless aether crashing, changing, and crystallizing. The crystals appeared from out of the air. They bonded with each other and transformed into something solid. They shone with metallic light, solidifying into the object from the youth's memory. In the end, the broken pieces fell into their spot with a slight metallic tremor. The mighty matrix had appeared once again in this world. Outside the ring, everyone held their breath. Someone murmured, "What is this?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Winner. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Mirror. 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 Inside the ring, something finally revealed its true appearance like a blossoming lotus. 17 mirrors hung in the air, forming a matrix. Like an active rail, it transformed, following a non-existent track. Opening like a lotus flower in the rain, they were close to one another and wrapped around Edmund, creating a kaleidoscope of reflections. Mirror was the only rune that Ye Qingxuan could activate instantaneously. It was also his biggest accomplishment from the past 10 days. After that night, that rune that had been left over in his memory was imprinted into his brain, turning into an instinctive ability. With the help of the double snake time meter, he had finally reached the ability to use instantaneous runes. Using mercury as supportive material, he was able to create mirrors identical to the ones in a lighthouse. But this rune seemed to be useless right now. Edmund froze in the surging heat. He could not believe that the mirrors were Ye Qingxuan's last attempt. "You think this can stop my dragon breath?" It was absurd. Of course not. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "But if you stop now, it's not to die." Edmund cut him off and raised a hand, ice fierce. The energy building up in his ring had turned the amber a crimson red. The catastrophic dragon breath would spew out in the next moment. Some in the audience had already covered their eyes, too scared to look. But Brian finally reacted, his face changing dramatically. "Edmund, stop." Too late, Dominic laughed loudly at their misery. Brian had put up the soundproof barrier himself. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Ether surged wildly inside of the snake circle. Crimson red light lit up from within the amber, the piercing redness blinded everyone in a second. The wild heat spilled in all directions. Even the transparent barrier was revealed under this heat, restraining the bright radiance within it. But despite how terrifying it was only the precursor. Edmund put everything into guiding the ether, but when he looked up, he saw Ye Qingxuan's faint smile through a layer of fiery light. The smile was so full of pity and mockery. Under everyone's nervous eyes, Ye Qingxuan raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the mirror matrix began spinning, replicating the church's machinery with ether. 17 dazzling silver reflections joined together immediately. There were no sparks as they touched each other, no rotating, creaking, or grating. The lotus-like matrix closed in soundlessly. In an instant, the limitless red light disappeared. Replacing it was a wail that sent goosebumps up everyone's skin. Ah! The 17 mirrors formed a seamless wall, trapping all light and heat within it. In the blink of an eye, the mirrors turned red-hot from the terrifying heat. As if an oven was about to be melted to the ground, one could see melting metal and copper dancing in the flames. The dragon breath had yet to be released, but the heat brewing in the light was enough to evaporate the mirrors. But those mirrors which should have been surrounding a lighthouse reflected the light, increasing its power by 1,000, turning the inside into an inferno. It was the matrix designed by the church. Even in its most basic form, it could transform a sliver of light in the night sky into a lighthouse. The mirror formation was sustained for a second before falling apart. But the light and heat had already disappeared. The dragon breath had lost all control. The ether that had flooded over dissipated soundlessly. All that remained was Edmund, singed black and laying on the ground. My eyes. My eyes. Putting a burned hand over his face, he touched his body, but he could only feel burned skin and charred clothing. What did you do? What did you do? He screamed in hysteria, blood seeping from his face. You be **starred, what the **ck did you do to me? I just wanted you to experience the lighthouse. Ye Qingxuan walked over and bent down to look at him. How did it feel under all that light? I hope you can be like the lighthouse and be a useful member of society. Ye Qingxuan. Hearing those words, Edmund growled hoarsely, Ye Qingxuan. I'm going to kill you. His features twisted and his charred skin cracked open, revealing the bloody mess inside. Edmund, calm down. The barrier around the snake circle shattered and Brian rushed in. Frantically, he poured medicine over Edmund's body, keeping him alive. Chorale musicians. Where are the chorale musicians? Brian searched in panic, completely forgetting that he had gotten rid of the practice ring's chorale musicians in order to help Edmund with his plan. How can you be so cruel? He glared at Ye Qingxuan, unable to hide his panic. Ha! Ye Qingxuan shrugged. You are allowed to injure and maim in the Concertmaster Challenge, isn't that what you said? You! Brian's face was practically black with anger, but he could not deny Ye Qingxuan's words. He glared at the student coldly and turned back to help Edmund's friends pick him up and take him to the hospital, but someone stopped him. What's the hurry, Professor? Charles stopped him, seeing through his attempt to muddle through. Seeing his nervous expression, Charles laughed. That was the last round. You haven't announced the result of the challenge yet. Now's not the time for this. Brian's eyes twitched, unwilling to face the result. Really? Grinning, Charles patted his shoulder. Then please go do whatever you're busy with. When I was wandering around just now, I ran into an old man. He seems to be really dissatisfied with you. Brian flinched and turned around. Dominic stared emotionlessly at him from the shadows. Nothing was said, but for some reason, cold sweat beaded on Brian's forehead. Under everyone's anticipating eyes, his features twisted. Finally, he grit out through clenched teeth, the winner of the 10th round is Ye Qingxuan. The silent crowd erupted into cheers in an instant. After witnessing such a legendary fight, no one could resist the urge to jump up in excitement. Bai Xi yelled happily in the crowd. As she cheered, she turned around, looking for Ye Qingxuan. But all she saw was the youth's lonely backside within the snake circle. As if sensing her gaze, Ye Qingxuan turned around. Seeing her smile, he gave her a thumbs up, smiling tiredly. Then, before her shocked eyes, the white-haired youth fell over, unconscious. Yunlu Chaozhue watched quietly from the entrance of the underground palace. Her face was neutral, as if she had been looking at mere hallucinations and nothingness in the air. A bunch of uncouth things who dared to be so violent before the princess. My apologies for ruining your experience. Beside her, Sydney wiped away his sweat and explained quietly, please do not misunderstand. These embarrassments are still the minority of the academy. The true geniuses are all chivalrous gentlemen. We've also arranged a banquet tonight, you will. As if she had not heard anything, the girl focused on the center of the square, studying the unconscious youth and the frantic girl hugging him. Confusion entered her cool eyes, as if she had never seen something like that before. In the square, Bai Xi glanced up accidentally, looking into the direction of the girl. For a moment, their eyes met through an opening in the crowd, and they saw each other clearly. Elegant and downtrodden, reserved and panicking, mature and immature. One looked like a princess, the other did not. In the next moment, the crowd rejoined and the girl disappeared, as if swallowed by the ocean. The princess stepped forward subconsciously, but then hesitated. She did not take another step forward. After a long time, Yunlu Chaozhue turned around gradually, letting the girl remain lost in the sea of people. Maybe it's better this way, she murmured. Ha? Miss Chaozhue, what did you say? Sydney asked. Nothing. She shook her head and suddenly said softly, I said I want to leave, so let this be a farewell, Mr. Sydney. Miss Chaozhue, Miss Chaozhue. Shocked, Sydney ran over and subconsciously grabbed the girl's sleeve. Where?